Chapter 1, My name is Li Chang'an, Chang'an from the first Chang'an. Douluo Continent, Wuhan City. Wuhan City is located between the two empires of Tiandu and Xingluo. It is one of the two holy places of the Wuhan Temple, and it is also the location of the Pope Hall of the Wuhan Temple. Its status can be imagined. The scale of Wuhan City's wall was built completely in accordance with the scale of the capital-level main city. The 80-meter-high wall is all made of fine granite, which looks very majestic and majestic. Today is the annual Martial Spirit Awakening Day. As the sacred place of the Martial Spirit Hall, Wuhan City naturally has a special hall responsible for martial spirit awakening, and because the level of Martial Spirit City is too high, the hall level responsible for the awakening is also high scary. Early this morning, there was a long queue of children and family members who came to participate in Wuhan Awakening outside the hall, and each parent and child had an excited look on their faces. In the long line, there is a thin figure standing alone, without his parents accompanying him. This is a little boy. He is wearing a light blue shirt and black trousers. He has a delicate and tender face with distinct features. The sharp and angular look is very handsome. The hair is neat and tidy. He has a pair of eyes looking around. Looking at it, I don't know what I am thinking. Although this boy is only 6 years old, his appearance still provokes many people to look back, and even some little girls will keep staring at him with Catslin's big eyes. Oh, the line is so long, there shouldn't be so many people participating in the awakening in other places, right? The little man sighed quietly, muttering to himself rather maturely. His name is Li Chang'an, Muzi Li, I wish you Chang'an, Chang'an for the first time, a simple and meaningful name. Li Chang'an was originally an online novelist on the earth, but because he has been unable to write books, he was accidentally hit by a car when he was out for a drink to relieve boredom. After waking up, he crossed to the Douluo continent. Moreover, Li Chang'an still traveled to an ordinary merchant family in Wuhan City. It was not the kind that started with his parents offering sacrifices to the sky, and he was innocent. However, Li Chang'an hasn't found any system in his body in the past few years, and his family is not an ancient sect, so he can be said to have been extremely comfortable and peaceful in the past 6 years. And today Li Chang'an is also very fancy. Wuhan Awakening is related to his future path. If the Wuhan still makes sense, then he will go out to create a world by himself. If the Wuhan is too much, then he will be honest doing business with his father. He no longer has to worry about the affairs of the world. After thinking about it, Li Chang'an had already lined up to enter the hall. This was the first time he entered the hall of Wuhan Hall. This hall is very large, and the decoration style looks very majestic. In the middle of the hall, a crystal ball is being held by a stone table standing there, and a middle-aged man in plain clothes stands on the side. Behind the plain-clothed man, there are 3 red archbishops sitting, but their eyes are closed, and there is no happiness, anger, or sorrow, but the majesty in them is something no one can ignore. And these 3 red bishops are the reason why many people want to come to Wuhan City to awaken. Because you are awakened here, there will be the Archbishop of the Spirit Hall watching. Once your spirit is good, you will be directly recruited into the Spirit Hall Academy. Even those with excellent talents may be caught by a certain master in the Spirit Hall. Guy Fancy, accept as a disciple. Next person. The deacon, dressed in plain clothes, called to Li Chang'an, motioning him to come forward. Name. The deacon looked at such a good-looking little boy, and was slightly surprised, so he asked in plain words. Li Chang'an is not afraid of life at all, and respectfully came and bowed 90 degrees, Hello, big brother, my name is Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, you are very polite. Now stand near the crystal ball, and then press your hand on the crystal ball. The deacon nodded in satisfaction. This little boy is more sensible than others, and he is also happy to be gentler. Li Chang'an heard the words and walked near the crystal ball, and then obediently pressed his right hand on it. As Li Chang'an's right hand was placed on the crystal ball, a 6-pointed star array on the ground also exudes a soft light, making Li Chang'an feel warm and sunny. Then I saw the 6-pointed star array glowing more and more, and the crystal ball also glowed brightly, but Li Chang'an's martial arts soul never appeared, but the light around him made the entire hall become golden. And this situation naturally made the 3 red archbishops pay attention, and their bodies couldn't help but stand up from their chairs, staring at Li Chang'an closely. Could it be that another powerful Wuhan is coming out? When the light reached its peak, something slowly emerged from Li Chang'an's right hand. It was an axe, a black axe. Axe Bing looks like black jade, deep but not vulgar, and axe Reng is that kind of bright black, giving people a sharp-edged feeling. With the appearance of this axe, the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to be suppressed a bit, even some of the children who had awakened the spirit of martial arts turned pale, even the deacon beside Li Chang'an took a few steps back. A red archbishop widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "The superior suppressed, absolutely suppressed, how is this possible? He doesn't have a spirit ring yet." But the surprise was far more than that. Reading www.yunsha.com saw Li Chang'an's left hand as if he couldn't control it, and slowly opened it, and a small clock appeared above his palm. As soon as this little clock appeared, it gave everyone in the audience a sense of heaviness and boundlessness. Although there was no axe, the heaviness was equally terrifying. Twin martial arts. The 3 red archbishops stared at Li Chang'an in unison, with their mouths open that they could lay an egg. With the appearance of Li Chang'an's 2 martial arts, the crystal ball suddenly turned into powder, and the formation on the ground lost its luster. But Li Chang'an didn't know what was happening outside, because just as his martial spirit appeared, a crisp voice rang in his mind. If it weren't for his self-control ability, I'm afraid I would have burst into tears long ago. System, your mother is finally here. Ding, Wuhan awakens, the system is starting. Ding, the strongest man appears to be the sage, pretends to force, the system and the host are bound. Ding, you showed your twin martial souls in front of everyone, and you succeeded in manifesting the saints, pretending to be forced. Deacon Suyi contributed 2 points to you, Gao Hengtian contributed 1 point to you, and Xueling contributed 1 point to you. Then came the densely packed names of people. These people were all surprised by the Li Chang'an twin martial arts costumes. According to their strength, they all have contributed points. Ding, character panel. Name, Li Chang'an. Age, 6 years old, gender, male. Wuhan, Pangu Axe, remnant version, Donghuang Bell, remnant version. Soul power, innate 10th level, lack of soul ring. Points, 13-14. Evaluation, you are nothing but handsome now. Chapter 2, would you like to worship me as a teacher? After the 3 archbishops in red were taken aback, they stared directly at Li Chang'an with scorching eyes, as if they were all old-fashioned critics. Would you like to join Wuhandian Academy? Would you like to join the Hall of the Elders? Would you like to meet the Pope with me? The 3 red bishops spoke in unison, but each of them said differently, which also represents their respective positions. One is the person in charge of Wuhandian Academy, one is from the Elder Hall, and the other is from the Pope. To tell the truth, Li Chang'an didn't expect that he was just revealing the twin spirits, which made the 3 red archbishops so excited, but now it seems that the effect is not bad, and the twin spirits are indeed very advantageous. The 3 archbishops in red each looked at each other a few times, and then the headed one said to the deacon Suyi, "First, test the soul power for this little friend." Where could the deacon Suyi say more? He took out a crystal ball to test his spirit power in a proper manner, and motioned Li Chang'an to put his hand on it. With the radiance of the crystal ball, Li Chang'an's spirit power was also naturally known to everyone. There is no doubt that it is 10th level, with inherent spirit power. The terrifying twin martial arts souls are born with full soul power. When these 2 titles are added together, all the people present, including the 3 red archbishops, are a little breathless. Just when the three red bishops were about to grab someone, a breeze blew, and then a dark black figure suddenly appeared in the center of the hall. This is a tall man with dark clothes like a ghost, and his breath looks very erratic. The Pope wants to see this twin martial soul child. I have taken it away, so you can continue the martial soul awakening. When this figure fell, Li Chang'an felt that he was being lifted up, and then the scenery around him was constantly changing. It didn't take long before he found himself in a more sacred hall. This hall is not much larger than the original hall, but the surrounding decorations, the soft red carpet at the foot, and the gate about 10 meters high at the back all tell the status of this hall. Don't be nervous later, the Pope still admires you after hearing that you are a twin spirit. At this moment, the ghost figure who brought Li Chang'an over reminded him. Others may just be shocked that Li Chang'an is a twin spirit, but at the level of ghosts and charms, they know more. The twin spirits represent more than just one more spirit. This is the benefit of awakening in Wuhan City. As long as your talent is high enough and big enough, then you will immediately attract the attention of big guys. Of course, Li Chang'an was the first to attract the Pope's attention and immediately react. Li Chang'an is mature in mind, so naturally he won't be so scared, but his inner excitement is inevitable. Who would have thought that he could see the legendary woman so soon? Just as Li Chang'an was thinking about it, he suddenly heard a gentle sound of footsteps, and when he looked up, a woman holding a scepter was walking from the other side of the hall. At the first glance of this woman, Li Chang'an had only one sentence in his heart: "Go to Shrek of your mother, long live the Wuhan Palace." What kind of woman is this? The solemn and luxurious purple Pope robe is just to set off her nobleness. A face with distinct features is even more exquisite. This woman has a 20-year-old face, but she has a charming 30-year-old and a mature 40-year-old. Her skin looks very delicate and delicate, it seems that no pores can be seen on her face, and this woman is born with a sense of nobleness when she appears on the stage, coupled with the slightly curled up hair, even more it makes people feel beautiful. Li Chang'an, who has a soul in his 20s, admits that he has fallen at this moment, completely fallen. The woman calmly walked to the Pope's chair in the main hall and sat down. Then her jewel-like eyes met Li Chang'an, who was looking at her, and Bibi Dong nodded softly. Anyone who sees beautiful things will be amazed, and Bibi Dong is no exception, so I have to say that Li Chang'an's appearance is really good. What is your name? Bibi Dong sounded with a majestic voice in the ethereal spirit. Li Chang'an naturally saluted respectfully at first, and then replied with a hint of tension in the generous and generous, under the crown of the respectable Pope, "My name is Li Chang'an, the one from Chang'an the first time." It was the first time Bibi Dong heard someone introduce his name like this, but he found it interesting, and asked in a gentle tone as possible, "I heard that you are a twin spirit, I don't know if you can let me see." Li Chang'an nodded obediently, and then first spread his right hand, and the black pangu axe slowly emerged, then spread his left hand, and the quaint Donghuang bell also slowly appeared. To tell the truth, Li Chang'an didn't expect his martial arts spirit to be so powerful. Pangu axe, Donghuang bell, the status of these two artifacts in Chinese mythology, who does not know, who does not know? Killing him, Li Chang'an couldn't even think that his martial soul would actually be these two ancient artifacts. Although the system has marked the defective version, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but the artifact is still an artifact, this cannot be changed. With the appearance of Pangu axe and Donghuang bell, the sense of suppression on the martial arts also appeared. It is just that the ghosts and Bibi Dong present are masters of title Douluo level, and they are not afraid of it, but the surprise is no more. Inevitable. Ding, you use Wuhan to put a force in front of Bibi Dong and Gaimei, and the points are N33. Deserves to be 2 titled Douluo, the added points are dozens of dozens. You must know that when his twin spirits were displayed in the hall before, the points that those people added to him were only in the single digits. Twin spirits, and they are of very high quality. 2 spirits with different emphasis, not bad. Bibi Dong got up from the chair and nodded in satisfaction. Her two martial arts are of the same type. In contrast, Li Chang'an's two martial arts are more promising than her martial arts. Can you tell me what effect your two martial souls have? Bibi Dong continued to ask, but there was a little more excitement between the words. Enlighten the Pope, my axe is called Pangu axe, it is an attacking spirit, and this clock is called Donghuang Zhong, it is a defense spirit. Li Chang'an replied half-truth and half-fake according to the information he got in his mind. In fact, Pangu axe is indeed an attacking martial spirit, but in addition to defense, Donghuang Bell has another more terrifying ability, breaking through the air. It's just that the ability to break through the air, Li Chang'an does not intend to tell anyone for the time being, his plan is to use this ability as a killer. Bibi Dong nodded and said, one offense and one defense. Although there is no other performance, the offense and defense are at their extreme. It is also extremely scary. I don't know. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? Chapter 3, Apprentice, Hold Two Thighs. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? When Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes couldn't help but look at Bibi Dong's thigh. There was only one sentence in his mind, such a long and white one, no, it's strange that he didn't hold such a strong thigh. Now his legs are full of brains. In fact, when Li Chang'an was born in Wuhan City, he was already labeled as Wuhan Hall. There is no doubt about this. Instead of going to wash white with Tang San and the others, he would be as refreshing as Wuhan Hall. Besides, Li Chang'an felt that he might not be inferior to Tang San and the others. Disciple Li Chang'an, see the teacher. Li Chang'an didn't say he was willing or unwilling, but he went straight to the teacher apprenticeship and confirmed the teacher-student relationship as soon as possible. When the ghost next to him saw this, he couldn't help but nodded secretly. This kid can judge the situation, and his reaction speed and decisiveness are more experienced than the average person of his age. Such a refreshing apprenticeship this time gave himself a lot of points. At the same time, the ghosts also knew that their attitude towards Li Chang'an would change in the future. So far, the real personal disciple under the crown of the Pope is just one Hulina, and the others are just named disciples. As far as Li Chang'an's current situation is concerned, the future may not be able to compete with the son. Bibi Dong also nodded in satisfaction, and said softly, well, from now on, you will be my second personal disciple. I am the only one in this world who is a twin spirit, so I can teach you well. In addition, from tomorrow, you enter the Wuhan Temple Academy to study ghosts. Arrange for Li Chang'an to study with Lina and the others, and he and Lina will come to me for a class every 2 days, and this is a token to enter and leave my palace, you put it away. Bibi Dong briefly explained the matter, and then flicked his slender fingers, and a token came into Li Chang'an's hand. The token is dark black, there is nothing fancy, on both sides there is only an elegant Dong character, this is a private token belonging to Bibi Dong. The ghost on the other side also nodded and said that he knew it. Obviously Bibi Dong had left Li Chang'an to arrange for him. After the confession, Bibi Dong planned to get up and leave. After all, she is the Pope, and recently it was the critical moment of confrontation with the Palace of the Elders. There are still many things she has to do. And just at this moment, a knight suddenly entered the temple and told him that it was the Archbishop in red who had brought a child here, saying that the child's spirit was special and he wanted to ask the Pope to decide. Bibi Dong nodded naturally, and then Li Chang'an saw the Red Archbishop who said he wanted to take himself to see the Pope in the Great Hall of Awakening Spirits came in, and there was a girl next to him. This girl is wearing a shabby-looking but very clean white dress. Some stray hair covers half of her face, and it may be the cause of low self-esteem. This girl keeps her head down, making it difficult to see her looks. Under the crown of the Pope, this girl's martial arts spirit is a bit special, I would like to ask you to decide. The Red Archbishop respectfully said. Oh? Let's talk about it. Bibi Dong looked at Li Chang'an, and then said, after all, Li Chang'an has been the biggest gain in this Wuhan awakening. Is it possible that there will be someone who is more against the sky than Li Chang'an? Mu Xi, release your martial spirit. The Red Archbishop said gently. The little girl nodded, and then spread out her little hand timidly. A purple light emerged, and a purple flower appeared in everyone's field of vision. This is an unknown purple flower, but it is undeniable that the appearance of this flower is still very good, at least it gives people a very comfortable feeling. What is the function of your martial arts, do you know this? Bibi Dong asked, she had never seen such a martial arts. Teacher, Pope, my martial soul is auxiliary, help martial soul, whose name is Purple Lilac. At present, the feedback it gives me is that I can temporarily share my soul power with soul masters with weak soul power, to replenish their spirit power. The little girl lowered her head and replied timidly, her tone sometimes stuttering. Li Chang'an heard this, and a term suddenly appeared in his heart. Isn't this a power bank? The two titled Douluo, Bibi Dong and Gai Mei, were lost in thought. After about a minute, Bibi Dong said to the Archbishop in red. First arrange for her to also enter the Wuhandian Academy, and then attach the spirit ring and then take a look, and Duolanka, you prepare, tomorrow I will arrange you to be the Deputy Dean of the Wuhandian Academy. Duolanka naturally nodded with joy, saying that he must swear allegiance to the death. He knows that from now on he will be Bibi Dong's spokesperson for Wuhandian Academy. After all, before Wuhandian Academy, he has been used by some of Wuhandian, mastered by the nobles. Everything happened, Li Chang'an left the papal palace under the leadership of the ghost. Before leaving, he looked at his thigh again. Well, it was very long and white, suitable for hugs. But when passing by this girl named Mu Xi, Li Chang'an also glanced inadvertently, and found that the little girl was also handsome, especially since she had a pair of peachy eyes, which was a lot of extra points. After growing up, it is another existence that brings disaster to the country and the people. After leaving the Pope's palace, the ghost patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com encouraged, follow the Pope's crown to study. Maybe we will be colleagues in the future. Go home today and make arrangements and go to the Wuhan Hall tomorrow. The college reported that regarding your identity card and admission certificate at Wuhandian Academy, I have arranged for someone to send you home. Li Chang'an was shocked when he heard the words. It wasn't because of something else, but because he was shocked by the speed of the Wuhan Hall. He was able to investigate his ancestors' 18th generation so quickly. But fortunately, Li Chang'an is innocent, but he is not afraid of Wuhandian review. In this case, I would like to thank the adults. I don't know if the adults can tell me the name, so I can bring my parents to thank you in the future. Li Chang'an first gave a fist to thank, and then took the opportunity to ask. Gai Mei didn't expect this kid to know etiquette so much, but he was happy to make friends with such a boy, and touched Li Chang'an's head and said, "Call me Ghost under the crown of the Pope, you can also call me Ghost, just don't be grateful, you are a student under the crown of the Pope, so don't have to say so with me." Who knows? Li Chang'an shook his head, and said firmly, "Then I will call you Uncle Ghost. You can't mess with your seniority. Uncle Ghost, I will go home first, bye." After Li Chang'an greeted him, he trod away from the papal palace, leaving behind the ghosts that were still feeling. "Uncle Ghost, this is the first time I have seen a child who knows how to be polite, and knows how to climb up the bar, it's fun and interesting." Just as the ghost made an evaluation of Li Chang'an, who was trotting also grinned and thought, "This is indeed the ghost Douluo, and he did not refuse me to call him Uncle Ghost. Even if the relationship is close, it is not enough to have the teacher's thigh. This ghost Douluo is also a powerful figure in the Pope's palace. Have a good relationship." Chapter 4, I Love My Teacher. Li Chang'an's family is in hotel business, and their hotel is the largest in Wuhan City, a very formal one. "Dad, Mom, I'm back. Li Chang'an shouted carelessly as soon as he entered the door, and then sat down on the hotel sofa with Erlang's legs raised. Li Chang'an's parents are doing business calculations at the front desk. When Li Chang'an came back, Li's mother couldn't help but smiled. Her son has been this temperament since he was a child, and she has long been used to it. Chang'an is back, are you hungry? Li Chang'an shook his head and said that he was not hungry. He looked at the young waiter in the hotel without hesitation. Since he was still young, no one would think too much. Father Li suddenly raised his head and said, "How about Wuhan's awakening?" Li Chang'an's parents actually didn't support Li Chang'an to become a soul master. After all, being a soul master is too dangerous, so there is no real way to inherit the family business. Besides, they haven't seen any powerful martial arts in their family, so Father Li didn't have any expectations for Li Chang'an's martial arts awakening this time. He had already planned to comfort his son and Shang to be a rich man. When Li Chang'an was about to open his mouth to pretend, the door of the hotel was suddenly pushed open. A man wearing Wuhandian Academy costume walked in, and the man was holding a large tray in his hand. A set of dark red school uniforms of Wuhandian Academy, a school badge, an admission manual and Li Chang'an's student identity certificate. "Hello, is this Li Chang'an's house?" Li Chang'an got up from the sofa, nodded and said, "I am Li Chang'an." When the man saw Li Chang'an, his attitude was a little respectful. He had been specifically explained before he came. This is already a direct disciple under the crown of the Pope, and his status is naturally self-evident. "Hello, this is your school uniform and school supplies that Ghost Douluo asked me to send." Li Chang'an nodded, let the man leave with a thank you, and then turned his head to see the shocked parents in the hotel, and a few young ladies and sisters standing in the lobby of the hotel. The people from the Wuhandian came to deliver the items for admission in person, and their attitude was respectful. The most important thing is that Li Chang'an was admitted to the Wuhandian Academy. Wuhandian Academy, that's the #1 Wuhandian Academy in the mainland. At the level of his own son, can he be admitted to Wuhandian Academy? Li Chang'an's eyes were bent into a crescent, and his head proudly raised his head and said, "Ahem, now I officially announce it. I, Li Chang'an, not only was admitted to Wuhandian Academy, but also accepted as a direct disciple by the Pope." There are not many words from Li Chang'an, but each of these few words is like a bomb, which directly blows up Li's father and Li's mother and the group of little girls. The legendary disciple under the crown of the Pope, how could he be this kid? But then Li's father's eyes became more gratified. If his son became a disciple under the crown of the Pope, many things would be good, such as his son's future, such as the family's business. Li Chang'an spent a long time playing with his parents and waiters outside, and after calming his parents to calm down his mind, he stood up to the 6th floor. There is a room of his own, which is also the best in the entire hotel's room. Lying on the comfortable big bed, Li Chang'an had the time to check his system. Introduction to the system of the strongest person showing the sage. As long as you succeed in showing the sage, you can get points rewards, and the points can be used to redeem items in the redemption bar. Note, the sages are divided into general sages and task sages can get corresponding task rewards. After reading this brief introduction, Li Chang'an has a bottom line in his heart. Isn't it just that the more you pretend, the stronger? But pretending to be true is really a technical job. For example, if his current strength is in terms of soul power, he can't pretend to be forceful in front of the soul, but if he reveals that he is a twin martial soul in front of that soul, so sure, you can pretend to be successful. It seems that pretending to be forceful is also very tired. He used to think it would be tired to play with it. Then Li Chang'an looked at the points column, where there were already 1,347 points. These are the points that Li Chang'an got when he revealed the twin martial arts fashion to succeed today. In the exchange column, Li Chang'an checked the items he can exchange now. Soul Power Fruit, Elementary, which can increase soul power by 100 points, which requires 100 points. No upper limit, unlimited consumption. Spirit ring fruit, elementary, which can increase the life of the spirit ring by 100 years, and requires 1000 points. No upper limit, unlimited consumption. Follow-up items, please look forward to it. Li Chang'an. But even if only 2 items can be exchanged, Li Chang'an is already very satisfied. The effects of these 2 fruits are all against the sky. For example, the spirit power fruit can increase 100 points of spirit power by taking it, and in his character panel, if he wants to upgrade to level 11, besides the lack of a spirit ring, he is almost 100 points of spirit power. In other words, as long as he has enough points, enough spirit ring, and no cultivation at all, he can reach title Douluo within a day. But I just think about this, because the soul power needed to reach titled Douluo is estimated to need billions to start. Yu reading www.yu. He didn't even know that he could one day not. What's more, he still needs points to redeem spirit ring fruit and improve the quality of spirit ring. But the price of the spirit ring fruit is really expensive. It only takes 100 years to increase the life of the spirit ring, so it needs so many points, but this also breaks the limit that the spirit ring cannot be upgraded. Next, let's see when to get the first spirit ring. Li Chang'an waved his small fist on the bed, feeling a little excited, and his character panel also hinted at the upper limit of his first spirit ring. His current physical strength can absorb a 900-year-old spirit ring at most. And as his body strength increases and his points increase in the future, Li Chang'an may not be able to get him the first spirit ring for 100,000 years. After checking the system, Li Chang'an was lying on the bed with his hands resting on his head. He couldn't help but think of Bibi Dong. He knew Bibi Dong was a big beauty before crossing. But after seeing the real person today, Li Chang'an felt that Bibi Dong's beauty is no longer in words. Of it. Well, I love my teacher. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an immediately got up from the bed, went downstairs and ran to the hotel kitchen. Uncle Wang, how about the biscuits I asked you to study 3 months ago? If you return to the sun, the taste and color are already perfect. Chef Wang replied respectfully. Okay, then you personally point me to me today, I want to make a cookie for my teacher. Li Chang'an nodded. The sun gave me Lao Wang to make a copy for you. Why do you do it yourself? Uncle Wang didn't understand this operation. Li Chang'an smiled and shook his head. Uncle Wang, you don't understand. Only by doing it myself can I express my deep love for the teacher. Chapter 5, School starts. The day after the martial soul awakens. Today is the day when the Wuhandian Academy recruits new students. All the children who were selected in the Wuhan Awakening yesterday, as well as the children who have already reserved places in other cities, will go to school on this day, and will be conducted in the first Soul Master Academy in the mainland. Learn. Wuhandian Academy can be said to be the largest building in Wuhan City, but it is not located in the center, but in the southwest of Wuhandian. The architectural style of Wuhandian Academy generally follows the aristocratic style. Every teaching building and every building looks exquisite, and the green area is also ridiculously high. In addition, the teaching environment of Wuhandian Academy is even more blessed. You can find almost all kinds of Wuhan simulated ecological cultivation environments here, and the teaching teachers are all powerful in Wuhandian, and you even occasionally encounter them. Titled Douluo's boss came to give the lecture. Li Chang'an was reporting today by himself. Looking at the majestic gate, about 50 meters high, Li Chang'an couldn't help but give birth to a kind of pride. Here is where he started to pick up girls. After handing the reception staff their own student card at the door, the reception staff immediately changed their expressions. This sign represents not only the Wuhandian students, but also the identity of this student, an elite class. The elite class is the most outstanding class in Wuhandian Academy. There are only a dozen students, but the people who were recruited into the elite class from the age of 6, except for the direct disciple under the crown of the Pope, he never listened to it. Anyone. However, the receptionist immediately thought of the rumors when Wuhan awakened yesterday. He looked at this cute and handsome boy. The receptionist already understood something, and said to Li Chang'an in a gentle tone, "Little brother, come with me. You go to your class." Li Chang'an naturally smiled and nodded, sweetly said thank you Miss Sister, and then followed. After stepping into the campus, Li Chang'an felt the vitality much stronger than outside, and the surrounding trees were neat and tidy, giving people a feeling of relaxation and joy. At a glance, you can see a huge square. On the square is an angel statue about 50 meters high. In front of the statue is a huge fountain. Centered on the statue, there are many buildings on the left and right sides. On the left is the teaching area of the college, which includes various grades, as well as various areas such as the simulated training environment and the martial arts field. On the right is the living area, cafeteria, dormitory, including some shops. With the introduction of this person, Li Chang'an gradually became clear about Wuhandian Academy. I have to say that Wuhandian Academy is very satisfying and shocking both in terms of layout and environment. It can be regarded as the ideal palace in the mind of the soul master. The receptionist led Li Chang'an to a 3-story teaching building, and then knocked on the door of a large classroom on the first floor. After a while, a delicate-faced female teacher of about 30 years old came out, but the female teacher's aura is also quite strong. The host then respectfully reported the situation of Li Chang'an to the female teacher, and the female teacher looked at Li Chang'an in surprise. Then she was surprised by the appearance of the little boy. She had never seen such a delicate little boy before, and Li Chang'an took the opportunity to hug a gentle smile, and the female teacher couldn't help but smile a little. "Well, you go back, I will take him into the class," the female teacher said to the receptionist. The receptionist naturally nodded respectfully, then smiled at Li Chang'an and left. "This boy will never be able to reach him in the future." The female teacher looked at Li Chang'an with a smile, and squatted down and said, "Hello, I am the head teacher of the elite class. My name is Kui Yongqin. You can call me Teacher Kui." "Hello, Teacher Kui, my name is Li Chang'an, I wish you that Chang'an from Chang'an for the first time." Li Chang'an introduced as always. "Li Chang'an, a very interesting name, let's go, follow me into the classroom first." Kui Yongqin walked into the classroom first, and then motioned Li Chang'an to follow. As soon as he entered the classroom door, Li Chang'an had already seen the whole picture of the classroom. It was not because the classroom was not big enough, but because there were too few people. At a glance, the number of students is only 10, of which there are only 4 girls, and the remaining 6 are boys, and they seem to be at least 2 or 3 years older than Li Chang'an, and even a few years old. Bigger. But this is not the point is that in this classroom, Li Chang'an found 2 very beautiful girls. One of the beautiful girls is sitting in the middle of the classroom. Her hair is chestnut, and it is not particularly long. It hangs down to the shoulders and is slightly curved. At first glance, this girl is not the kind of stunning beauty, but if you look carefully, you will find the kind of charm she wears, and there is a saying that the development of this girl is quite good. Another beautiful girl is sitting in the corner of the classroom. She is dressed in neat white clothes and has short light blonde hair. Her face looks at least like Bibi Dong, but she feels isolated from the world. As for the arrival of Li Chang'an, the students in the elite class were more surprised. It is not difficult for them to see that Li Chang'an is a new student, but how could it be possible to enter the elite class directly at the age of 6? This is not in line with common sense. So except for the girl in the corner, the other students are all looking at Li Chang'an. Some are surprised, some are provocative, some are jealous. Among them, Hulina alone is not surprised, because she was informed yesterday that today she will take Li Chang'an, a new student of their elite class, to the teacher's class. But when he saw Li Chang'an, Hulina was still very happy. Her future junior brother is still very cute and handsome. I really want to squeeze his face. Kui Yongqin clapped his hands and said to everyone, "This is a new student in our class and a freshman this year. He will study with everyone in our class in the future. I hope you can take care of your new classmates a lot." As the head teacher of the elite class, Kui Yongqin is still quite capable. At least no one will provoke her in a short period of time. Li Chang'an, let me give you a brief introduction to our elite class academy. This is Hulina, this is Ziyu, this is Yan, this is... The last one is Qianrongxiu. Kui Yongqin first pointed to the first beauty Li Chang'an paid attention to, and the last one referred to the girl in the corner, basically matching everything Li Chang'an thought in his heart. "Hello, seniors and sisters, my name is Li Chang'an, please take care of me." Oh, he is that Li Chang'an, everyone immediately understood. Papal Palace. Bibi Dong put down her official duties, stretched out her beautiful body, and showed a headache on her delicate face. The pressure on her from the Hall of the Elders is too great. She seems to have a long way to go before she wants to master the Hall of Martial Spirits. Under the crown of the Pope, there are things that your students gave you. The maid who had been waiting at this time saw that Bibi Dong was busy, so she spoke. Actually, the thing was delivered early in the morning, but Bibi Dong was busy with official business, and the maid didn't dare to interrupt it all morning. "Oh, did Nana send it?" Bibi Dong curiously asked, saying to the student, she subconsciously thought of Hulina. "No, it's the new disciple you received yesterday." "Really? Take it over and let me have a look." Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes were full of curiosity, and he couldn't help but think of the cute little boy who came in the temple yesterday. Chapter 6, 2 Lunches. The maid quickly took a paper box in, and then slowly opened it in front of Bibi Dong. "I saw 7 or 8 earth yellow round objects lying neatly in this carton, and there were some black sesame seeds on these objects. Of course, the appearance of these objects was not flattering." The maid said, "Under the crown of the Pope, your disciple said that this is a meal he made by himself, named biscuits, specially used to honor you." Biscuit. Bibi Dong, but it was the first time he heard about this kind of food, and when he looked at the crooked things, his pretty face couldn't help showing a smile. She can imagine the difficulty of making biscuits for the small body of Li Chang'an, as well as the seriousness of this child. How long has it been? How long hasn't she been cared for like this? Bibi Dong used her slender fingers to take a biscuit from the box and put it to her small mouth, then took a bite slowly, and enjoyed it with her beautiful eyes closed. The taste is really good. Well, let's put down this box of biscuits. Bibi Dong closed his eyes and calmly said to the maid. Yes. The maid nodded respectfully. She knew that under the crown of the Pope, she meant to eat all the biscuits, so it seemed that this disciple was still liked by the crown of the Pope. Wuhandian Academy, Elite Class. The teaching of the elite class is not step-by-step, but is more based on the actual situation of each student. Of course, in the first 3 years of the elite class, the morning has always been a public knowledge class. In this class, the teachers will explain the use of martial arts, the types of soul beasts, the history of the mainland, and so on. In the afternoon, it will be the corresponding training and martial arts guidance time. And Li Chang'an is now listening to the teacher with relish, and the pen in his hand will rotate twice from time to time, completely ignoring the eyes that fall on him. After all, he is a direct disciple of the Pope, and he is also the owner of the twin martial arts. The combination of these two identities in the elite class is also an unattainable existence. Although someone may challenge him in the future, Li Chang'an will not be provoked for the time being until the classmates figure out his temper. And Li Chang'an also found that the content of the teacher's lectures is not boring, and the pace is not particularly fast. At least compared with the test-oriented education he received in his previous life, This kind of lecture speed can be said to be pediatrics. Therefore, Li Chang'an had nothing to do. He glanced at the senior sister Hulina while listening to the class, and then nodded secretly. Hulina looks about 10 years old and has a very good body. In a few years, he will definitely be a seductive little fairy. After looking at Hulina a few times, Li Chang'an quietly turned his head to look at Qian Rongxiu, and then nodded secretly. This is also a beauty, but not the kind of charming beauty, but the kind of iceberg beauty. And if Li Chang'an expected it well, at most 2 or 3 years, Qian Rongxiu will go to the Tiandu Empire to have a civet cat for the prince. Hey, a frustrated woman. This morning's class was over with Li Chang'an looking at the east and west, and his thoughts were overwhelming. The next step was lunchtime. After a short break after lunch, it is the afternoon class, so no matter how far away, the students of Wuhandian Academy eat at school. And what makes Li Chang'an most gratified is that the academy's meals are free, and no copper soul coin is required. Not only that, the meals are also very nutritious and of good quality. This is the confidence of the Wuhandian Academy, this is the pride of the #1 academy in the world. Li Chang'an was eating the fragrant food alone, and gave Wuhandian Academy a big like in his heart. At this moment, Li Chang'an suddenly found that a thin and familiar figure was sitting on a table not far from him. Who is this Muxi that Li Chang'an met yesterday? Li Chang'an had planned to take a look at it, but then he thought of the peach eyes that he saw when he passed by Mu department yesterday. Li Chang'an suddenly changed his attention. Aquaman, we will start to raise fish from now on. Carrying his own food, Li Chang'an walked to Mu Xi's table carelessly, and then sat down directly. The sudden arrival of Li Chang'an shocked Mu Xi, who was bowing his head to eat, and saw that the other party raised his head slightly, took a look at Li Chang'an, and then ate it timidly. She is an orphan. By chance, it is a great thing to be able to enter the Wuhan Temple Academy because of the martial spirit. Naturally, she doesn't want to compare with Li Chang'an, the proud man of heaven. But who knows that Mu Xi wants to hide, but Li Chang'an wants to lean on. Come here, you see that all you eat are vegetarian dishes, which are too nutritious. Come and chicken drumsticks. Li Chang'an said, putting his own chicken legs in a bowl for Mu Xi, looking self-cooked. Thanks, I won't eat. Mu Xi still lowered her head, half hidden her face, and said weakly. Li Chang'an smirked, then shook his head, somehow we met yesterday. Do you look down on me if you don't eat? Mu Xi hurriedly waved his hands, no, it's not. Then you eat it. Okay, thank you. Mu Xi is just a 6-year-old girl. The old fried dough sticks like Li Chang'an, who had played with Li Chang'an, had to lower her head without saying a word, and slowly began to nibble. Li Chang'an didn't plan to do too much today. All he had to do was get to know Mu Xi. That's all. So after eating, he patted his and left. Even his dishes and chopsticks were left to Mu Xi. This little girl took it. You reading www.yunsha.com. After lunch, Li Chang'an had nowhere to go, and there was still some time before class, so he simply went to the academy. I have to say that Wuhandian Academy can be regarded as a comprehensive academy in a sense. It covers 2 types of junior and advanced Soul Master academies, so on campus you can see children as well. 20-year-old boy. Even Li Chang'an caused many senior elder sisters to look back frequently because he was too handsome, which made him very distressed. Li Chang'an. Just when Li Chang'an was worried about his appearance, a more charming voice suddenly came from behind. He turned around and saw that Hulina, who was in a red school uniform and stepped on small leather boots, walked over from behind. Hulina is a naturally charming kind of woman, so even if she is wearing a school uniform, her own charming aura is hard to conceal. In addition, she is a few years older than Li Chang'an, and she is also full of energetic girlish atmosphere. Senior sister. Li Chang'an relied on his young age and sweetly yelled to senior sister, and his eyes were very beautiful with a smile, which made Hulina want to pinch his face. "How are you, brother, have you eaten?" "I did not eat. Senior sister invited you to eat, but I didn't eat either." Hulina shook her hair lightly and asked in a gentle and charming voice. When Li Chang'an heard this, he nodded without thinking. "No, sister, I haven't found where the cafeteria is. My stomach is almost starving. Let's go, let's have dinner together." Hulina just wanted to have a relationship with this little junior, and invited her. "Okay, thank you sister." Li Chang'an nodded at Hulina with an innocent look. Chapter 7, Classmates, do you want to laugh more? The lunch between Hulina and Li Chang'an was very enjoyable. My dear sister Hulina gave Li Chang'an chicken legs, while Hai Wang Li Chang'an pretended to be delicious while teasing his sister. As a sea king who has passed through the era of the Big Bang of confidence, Li Chang'an's skill in making girls is not too high. He can pick up almost anything Hulina says, and happily go down. For example, the following dialogue. "Little brother, are you really a twin martial soul?" "Well, sister, what is your martial arts spirit?" "My martial soul, it's a beast martial soul, a fox." "Wow, fox, I have liked foxes since I was a child, so I really want to see the appearance of the senior sister Wuhan after possessing her body." "Haha, well, you will see it sooner or later, you are so handsome and talented, the teacher, she will definitely like you very much in the future." "Why, sister, in my heart, you have always been my prettiest sister, not to mention the teacher is the teacher of the two of us, I will always respect the teacher and sister you in the future." If you don't need to be too tall, Li Chang'an just unintentionally highlighted Hulina's excellence, and incidentally molested Hulina's martial arts spirit. Aquaman, start from a young age. Hulina had something to do after eating, reminding Li Chang'an to wait for herself to go to the Pope's palace after school. Hulina and Li Chang'an separated at the entrance of the restaurant. While Li Chang'an was about to continue visiting the college, he suddenly saw a thin figure not far away. That figure was walking alone for an endless walk, not Jian Rongxiu, and who was it? Li Chang'an couldn't help but touched his little face, and sighed. This is really unstoppable if luck came. If he gave Bibi Dong the biscuits in the morning, he had already indirectly teased 4 beauties today. And this 4th place is right in front of you. Student Jian Rongxiu, why are you here? Li Chang'an trod a few steps, and soon caught up with Jian Rongxiu, asking with a familiar face. Jian Rongxiu glanced at Li Chang'an with cold eyes, and then walked forward on her own, without the slightest intention to speak. Her identity has always been hidden in the academy, and coupled with the living environment since childhood, it has caused Jian Rongxiu to be so temperamental now. She doesn't want to talk to anyone, only in front of her grandfather will she reveal her true self. And Jian Rongxiu is currently undergoing camouflage training. It is said that the woman wants to arrange for herself to replace the Prince Shui Qinghe of the Heaven Dou Empire. Jian Rongxiu has no objection to this. It may be a good choice to leave this place. Hey, classmate Jian Rongxiu, how can you do this? You have to laugh often. Li Chang'an walked to Jian Rongxiu cheeky, and said like a small adult with his back on his back. Of course he knew the reason for Jian Rongxiu's temperament, but Li Chang'an still chose to talk cheeky. She would talk to herself for 2 days if she ignored herself. One day Jian Rongxiu would talk to herself. Hey, boring. Jian Rongxiu's cold and clear voice sounded, and she also made a horizontal push. Although it didn't take much effort, her spirit power was not comparable to Li Chang'an now. But who knows that Li Chang'an's response was even more shameless. He didn't run Wuhan. Li Chang'an also stretched out his right hand and made a blocking action, but his right hand happened to grab Jian Rongxiu and push it horizontally. Coming left hand. After grasping Jian Rongxiu's left hand, Li Chang'an was not repelled by Jian Rongxiu's strength, but stood in place like an old tree with roots, holding Qian Rongxiu's left hand with his right hand in the air. After all, the strength of Li Chang'an's body was determined by the system to absorb the 900-year spirit ring, but it was not something Qian Rongxiu could push away with such a random push, so he also took the opportunity to touch Qian Rongxiu's little hand. Don't say it, this hand is really slippery and soft. I don't know how such a small hand would feel if it were mine. You let go. Qian Rongxiu blushed and looked at Li Chang'an angrily. It was the first time she was touched by the opposite sex, so she was naturally very uncomfortable. But when she wanted to withdraw her little hand, she found that she was not as strong as this guy without releasing her martial soul, so Qian Rongxiu had to beg for mercy. Okay, but classmates, if you see me chatting with you in the future, you have to answer me. Li Chang'an let go of Qian Rongxiu's little hand very generously, and said with a smirk. Different attitudes and methods should be used to treat different women. This is the necessary skill for a good Neptune. For example, for Bibi Dong, he chose to moisturize things silently, for Hulina, he used to tease and praise, and for Qian Rongxiu's temperament, Li Chang'an chose this method. I won't see you again. The blush on Qian Rongxiu's face hadn't completely disappeared, but her temper was not small at all. She gave Li Chang'an a cold stare and left quickly. She decided not to come here again for a walk. The afternoon class was held outside the classroom, and what surprised Li Chang'an most was that there were 11 teachers in the class, and all of them were not weak. That's right, this is the treatment of the elite classes of Wuhandian Academy. They have always been one-on-one for training classes, and the teachers are all starting with the strength of the Soul Emperor. The teacher who taught Li Chang'an today is no one else, but Li Chang'an's head teacher, Kui Yongqin. Chang'an, come, sit down first. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Kui Yongqin pointed to the lawn opposite her, and gently said to Li Chang'an, for such a good-looking little boy, she couldn't get angry even if she wanted to be angry. Li Chang'an naturally said thank you teacher, and then sat down cross-legged, with a pure and lovely face on his small face. And his appearance just happened to be seen by Qian Rongxiu not far away, so classmate Qian Rongxiu chuckled in his heart. Who would have thought that Li Chang'an was still a stubborn little boy a few minutes ago? Chang'an, your martial spirit is a twin martial spirit, one is an axe, the other is a clock, the axe is the main attack, the clock is the main defense, am I right? Kui Yongqin sat casually on the lawn, staring at Li Chang'an and asked. Li Chang'an nodded, there is nothing to deny about this, his martial arts suddenly appeared when he awakened, and he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to hide. Hey! No way, the genius is so distressed and helpless. The advice given by the teacher here is to major in your axe first. As for your other martial arts spirit, I don't recommend you to practice now. This is also the arrangement of the Pope. You must know that if you can become titled Douluo one day in the future, then you can attach a spirit ring to your clock at that time, and then your Zhongwuhan will start with the 10,000-year spirit ring as a base for your future. Very good. Kui Yongqin gave his advice very sincerely, and this advice is also the most suitable for twin spirit masters, so these words can be regarded as true. Li Chang'an heard the words, first showed a suddenly realized and surprised expression, and then nodded repeatedly, thanking Kui Yongqin for his advice. No way, he can't say that even if he has a spirit ring attached now, he can still upgrade the spirit ring in the future, so he can only nod his head and say yes. Chapter 8, so embarrassing. Well, now you release your Pangu Axe martial spirit, I need to specifically test the quality and power of your martial spirit. After Kui Yongqin briefly explained Li Chang'an about the additional spirit ring, he said today's business. Although there are rumors that Li Chang'an's martial arts spirit is extraordinary, it requires specific criteria for judging to what extent it is specific. And Kui Yongqin's task today is to specifically test the power of Li Chang'an's two martial arts, and to record them, and finally classify them in the top secret archives of the Martial Arts Hall. Li Chang'an got up from the grass, spread his right hand, and then a pitch-black axe slowly appeared. The axe is obviously a rougher thing, but Li Chang'an's Pangu axe is not like that. Li Chang'an's Pangu axe looks particularly comfortable, giving people a feeling of being mixed with nature, and it also reveals simplicity and domineering beauty everywhere. Luxurious but unassuming, sharp but not high profile, this is the feeling Pangu axe gives Kui Yongqin at this time. With the appearance of Li Chang'an's Wuhan, the students in the nearby elite class couldn't help but feel a heavy sense of pressure. This pressure was like a stone pressing on their chests, making them feel a little dull. But there are also a few classmates who have full of fighting spirit in their eyes, such as Yan and Xiaoyu. They are all elites in the elite class, and they are 3 or 4 years older than Li Chang'an. It is when the newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The stronger Li Chang'an is, the more they can inspire their fighting spirit. Looking at Li Chang'an's Pangu axe, Kui Yongqin nodded secretly. The eyes of the Pope are indeed harsh, and such a martial soul is indeed qualified to be a disciple of the Pope. Now, you use your Pangu axe to attack me, go all out, don't keep your hands. Kui Yongqin also got up from the ground and said faintly behind his back with one hand. She is now a powerful soul emperor. No matter how powerful Li Chang'an's spirit is, it is still a spirit without a spirit ring. Kui Yongqin naturally does not need to release his spirit to resist. Teacher, please enlighten me. Li Chang'an said with a little serious face, folded his hands together, and held the axe handle tightly. Pangu axe is still very big, at least Li Chang'an is a little uncoordinated in his hand, but even so, the seriousness of Li Chang'an still makes Kui Yongqin a little admired. After all, it is still rare to find a young man with such a temperament at the age of Li Chang'an. Drink! Li Chang'an's feet slammed on the ground in an explosive manner, and then his thin figure rushed towards Kui Yongqin carrying the Pangu axe, and raised his hands, making a slashing movement. There is no way, Li Chang'an doesn't have any axe, and doesn't know how to use force, so he can only chop so stupidly. Kui Yongqin did not back down when she saw this. She was originally going to test Li Chang'an's martial arts strength, and Li Chang'an would not hurt her. I saw faint white spirit power fluctuations and flickers around Kui Yongqin, and then a circular barrier condensed by spirit power slowly appeared, just blocking Kui Yongqin's body. This is a spirit power barrier randomly arranged by Kui Yongqin. It is not particularly strong. It can block a spirit master of around 20th level at most, but it is sufficient for Kui Yongqin to block Li Chang'an's attacks. In fact, the other teachers and students in the elite class have temporarily put aside the things at hand, and more or less turned their attention to Li Chang'an. Among them, Hulina's eyes were full of curiosity, while the boys like Yan and the others were eager to try. Classmate Jian Rongxiu only snorted in his heart, becoming an apprentice. Pangu axe's axe blade slashed onto the white spirit shield, and then ripples appeared, and a buzzing sound came from the air. Kui Yongqin still has one hand behind his back, and the other hand controls the spirit shield, with a calm look. And Li Chang'an was holding the Pangu axe in both hands and gasping for breath. Just now he couldn't help injecting his own spirit power into the Pangu axe when he attacked, and the Pangu axe suddenly emptied all the spirit power in his body. That's right, it was all soul power, there was not a little left. Li Chang'an was directly squeezed dry by Pangu axe, and the whole person became a little imaginary. But even so, Li Chang'an found that Kui Yongqin's spirit shield was not moving, and there was no trace of broken. He couldn't help but admire him. The teacher is indeed a teacher, he is still too tender. But at this moment, the system prompt sound came. Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Kui Yongqin, points plus 13. Li Chang'an? Although Li Chang'an was a little dazed, what he didn't notice was that the hand behind Kui Yongqin had been trembling slightly. At that moment, Kui Yongqin re-injected a large wave of soul power into the soul power shield, which kept the soul. The force shield is not broken, and it doesn't lose face. But what Kui Yongqin can be sure of is that the sudden power that Li Chang'an had just injected all his soul power into the Pangu axe was absolutely not trivial, at least it could break through the defense of the 20th level spirit master. After all, I'm so big. Cough cough, very good, Chang'an, now you take a break for the incense stick, then release your Donghuang bell, and try your defense. Kui Yongqin coughed, concealed his embarrassment, and took Li Chang'an away. He pulled back with a dazed look. Li Chang'an also took the opportunity to close the Pangu axe, then sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to work hard to recover his spirit power. After using the Pangu axe, I still have to relax a little bit. This thing is a bottomless pit and can't be fed at all. He should save more energy to feed the fish in his sea. The time for an incense stick quickly passed. After Li Chang'an woke up from meditation, he saw Xiaoyu already standing opposite him. This time Ziyu will test your defense against the Eastern Emperor Bell. Ziyu has just been promoted to the Great Soul Master a few days ago. It is enough to test you. Kui Yongqin said from the side at this time. Ziyu also nodded at Li Chang'an and said, "You don't need to be nervous, I will take some strength." Kui Yongqin thought of the power of Li Chang'an's Pangu axe, and wanted to tell Xiaoyu that you should do your best, but thinking of Xiaoyu's self-esteem, Kui Yongqin still did not speak. Li Chang'an has no bad images of this future eldest brother. After all, this is Hu Lina's own brother, but one of them follows his father's surname and the other follows his mother's surname. "Thank you, senior, I'm ready." Li Chang'an nodded gently, then spread out his left hand. The simple and perfect Donghuang bell appeared in his hand, and then saw the Donghuang bell start to grow rapidly after leaving his palm, and became somewhat empty. Soon the translucent Donghuang bell was firmly covered Li Chang'an's body, perfectly protecting Li Chang'an's whole body, but because the Donghuang bell was already transparent at this time, Li Chang'an didn't seem to be in the bell. On the contrary, it was like a bell-shaped transparent protective cover outside him. Ziyu saw it, and released his own two scimitar-like moon blades, and two yellow spirit rings regularly surrounded him. "Be careful!" Xiaoyu jumped up halfway directly, and then two moon blades flashed in the air with after-images, and directly landed on Li Chang'an's East Emperor bell. "Okay?" "Nothing happened, okay, all soul power output." Ziyu saw no movement at all, and his reaction was very quick. For the sake of face, he immediately turned into a full shot. I saw the Donghuang bell buzzing, and then there was no more. Xiaoyu, I'm so embarrassed. Chapter 9, I always feel that the younger brother is competing with me. Embarrassment, silence, needle fall can be heard. This is the state of the environment where the elite class students are now, and the expression on Ziyu's face is even more exciting, similar to constipation. Ding, you pretend to succeed in front of Xiaoyu, points +3. Ding, you pretend to succeed in front of Yan, and the points are +3. Ding, you are. Li Chang'an, I didn't do anything, I really didn't want to pretend to be forceful. Although Li Chang'an is a little speechless, he can't save his brother's face, so his reaction is almost to the extreme. I saw that Li Chang'an's Donghuang Wuhan was quickly retracted, and then Li Chang'an took a few steps back, looking at Xiaoyu with shocked eyes. The 50% of the senior is so powerful, my Wuhan did not consciously take it back. Went. Ziyu was choked by Li Chang'an's words, and she didn't know how to speak for a while. After all, he was also the first time he saw such a cheeky person. You must know that none of the people present are fools. His spirit power fluctuated so obviously just now. Who doesn't know that he has used his full strength? His face is completely lost. The afternoon class ended in this awkward atmosphere, but whether it was Xiaoyu or anyone else, it had a preliminary image of Li Chang'an's strength. Twin martial souls, terrifying. Of course, Xiaoyu didn't think she couldn't beat Li Chang'an. After all, his two spirit abilities had not been released yet, this time it was just a pure martial spirit collision. The afternoon class time was not particularly long. After the class, Li Chang'an was called by Hulina, and the two of them walked towards the Papal Palace together. Wuhandian Academy is not too far away from the Pope's Hall. In addition, both of them are spirit masters, so it doesn't take much effort to walk over, but on the way, Hulina gave the little brother a compliment. "Little junior brother, you almost didn't let my brother come to the stage this time, what do you think?" Hulina's eyes seemed to catch people, and he looked at Li Chang'an with a bit of teasing. How could Li Chang'an be embarrassed by this situation, still speaking in a harmless manner, and said, "Sister, you have wronged me. I didn't know my martial spirit was so powerful before this. Furthermore, the more powerful your junior brother in my martial arts, the better you can protect senior sister in the future." Hulina heard this, her small face was also slightly hot, and she knotted Li Chang'an's forehead with her fingers, trying her best to speak in an adult's tone. "You are a big little devil, where do you need your protection? Senior sister will protect you in the future. Okay, let's go quickly. The teacher will be angry if you are late." Li Chang'an felt the girlish aura from Hulina at close range, and then took the opportunity to glance at Hulina when Hulina nodded his forehead, and his heart became more determined to take Hulina, the little fox. Both of them have tokens given by Bibi Dong, so it is not difficult to enter the Pope's palace. After entering, Hulina took Li Chang'an directly to the area where Bibi Dong lived in daily life, and introduced Li Chang'an as he walked. Usually when there is a business deal, the teacher will appear in the hall, and usually go to the place where the teacher lives. Li Chang'an listened silently, while silently looking at the surrounding environment. After passing through the hall, they first passed a large courtyard, and then walked to a place similar to a living room. The decoration of this living room is not very atmospheric, but a little warm feeling, and it is not particularly tidy, it has a home taste. As soon as Hulina and Li Chang'an stepped into the living room door, Bibi Dong walked down from the second floor. Obviously, all the troubles here are under her control. Today, Bibi Dong did not wear that gorgeous Pope's uniform, but instead wore a lavender skirt with loose hair scattered behind him, but the exquisite face and proud body still made Li Chang'an a little short of breath. This Pope seems to be even more beautiful. "Chang'an, Lina, sit down first." Bibi Dong sat on a chair casually, and then pointed to the seats in front of her. "Thank you, teacher." Li Chang'an and Hulina said thank you in unison, and then they sat down properly. There is no way, the Pope's Majesty is so majestic, they will be more respectful unconsciously, even Hulina is no exception. In fact, many courses and contents will be taught to you by teachers in the academy. I will not tell you too much here. What I will mainly teach you here is the use of martial arts and the experience of cultivation so that you can follow along. More open. Bibi Dong said this to Li Chang'an. As a titled Douluo, a genius with twin martial arts, Bibi Dong's cultivation experience and cultivation methods are unique. These things are something that Li Chang'an and the others could not learn in the academy. Li Chang'an nodded his head with a serious face, as if he was sitting upright. Bibi Dong couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. "Chang'an, you don't actually need to be so disciplined. You two are my personal disciples, so you have to slowly adapt to this relationship." When she said this, Bibi Dong's expression was very gentle. At this time, she was not the Pope, but an ordinary teacher. Li Chang'an heard the words, first looked at Hulina, then at Bibi Dong. Then he sat a little casually, and said in his mouth, "Teacher, you are so kind." You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. By the way, teacher, how did you eat today's biscuits? Although Bibi Dong was a little surprised at Li Chang'an's self-cooking, he immediately thought of the crooked biscuits this morning, and couldn't help showing a relieved smile. "You have a heart, it is delicious, the teacher likes it very much." Li Chang'an was overjoyed, this first step is right. "Teacher, you like it? My disciple has also studied a new kind of pastry, called bread, which I will bring to you tomorrow to taste. Bibi Dong heard this, and said in a slightly serious tone, I take your mind, but your top priority now is to cultivate as soon as possible, and don't waste your talent. Although Bibi Dong's words are admonishing, but her expression is not a bit angry, she is still so gentle. After all, Li Chang'an is also kind, she just urges her from the perspective of the teacher. Okay, teacher, don't worry, I will study hard and make progress every day. Li Chang'an patted his chest and promised, but in his heart he was planning what cake to make tomorrow morning. After all, he is a good student who loves his teacher. By the way, my martial arts soul should have a spirit ring attached. Are you free these days? I would like to ask you to take me to hunt the soul beast. Li Chang'an took the opportunity to ask. He is really just for the spirit ring, not for being alone with the teacher. Bibi Dong thought for a while, and then nodded directly, okay, then it should be sooner rather than later. Tomorrow you will wait for me directly at the entrance of the Pope's palace, and I will take you to hunt the soul beast. Seeing that the teacher talked so much with Li Chang'an, and also agreed to take Li Chang'an to hunt the soul beasts, Lina, who was completely speechless next to her, felt a little sour. She always felt that the younger brother was fighting with me. Chapter 10, The First Date Out with the Teacher. Li Chang'an left home early the next morning, carrying a small package in his hand, which contained the cake he made for Bibi Dong himself. In addition, he also had a storage soul in his hand. The guide, which contains some necessities for going out and some picnic tableware. This storage soul guide was bought by Li Chang'an's father for a big price, but even so, the storage space of this soul guide is not particularly large, it is just enough. If you want to buy some better storage soul guides, it is actually more convenient to buy them in the Soul Master Circle. Li Chang'an's family used to be ordinary people, even if there is money, it is not so easy to get through. When trot to the vicinity of the Pope's palace, Li Chang'an saw Bibi Dong standing there, and his small eyes lit up again instantly. Today Bibi Dong is wearing white casual clothes. His hair is tied in a ponytail for convenience. It looks very neat and generous, and even ordinary white casual clothes are very good to highlight Bibi Dong's tall and attractive figure. Some of Li Chang'an's eyes were straightened. Teacher can really control any style. Good morning, teacher. Bibi Dong saw Li Chang'an running over in sweat, and smiled a little bit dozingly, touched Li Chang'an's head, and said in a calm tone, Don't worry, I have pushed the things on hand for the past 2 days. It's enough. Help you find a suitable spirit ring. Thank you, teacher, this is the cake I made, would you try it? Li Chang'an opened the package as he said, an ugly little cake appeared in Bibi Dong's field of vision, making Bibi Dong a little startled. Is this a cake? Chang'an, you don't need to make these things for me in the future. I understand your kindness. You study hard is to give the teacher the greatest return. Bibi Dong said, still stretched out the white jade scallion fingers to pick up the cake, smiled speechlessly, and then opened his small mouth to take a bite, which is considered to be a face to Li Chang'an. But when Bibi Dong was about to put down the cake, the taste buds on her tongue suddenly moved her. This thing is so delicious. Thinking like this, Bibi Dong simply took another bite, and then quickly and elegantly solved the small cake, giving Li Chang'an an admiring look. Not to mention how high this disciple's talent is, Bibi Dong's filial piety and craftsmanship alone are no one else in Bibi Dong's eyes. She really accepted a good disciple this time. At this moment, Li Chang'an suddenly said, Teacher, there is still a little cake crumbs around your mouth. Bibi Dong suddenly became a little embarrassed, and immediately put out a small tongue to fill the corners of his mouth, and then coughed, and said to Li Chang'an, Okay, let's set off in Chang'an. Teacher, shall we fly over? Li Chang'an asked in a daze, now he still doesn't know where to hunt the soul beast. Bibi Dong shook his head, and pointed to a delicate carriage not far away. This time we went to the forest where the Wuhan Hall specializes in taming soul beasts, the Tianhun Great Forest. The distance is a bit far away, so it is more convenient to take a carriage. After all, she is the Pope, it is indeed a bit outrageous to always fly around. Besides, the distance of the Heavenly Soul Forest is indeed a little far away, and flying is impossible. Seeing Bibi Dong beckoning to the carriage, the driver immediately urged the carriage to come over, fast and steady, just like an old driver. The two horses in the cart are centuries-old soul beasts. The speed and safety are still guaranteed. Get in the cart. Bibi Dong gave a brief introduction to Li Chang'an, and then he got on the carriage first, and then turned around and stretched out her hand at Li Chang'an, motioning Li Chang'an to pull it up. Although Li Chang'an's heart is already flying happily, but the surface is still very calm, isn't it just pulling the hand of the goddess? I saw him quickly reach Bibi Dong Gli with his hand, then held it tightly, and got into the carriage. But because Bibi Dong was also outside the carriage when he went up, Li Chang'an was only 1 centimeter away from Bibi Dong the moment he got on the bus, and then he saw Bibi Dong's chest directly in his field of vision. Well, it's very big and quite, and at this distance, you can smell Bibi Dong's scent, which is very elegant, but it smells very addictive. Bibi Dong didn't know Li Chang'an's careful thoughts. She always regarded Li Chang'an as a child. Seeing that Li Chang'an didn't let go of her hand, she didn't say anything. Instead, she directly pulled Li Chang'an and walked into the carriage. At this time, Li Chang'an had time to close his eyes back, feeling the feeling of being held by the goddess. Well, it's very slippery, very soft, and so comfortable. The decorations in the carriage are also very delicate. The carriages are made of pear wood. Besides the seats, there is a small table inlaid in the middle of the carriage, which looks very interesting. Bibi Dong directly asked Li Chang'an to sit next to her, and did not ask Li Chang'an to go to the other side, but she naturally let go of Li Chang'an's hand in the carriage, and took care of her clothes and sat down. Although Li Chang'an wanted to continue to kiss Fangs and sit next to Bibi Dong, he was rationally told that read www.yuyuganshu.com more stable, so he still consciously kept a little distance from Bibi Dong. After the two people sat down, the carriage started to start. If Li Chang'an hadn't put his head out the window and looked at it, he had no idea that the carriage would run so fast and steady. I saw the scenery outside the window swept backwards like flying, but Li Chang'an could not feel the body moving in the car. Not only that, the noise outside was also isolated by the car, and I felt very comfortable in this car. Sure enough, the old driver drove a good car, a group of 6. For some reason, Li Chang'an suddenly thought of an interesting thing. This kind of carriage is so stable and has such a great sound insulation effect. If you play a carriage in it and vibrate, I wonder if it will be very exciting? Well, this one must have a try in the future. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an couldn't help but look at Bibi Dong consciously. He felt that he hadn't seen enough of this kind of beauty for a lifetime, especially Bibi Dong's almost perfect face and that kind of temperament. It was absolutely incredible. Bibi Dong saw Li Chang'an's gaze, but didn't think there was anything, but smiled at him, and then said, "I came out with you this time. Actually, I want to relax. There are too many things recently, and the teacher's pressure is a little bit heavy. Okay, let's not talk about this yet, I will give you a brief introduction to the Heavenly Soul Forest. The Heavenly Soul Forest is actually near the mountain range between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. It can be said to be the largest forest for training soul beasts in the mainland. There are also many types of soul beasts, and there are also 1,000-year soul beasts, so your the first spirit ring can definitely find a suitable one here." Li Chang'an suddenly said weakly. "Teacher, I want to find a 900-year-old first spirit ring, do you think it is okay?" Chapter 11, A Wonderful Night. 900 years old, Chang'an, do you know that the highest limit of the first spirit ring is more than 400 years? Bibi Dong did not directly scold him, but patiently explained. Li Chang'an has already found a reason for this, and sincerely looked at Bibi Dong with pure eyes, and said calmly, "Teacher, you know that I am a twin spirit, and the quality of these two spirits is still very high, so when my spirit awakens, my physical fitness has been imperceptibly enhanced, don't believe you try. It's time to get in touch with the goddess upright." Li Chang'an thought so after saying this. Sure enough, Bibi Dong stretched out his Bai Ting's palm, and said to Li Chang'an, "Then give me a punch." Li Chang'an didn't hesitate anymore when he saw this. After all, it was about his soul ring choice, making fists, accumulating power, and swinging. The little hand directly hit Bibi Dong's palm, and then Li Chang'an felt that his little hand was wrapped in a soft lump. He looked up and saw Bibi Dong, whose beautiful eyes were shocked. "Ding, you succeeded in becoming a sage in front of Bibi Dong, points plus 18. This is so hard to come by unexpectedly." Bibi Dong let go of Li Chang'an's little hand, calmed down his emotions, and said, "Your power is indeed very powerful. It is already equivalent to the second ring ordinary spirit master. I agree with you for the time being. But, if I find that you can't absorb it, I will directly interrupt." "Okay, thank you teacher." Li Chang'an nodded excitedly. With Bibi Dong's words, he was stable this time. In fact, compared to those spirit masters who started with a 100,000-year spirit ring, Li Chang'an's first spirit ring was only about 900 years old, which can be said to be quite ordinary, but Li Chang'an has an infinitely improved spirit ring age. This is his greatest advantage. It is a rare opportunity to be alone. Li Chang'an will naturally not practice obediently. When he finds a topic of practice, Li Chang'an asks Bibi Dong for advice, and when it comes to the back, the two people will talk about daily routines from time to time. On, the art of talking to the queen. The time alone always passes quickly. At least Li Chang'an thought so. Just as he and Bibi Dong were chatting vigorously, the coachman had already said that the heavenly soul forest had arrived. "Okay, let's go down Chang'an." Bibi Dong naturally grabbed Li Chang'an's little hand, and then took him out of the carriage. If before then, Bibi Dong might not have been so gentle to Li Chang'an, but after the two chatted all the way, Bibi Dong found that he was right in his heart. The little boy is full of affection. Is talented, can make myself laugh from time to time, and has filial piety, and the most important thing is to look good. How can Bibi Dong not like such a disciple? After all, Bibi Dong is also a mother, but the gap between her and Qian Rongxiu is too deep, and in Li Chang'an, Bibi Dong has recovered the feeling of being a mother. Confessed to the coachman, Bibi Dong directly pulled Li Chang'an into the large forest not far in front of him. When the two entered, they did not take any precautionary measures in advance. "This is the domineering Pope. Teacher, why do I feel so wild in this forest?" Li Chang'an enjoyed the warmth from his hands while looking around curiously. "Isn't it?" From the beginning when he entered the forest, he felt the fresh smell in the air, and the surrounding trees were also lush and lush, there was no feeling of artificial planting. Wild? That's right, this forest originally exists naturally, but the number of soul beasts in it, and the age of the soul beasts are generally under the control of the spirit hall, so I said that this is the soul beast of the spirit hall. Forest. Bibi said as he cast his gaze to the surroundings, his mental power began to be released, not for defense, but for screening to see if there is a soul beast suitable for Li Chang'an. "Chang'an, this time I will give you a spirit ring with the Pangu axe. The Pangu axe is good at attacking. You are looking for a spirit beast that is about 900 years old, so we can focus on the attacking type of spirit beast." "Teacher, you are so kind to me," Li Chang'an said shamelessly, and then obediently followed Bibi Dong towards the forest. There are actually a lot of spirit beasts in the periphery, but most of them are 10 years old, and there are not a few 100-year-old spirit beasts, so Bibi Dong has been taking Li Chang'an towards the depths of the forest. During the period, Bibi Dong did not release the pressure of his titled Douluo, otherwise the forest would have been smashed by the flying dog, but even so, very few spirit beasts came to look for trouble. Chang'an, our husband is angry, let's eat something, it's getting late. When the two reached a relatively empty place, Bibi Dong looked at the sky, and then said to Li Chang'an. It's almost close to the depths of the forest. The soul beasts that haunt are basically over 500 years old, but the number is much smaller. Chang'an, remember, go hunting soul beasts in the future, don't light fires in the forest, unless you can guarantee that you can deal with all the soul beasts in this forest. Bibi Dong gave Li Chang'an popular science knowledge while using wood that had been cut to start a fire. After the fire was on, Bibi Dong released a little bit of his aura, and then the surrounding spirit beasts became quiet for an instant, and no other spirit beasts tried to hit the firelight. Teacher, do you eat barbecue? Li Chang'an sat down by the bonfire and watched Bibi Dong's face being illuminated by the fire, which also had a special taste. He directly and silently admired the different beauty. Barbecue? Chang'an, the teacher doesn't know how to cook, or let's eat some dry food. Bibi Dong said embarrassedly. Who knows, at this time Li Chang'an is like a trick, starting from his storage soul guide one by one to take things out, at least there are 6 or 7 bottles, and there are also several brackets and iron sharp signs. My disciple, am I a cook who was delayed? Teacher, this is a barbecue grill, this is chili, this is salt, this is cumin. Li Chang'an began to introduce Bibi Dong seriously, with a very professional look. After listening to Li Chang'an's introduction, Bibi Dong felt a little moved in his heart. After Li Chang'an said what he could bake, the whole person immediately turned into a fragrant breeze and disappeared in place. In Li Chang'an's bewildered look, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com Bibi Dong and returned 10 minutes later, with 2 pheasants and a rabbit in his hand, and it was the kind that was already cleaned up. Are these 3 enough for us? Bibi Dong smiled and handed the things to Li Chang'an, and then asked slightly expectantly. Now Bibi Dong, where is there any Pope's shelf, but like a girl looking forward to good food? Enough is enough, teacher, please take a look. Li Chang'an nodded with confidence, and then started to set up the brackets and skewer meat. 10 minutes later, there was a sizzling voice, the air was already filled with the unique aroma of chicken, and Li Chang'an turned the chicken over and added some cumin, peppers, and their hotel unique sauce. Bibi Dong is sitting under a big tree with her legs in her arms, her eyes are full of gentle watching Li Chang'an's movements, her thoughts seem to have returned to more than 10 years ago. How long has it been? She doesn't know how long it has been so relaxed and comfortable. Teacher, my chicken is ready, can you try it? Li Chang'an's words pulled Bibi Dong back from his thoughts, and then Bibi Dong saw a chicken that looked very appetizing and presented a golden yellow chicken with its unique fragrance. Thank you, Chang'an. Bibi Dong took Li Chang'an's chicken, opened his small and cute mouth, held it gently, took a bite, and sucked it fiercely. Well, Chang'an, your grilled chicken is so delicious. Teacher, if you like it, I'm going to continue roasting the rabbit. Li Chang'an saw this and showed a happy expression. To conquer a woman, you must first conquer her stomach. Chapter 12, I think it suits me. After half an hour, the two of them were finally full of food and drink. Bibi Dong sat down under a big tree with a smile on his face, and also stretched out his cute tongue and licked the meat scraps from the corners of his mouth. Li Chang'an on the side saw Bibi Dong's lovely peach-like rosy mouth and Bibi Dong's flexible tongue, and couldn't help feeling a little hot. Chang'an, what are you laughing at? When Bibi Dong looked at Li Chang'an, she happened to find that Li Chang'an was looking at her giggling, and she couldn't help but wonder. Of course, she never thought that Li Chang'an had a mature soul in the 6-year-old body, and this mature soul had many interesting ideas. When Li Chang'an heard Bibi Dong's voice, he became more serious and said casually, Teacher, you said you are here to relax this time, so can you tell me what happened to you this time? After eating barbecue with Bibi Dong, Li Chang'an obviously felt that he was closer to the goddess, so he asked directly to see if he could help the teacher. After all, this man will be his biggest thigh in the next few years, and in the future, he will still be the daughter-in-law in his heart. Hai Wang, have a long-term vision. Bibi Dong stroked her hair and smiled a little helplessly. Although she felt that Li Chang'an might not be able to help much, she didn't plan to shirk since the topic had been talked about. The problem on the teacher's side is mainly the conflict with the Palace of the Elders. Since I inherited the position of the Pope, I have been promoting a series of reforms, and I am committed to pushing the Hall of Wuhan to a new height, but my reform plan has always been being rejected by the Hall of Elders, caused me to be unable to do a lot of things in the Hall of Souls. What Bibi Dong said is relatively simple and easy to understand, so that Li Chang'an can understand better, and Li Chang'an did not run away this time, and has been listening carefully. If Bibi Dong were placed in his last life, she would be a proper emporium woman with her wrists and spirit. She has been dedicated to leading the Wuhan temple to higher and farther. The Elder Hall, headed by Qian Daoliu, cannot understand Bibi Dong's series of reforms. They feel that Wuhan Hall is now invincible in the mainland. Bibi Dong's ideas are completely different from theirs, and they don't support Bibi Dong's ideas at all. Reform. Li Chang'an listened, closed his eyes and thought about it. There were many examples of collisions between old and new forces in the reform in the past, and there were also many solutions. He was just thinking of the most effective way. When Bibi Dong saw Li Chang'an closed his eyes, thinking that he was about to rest, she didn't bother anymore. She said these words today, and she felt much more relaxed in her heart. As for the solution, she couldn't think of a solution for the time being, let alone the little child Li Chang'an. Just when Bibi Dong was about to close his eyes, Li Chang'an opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes were full of wise light looking at Bibi Dong, and his tone was rare and serious. Teacher, I actually have a way to solve your current dilemma. You can actually develop a group of people, draw a group of people, and then fight against a group of people. Develop a group, win a group, and fight a group? Chang'an, you can talk about it. Bibi Dong had originally intended to listen casually, but Li Chang'an's words directly made her energetic a lot, and the beautiful eyes looked at Li Chang'an again and again. Ahem, teacher, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. The so-called development of a group of people means that you have to find a way to send some of your own people into the Elders' Hall, and to win a group of people is to win over those neutral elders without asking. They can support you, but ask them to remain neutral, so that your remaining enemies will be much less. Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Bibi Dong, points plus 22. And when Bibi Dong listened to Li Chang'an's explanation, he was still skeptical, then surprised, and then he was able to see Yueming. This kind of problem-solving idea was something she had never thought of before, and Li Chang'an's words opened the door to a new world for her, allowing her to see a different way to solve the problem. For example, to solve the sect problem, she can also draw a few, then neutralize a few, and then isolate a few. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong looked at Li Chang'an with a slightly different taste. The gaze contained 6 points of admiration, 3 points of curiosity, and 1 point of surprise. She became more and more interested in this disciple. That's it. After Li Chang'an had finished speaking, Bibi Dong had already digested Li Chang'an's words. She walked directly to Li Chang'an and rubbed Li Chang'an's small head with her palms, and then said softly, "Thank you." Li Chang'an clearly felt that Bibi Dong's pressure on his body at this time seemed to be much lighter, and the whole person became relaxed, which was something he hadn't expected. Just as Li Chang'an was feeling self-satisfied in his heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming, and the target was him. When Li Chang'an was about to move, he suddenly felt that he was being picked up directly by someone, and then he stuck to a fragrant and soft body, which made his heart feel comfortable. I only heard Bibi Dong's ethereal and majestic voice. Go. As Bibi Dong's words fell, the breath that rushed over instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Reading www.youkanshu.com. Bibi Dong just put Li Chang'an on the ground, and said apologetically to Li Chang'an. Chang'an, I'm sorry, the teacher had been thinking about things just now, and forgot to release the pressure. As a result, the soul beast took the opportunity to rush over. Are you okay? Li Chang'an shook his head, thinking that apart from being a little hot in my heart, I have almost no other problems. Bibi Dong felt relieved, and then led Li Chang'an to look at the soul beast in the bushes not far away. This soul beast is lying on the ground at this time, and it has already breathed very weakly. It seems that it will die soon. This is a tiger-like soul beast, but it looks stronger than a tiger, and its color is also snow white. What is even more surprising is that the eyes of this soul beast are actually sapphire blue, which looks very beautiful. This is a sapphire blue tiger that has been around for 1,000 years. The bloodline is also a pure beastmaster bloodline. It is a national treasure soul beast in the Sky Soul Forest, otherwise I will kill it directly. Bibi Dong introduced to the side that her reaction speed was terrifying. The moment she rescued Li Chang'an, she also saw clearly the attacker's spirit beast, so she took her hand away, otherwise the spirit beast would have died long ago. A forest has a king of the forest, and the sapphire blue tiger is the king of the Sky Soul Great Forest. Although its cultivation base is only 1,000 years old, with the blood of the king and its own strength, it can also be eaten in front of many thousand-year-old soul beasts. Teacher, that's true, I think this sapphire tiger is quite suitable for me. It wasn't Li Chang'an, but the system just issued a reminder when this sapphire tiger appeared, so he dared to try it. No, this sapphire blue tiger is comparable to an ordinary soul beast of 2,000 to 3,000 years, and its blood is extremely domineering. I don't agree. Chapter 13, 0 Years of Soul Skills. Just kidding, Li Chang'an originally proposed to absorb a 900-year-old spirit ring and he was scared enough, but now this kid actually has a fancy to the sapphire tiger and wants to absorb its spirit ring. How can this work? But Li Chang'an did not obey as always this time. Instead, he looked at Bibi Dong stubbornly. He didn't seem to say anything in his eyes, but he seemed to say everything. Hurt? Nothing, you can try it, the big deal, the teacher sees the situation is wrong, just stop you in time. Bibi Dong was looked at by the stubborn little eyes, and was indeed overwhelmed, so he had to hold his forehead, waved helplessly, and signaled Li Chang'an to start. But at the same time, Bibi Dong's coercion turned on, so that the soul beasts in the heavenly soul great forest were quiet, and her pair of Kazilan's big eyes stared directly at the small figure of Li Chang'an, ready to take action at any time. Although directly interrupting the absorption of the spirit ring may cause irreparable damage to Li Chang'an's foundation and future, it is the best result compared to being burst when absorbing the spirit ring. But Li Chang'an sat down calmly on the surface, and then gave Bibi Dong a relieved look, and directly released the Pangu axe, which ended in the life of the royal blue tiger. After a while, a lavender spirit ring appeared directly in the air. The color of this spirit ring was not the deep purple of the 1,000-year spirit beast, but a very elegant purple. This is the quasi-1,000-year spirit ring. Of course, the soul ring of the sapphire tiger is different from the soul ring of the ordinary soul beast. After all, it is a soul beast with the blood of a king, so the absorption difficulty of this quasi-1,000-year spirit ring is no less than that of some 2,000 to 3,000 years old. Li Chang'an started to try to pull the lavender spirit ring with his own consciousness, and he kept meditating in his heart. Master of the system, you can't cheat me, if the absorption bursts, I will be finished. At this time, the spirit ring also slowly put on the top of Li Chang'an's head, and a consciousness suddenly began to impact Li Chang'an's mind. That consciousness seems to be saying that mere humans will accompany and absorb the deity. Then, before Li Chang'an had any reaction, he felt that his Pangu axe martial spirit suddenly moved. The consciousness was very simple, just one word connected. go. The tyrannical aura quieted down in an instant, and began to merge with Li Chang'an in an extremely gentle and obedient manner, as if it was afraid of making Li Chang'an unhappy again. This is also a master who is bullying and afraid of hardship. When Bibi Dong saw Li Chang'an's expression a little struggling, he knew that Sapphire Tiger's consciousness was impacting Li Chang'an's divine consciousness, but before she could take action, Li Chang'an had already absorbed the spirit ring, and the whole process was almost flying up. What kind of operation is this? At this time, Li Chang'an was already consolidating the harvest of the spirit-absorbing ring. The majestic spirit power directly caused him to hit the 3rd level in a row, becoming a 13th level spirit master, and his progress was far from the 14th level. The bar is only halfway short. After settled, Li Chang'an opened his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong, and made a surprised expression. Teacher, I succeeded. Bibi Dong was still a little surprised at this time. Li Chang'an's operation has almost subverted her cognition. The first spirit ring is a quasi-thousand-year-old king's spirit ring, and the absorption speed is so fast. How could this be possible? Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Bibi Dong, points plus 16. Li Chang'an, unconsciously, I have already pretended to be so much in front of the teacher. This is not my intention. What is the meaning of pretending to be forced by the teacher? It is only for fun. Let me see if you release your spirit ring. Bibi Dong is still a little unbelievable, that's it? Li Chang'an got up from the ground and released the Pangu axe obediently. At the same time, a lavender spirit ring rose from his feet, looking deep and gorgeous. Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Bibi Dong, points plus 16. The quasi-thousand-year spirit ring is indeed a quasi-thousand-year spirit ring, Chang'an, you have created a history. Bibi Dong said seriously, looking at Li Chang'an's spirit and spirit ring. Come on, let me see if you release your first spirit ability. Bibi Dong continued to speak. Li Chang'an nodded his little head, and his expression became serious. He held the axe handle in both hands, and then raised it high above his head. At the same time, the lilac spirit ring suddenly brightened up, with extremely light. Brilliant! The first soul skill, cut the world. I saw a layer of lavender light suddenly appeared on the dark and bright blade of Pangu axe, and at the same time, Li Chang'an quickly swung the axe down. I saw a vertical purple light on the Pangu axe, about 1 meter long. This light looked very sharp, and it seemed to move forward. And Bibi Dong also discovered that where this purple light passed, there had been a relatively deep ravine on the ground, and the speed of that light was very fast. Rumble! I saw that the towering trees in front of Li Chang'an fell one by one, and they were all neatly chopped in half from the middle, and the gully on the ground continued. And Li Chang'an seemed to be emptied of his whole body at this time, so he took Pangu axe back. Read www.uuganchu. Com was lying motionless on the ground, his soul power was drained again. But he still has the Eastern Emperor bell to protect his body, and he can lie down on the ground after he is finished with an axe, use the Eastern Emperor bell to protect his body, and then said to his opponent, I can't do it anymore. Come up and do it yourself. If you can break me, you will be great. Bibi Dong arrived behind Li Chang'an in time at this time, and then leaned Li Chang'an against him without feeling anything wrong, and then put his palm behind Li Chang'an and instilled his pure spirit power. Li Chang'an also absorbed quickly, but after he felt the softness behind his back, he didn't want to get up immediately, but said jokingly, Teacher is so soft, so comfortable. Bibi Dong only then knew that Li Chang'an had recovered, and then he gave Li Chang'an a brainstorm, put Li Chang'an on the ground, and the teacher dared to eat his tofu. This kid is really... Chang'an, is your first spirit ability this attack? Although it is powerful, it is comparable to the third spirit ability of some very weak souls, but it consumes too much for you. Bibi Dong said objectively. Li Chang'an's current strength is not yet able to fully display the power of this spirit ring, so the third spirit ability that can be compared to some weak souls is already quite good, but the consumption is too obvious, and if you go down with an axe, you will almost have no combat power. What? Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an smiled mysteriously, then touched his nose and said, "Teacher, this move of mine is not only aimed at physical damage, but mental damage can be added if I want to of." Bibi Dongmei's eyes condensed. No one knows better than her what mental damage means, and Li Chang'an's first soul ability can actually be accompanied by mental damage. This. Chapter 14, Let Me Lean. Since the spirit ring had been found, Li Chang'an naturally had no reason to continue staying in the forest. After resting in the Heavenly Soul Forest for a night, he set foot on the road back to Wuhan City by Bibi Dong. On the way back, Li Chang'an clearly felt that Bibi Dong had a much closer attitude towards him. The two got along very well, laying a solid foundation for future development. This trip was a complete success. After arriving at Wuhan City, Bibi Dong went to the Pope's Palace, and Li Chang'an went to the Wuhandian Academy. After all, it was only half a morning, and he absorbed the quasi-thousand-year spirit ring again. It would be a shame not to go to the academy to pretend to earn points. And as soon as Li Chang'an stepped into the gate of the academy, he saw that many people were heading towards the martial arts field in the center of the academy, and discussions continued one after another. "The elephants are too outrageous, this is not a bully. That is, all cultivation is centered on defense, and there is only one ring of soul masters, what should I do? Classmate, can I ask what happened?" Li Chang'an asked a classmate when he stopped. "Aren't our martial spirit hall going to cooperate with Elephant Armor Sect, and then the other party will come to our academy for an exchange contest, and their young sect master also participated, and the most difficult thing to do is this young sect master." "Oh? How can it be difficult?" Li Chang'an still didn't understand. "How dare you provoke the Wuhandian Academy with the Weevil sect in the next 4 sects, and the key is to listen to this. The students at the Wuhandian Academy have nothing to do with him, how is this possible? Don't you know that the spirit of the young master is a mammoth with extremely high defense power, and the young master has used medicinal materials to temper his physique since he was a child, and it is all about defense. Although this young sect master is only 9 years old this year, he is already a tall man, and his spirit power has reached 18th level. Only by opening his defense is a win. Isn't this bullying?" Classmate A immediately went to the martial arts venue after speaking. After all, it was still very lively there. And Li Chang'an started to meditate while holding his small chin. If he pretended to be forced in front of so many people this time, would he have enough points to directly redeem him to become a 20th level spirit master? Well, can you try? But the young master of the Elephant Armor Sect is also interesting. He has thrown all his skills into the flesh. If he had just absorbed the spirit ring, he would not necessarily break the defense. After paying attention, Li Chang'an ran towards the martial arts field. On the martial arts field, a student from the Wuhan Temple Academy was trying hard to attack the meat shield in front of him, and the student was already sweating profusely at this time, but still did not break the opponent's defense. Opposite him, a sturdy figure is standing there comfortably. This figure is about 1.8 meters tall and has rampant muscles, and his skin seems to be covered with a layer of dark matter, which looks gleaming with metal luster. His nose was extended and his lips turned up, revealing 2 terrifying fangs, looking very domineering. He is the young master of the Elephant Sect, who has taken the meat to the extreme, Hu Yanli. As the Wuhandian student's attack power gradually weakened, Hu Yanli shook his body, directly threw the opponent aside, and then looked provocatively at the stage. Who else? The Xiaoyu and others under the stage looked excited. If they hadn't already had the second ring, they had to go up and teach this guy today. Do you really use yourself as an onion? At this moment, a naive but loud voice came from behind. It's just a big man, I dare to be wild here. Everyone's eyes were attracted, and the person in the middle gave way naturally, and a very handsome little boy slowly came over. It's him. Junior brother. Apprenticeship. Mu Xi, Hulina, and Qian Rongxiu all recognized Li Chang'an, and their names in their hearts were also different. One move, I only need one move to solve the battle, let you know Wuhandian Academy, don't offend. Li Chang'an ignored the others, instead he stretched out a finger at his leisure and pointed at Hu Yanli, and then stepped into the martial arts field. Oh, you're still nursing, don't worry, go down. After Hu Yanli released his martial soul, his body was as high as 1.8 meters. In his eyes, Li Chang'an was indeed a minor. Li Chang'an was not irritated, and said calmly, Li Chang'an, 13th level war spirit master, please advise. After said, he lifted his hand slightly, and a gorgeous lavender spirit ring slowly rose from under his feet, shocking everyone present. Millennium, this, how is this possible? This. Ding, you pretended to be forced in front of Hu Yanli, and the points are +1. Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Qian Rongxiu, points +2. The sound of ding 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 made Li Chang'an very happy. What he wanted was this effect. His system had decided that he wanted to become stronger, and only high profile would do it. Although the points contributed by the students are small, the base number is big, so today this time more than 1000 points is stable. Whether it is to officially upgrade the spirit ring to 1000-year spirit ring or upgrade the spirit power, it should be enough. How could your first spirit ring be 1000 years? Hu Yanli was also a little silly, he had never seen this situation before, and he had never heard of it. This is the strength of Wuhan Academy. Li Chang'an opened the mouth lightly, the pretending style has reached the extreme. Heaven and earth cut. The lavender spirit ring instantly became bright, and then the black and gloomy axe was raised high by Li Chang'an. OM. A purple ray of light was directly cleaved by the Pangu axe, and the speed was also fast to the extreme, even wherever it passed, there was a sound of breaking through the air. And Hu Yanli also lit up the first spirit ring. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com began to defend with all his strength. This is the most terrifying move he encountered on stage. None. Drink. Boom. The purple light smashed into the flesh shield, and suddenly there was a low drink from Hu Yanli, and his figure directly retreated more than 10 steps at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then fell down. I said, I only need one move. Today, for the sake of cooperation between the Elephant Armor sect and the Wuhan Temple, I will let you go for the time being. Li Chang'an didn't say much. After all these compelling remarks, he stepped down directly, and then there was a scoring tone in his ear. It turned out that this is the feeling of pretending, which is great. After stepped down, Li Chang'an went directly to the place where the elite class was, and at a glance he saw Qian Rongxiu who was about to leave. Wait a minute! Li Chang'an shouted weakly at Qian Rongxiu. Although he didn't try his best with this trick, he still feels his head is dizzy and he wants to find a shoulder to lean on. Are you okay? Qian Rongxiu saw that Li Chang'an was walking very gracefully. Although she hated the apprentice, she still asked. Yes, something is going on. Li Chang'an said, leaning directly on Qian Rongxiu's shoulder. Well, there is no teacher's body soft. Hey, hello, what are you doing? Qian Rongxiu put her head away, and then pushed Li Chang'an's body with her hands. I was already empty after that blow, let me lean on it, please. Li Chang'an said, and the whole person leaned on Qian Rongxiu's shoulder motionless. Qian Rongxiu thought for a while, still resisted the urge to push this guy away, but if this guy closes his eyes, it looks pretty. Chapter 15, Li Chang'an's show operation. Li Chang'an was thinking of taking advantage of Qian Rongxiu, but whoever thought that after he really pretended to be weak and fell into Qian Rongxiu's arms, Qian Rongxiu didn't push him away. Although Qian Rongxiu looked very disgusted, she looked at Li Chang'an's appearance, coupled with the kindness deep in her heart, and finally gave up the idea of leaving Li Chang'an on the side of the road. After helping Li Chang'an to a secluded place, Jian Rongxiu twisted her body and let Li Chang'an lean on her shoulder, but Jian Rongxiu's little face was still sulky. She didn't expect this disciple would actually take advantage of her for the second time so soon. But thinking that Li Chang'an is weak and unintentional now, Jian Rongxiu's heart suddenly feels better. If she knows that Li Chang'an can actually walk now and is not too weak, I am afraid that she will just lift the table. After taking advantage of the installation, Chang Li woke up quietly, and then hurriedly got up from Jian Rongxiu, pretending to be offending Jian Rongxiu, and apologized to Jian Rongxiu. "Sorry, senpai, I really didn't mean it, that trick extracted too much soul power from me, so." Jian Rongxiu glanced at Li Chang'an with a cold expression, her beautiful eyes seemed to kill people. "Don't let me see you again." After all, Jian Rongxiu got up and was about to leave. She was about to go lurking soon, and she still had a lot to learn. She didn't have the time to accompany Li Chang'an to fool around here. "Wait a minute, senpai." Li Chang'an quickly grabbed Jian Rongxiu's hand with his eyesight, and said familiarly, "Senior sister, you helped me, so let me treat you to a meal, so that the two owe us, and I won't go to you again in the future, how?" Jian Rongxiu shook off Li Chang'an's hand, and she refused subconsciously, but then thought of Li Chang'an's words, rubbed her slender wrist and said, "I really owe nothing to each other, right?" Li Chang'an nodded solemnly, "That's natural. There are many ways to invite girls to dinner, and this is just one of them," Li Chang'an thought in his heart. "Okay, let's go." Jian Rongxiu nodded, and walked in front of Li Chang'an with a frosty face, looking like Li Chang'an as a passerby. Li Chang'an also doesn't care. Women with this personality are born like this, but they are cold outside and hot inside. As long as you can touch their hearts, then they will follow you desperately. As for how Li Chang'an knew, it was because his ex-girlfriend was this kind of person in the previous life. Said it was for dinner, so naturally I can't go to the cafeteria anymore. After all, most of the meals in the cafeteria are free, so Li Chang'an took Jian Rongxiu to the street outside the college and ordered 2 good dishes. Jian Rongxiu is not a twitchy person, she eats whatever Li Chang'an orders, but she still doesn't say a word when she eats, she looks like a little beauty on the iceberg. "Senior sister, I found that you have been sitting in the corner of the classroom, and you don't leave immediately after school. What's the matter with this?" Li Chang'an will naturally not let this meal opportunity go to waste, so he will choose to take the initiative to find the topic. "Don't ask if you shouldn't ask, this is an academy secret." Jian Rongxiu glanced at Li Chang'an lightly, and then said calmly, "Needless to say, I also guessed some. The teacher mentioned to me that I recently intends to send people to the top of the 2 empires, and the academy also has corresponding training courses. If I guessed correctly, you should be the selected person. One of them." Li Chang'an muttered to himself as he ran the train, but his voice was not loud. It was still a bit early, and there was no one nearby, so he was not afraid of being overheard. For someone who knows the plot, the process can be completely nonsense, as long as the ending is guessed correctly. Jian Rongxiu immediately put down the chopsticks in her hand, and stared at Li Chang'an with disbelief. "How did you guess it?" Li Chang'an calmly pointed to his little head, and then continued, "Senior sister, as a lurker, you should not expose your emotions in this way. Everything about you can only be hidden in your heart. It's not hot yet. And in my opinion, the most important thing for a lurker is not how to play the role you are replacing, but to integrate into this role." Jian Rongxiu heard Li Chang'an say this, and suddenly felt that this guy still had 2 brushes, and his cold beautiful eyes became a little softer. He held his chin with both hands and tried Li Chang'an to continue. "The so-called integration into this role, first of all you have to understand who the role is. For example, if you are playing a nobleman, then you first make a move between Although Li Chang'an has never learned the hidden class, he is in the era of the information explosion, let alone the hidden class, even if it is the future of the nation, he can give you 2 sentences, so it is natural to show Jian Rongxiu to see. But Li Chang'an is not stupid. He wouldn't let himself get 1 drop at a time. A woman just has to let her get this time and think about it next time. So when he talked about the key points, he stopped. Come down. Oh, sorry, senpai, I'll have something to do in a while, I have to go first, then we don't live here, goodbye Jianghu. Jian Rongxiu is listening enthusiastically, Yu reading www.yuyu. When Com heard this, he suddenly became a little angry. How can you be like a human being, and I will not say half of it. This is not a smashing appetite. Li Chang'an spread his hands helplessly, and did not refute, thinking that it would be fine if you didn't say half of it, and you would feel uncomfortable if you didn't do half of it. Why don't you go to school? Let's discuss it together another day. Don't worry, it's just discussing academic issues, but next time you have to invite me to dinner. Jian Rongxiu listened to it, and after a little thought, he agreed, mainly because Li Chang'an did say something, and it also dangled her appetite, which made her a little bit eager. Then tomorrow, or here, I will invite you to dinner. Li Chang'an shook his head, no, I have been all right these days. 3 days later. Brother's time is so precious, how can I be alone with you? Li Chang'an also plans to go back to find his teacher for lunch, and he also wants to find Hulina and Mu Xi to have lunch a few more times, just to take the opportunity to expose Jian Rongxiu. Qian Rongxiu wanted to continue the attack, but thinking that she was asking for something, she nodded and agreed. Li Chang'an just got up and planned to leave, but when he left, he asked Jian Rongxiu to buy him a meal. The excuse was that he didn't have enough and wanted to eat another meal before class. Carrying the food Jian Rongxiu had bought, Li Chang'an quickly walked towards the cafeteria. It was just time for the meal. If nothing else, he could still find the beautiful embryo of Mu Xi. Sure enough, after Li Chang'an looked around the cafeteria for a week, he found Mu Xi who was eating in the corner with his head bowed. Walked over carelessly, Li Chang'an put the food on the table. I bought you the food, it's all high-nutrient food, I eat yours. Chapter 16, Preparation before going out. After that, Li Chang'an could not help but grabbed Mu Xi's dinner plate, and then just sat down and ate. Mu Xi looked up weakly at the seemingly expensive meal Li Chang'an put on the table, and then looked at his meal that had been half-eaten by this guy, and could only sigh silently. Intend to get up and leave. Who knows that Li Chang'an knocked on the table and said, do you look down on my food, or dislike me? Mu Xi hurriedly waved his hand, a weak voice came, no, no, I don't want to owe you. Li Chang'an pointed to the meal, and said in a serious tone, eat. Mu Xi thought of Li Chang'an's acts this morning. After all, he chose to sit down, and then silently opened the food Li Chang'an had brought, and ate it in small bites. In the future, can you not be aggressive with me? After taking a few bites, Mu Xi looked up at Li Chang'an's weak voice. And her peach blossom eyes look very soft at this time, giving people a pitiful feeling. Li Chang'an looked at Mu Xi's face, then stretched out his hand and squeezed it lightly, then continued to lower his head to eat, and did not promise not to kill her anymore. After eating, Li Chang'an didn't collect the tableware. He patted his and left the canteen. Before leaving, he rubbed Mu Xi's little face again, smiled stubbornly, and left. The afternoon course is not complicated. The first battle after Li Chang'an obtained the spirit ring has proved his strength, so what the teachers can help Li Chang'an is to instruct him on his cultivation and the use of spirit power. But when class was over in the afternoon, Kui Yongqin left the whole class to announce one thing. The annual outing practice class will be held the day after tomorrow. At that time, all students will go out for a week under the leadership of the teacher to perform the corresponding tasks, so we will have a day off tomorrow, and be ready to go home. Elite classes are not ordinary classes, their courses are very targeted, and the elite classes are all veteran students except for Li Chang'an, so it is common to hold such activities even at the beginning of school. So after everyone announced their dissolution, Li Chang'an was specially left by Kui Youngkin to tell him a lot. After all, Li Chang'an was an exception. He would go out to perform tasks in the first few days of school, and he was only 6 years old. But rules are rules, and they won't change because of someone, and Li Chang'an also showed his strength in the morning, so Kui Youngkin is not particularly worried. Just carefully reminded some travel precautions and schedule, and let Li Chang'an go home. After returning home, Li Chang'an was not idle. This time the news came a little bit suddenly. It is said that going out to perform tasks is actually combat, even if there is a teacher to follow, there is a certain degree of danger, so he still has to prepare something. In addition to purchasing a batch of poisons and drugs, Li Chang'an also prepared healing pills, poison-quenching daggers, and the like. Of course, these are foreign objects after all. After Li Chang'an returned to the room, he turned on his system and checked his character panel. Ding! Character panel. Name, Li Chang'an. Age, 6 years old, gender, male. Wuhan, Panguax, remnant version, Donghuang Bell, remnant version. Soul power, 13th level, 120/300. Soul ring, sapphire blue tiger, 993 years. Points, 3886. Evaluation, you are still worthless except for being handsome. Well, ignoring the evaluation, Li Chang'an turned his attention to the exchange column, first looked at the primary soul power fruit, then looked at his own points and the soul power that was poor in upgrades, and finally exchanged 2 soul power fruit. The 2 soul power fruits are enough to contribute 200 soul power points to him, which is enough for him to upgrade to the 14th level. So in other words, these 2 soul power fruits are directly worthy of his long penance. Although Li Chang'an now has a lot of points and can even make him immediately promote to the 20th level, this is not what he can do now, otherwise he can be promoted to the 20th level within a day. This is simply unexplainable. Today's promotion to 1 level is the limit. However, as long as there is a fruit of spirit power, as long as the points are enough, he can completely control the speed of his upgrade, that is, he wants to be a genius, and a weak scum is a weak scum, just like a school tyrant can control his own score when he is in school. Sao makes people jealous. Without hesitation, Li Chang'an immediately ate 2 fruits. The sour and sweet taste melted in his mouth, making him feel warm in his lower abdomen, and then his spirit power fluctuated a bit in the next moment, and he was promoted to the 14th level. However, after reaching the 14th level, Li Chang'an's total upgraded spirit power has become 400 points, which is 100 more than the previous 300 points. This is normal, after all, the spirit power values required by different levels are different. Then he looked at the spirit ring fruit in his exchange bar again and swallowed directly. A primary spirit ring fruit has 1000 points. The expensive one is indeed scary, but it can directly increase his spirit ring for 100 years, which is a huge benefit. After all, his spirit ring is only a little closer to being a 1000-year spirit ring. A 1000-year level king's spirit ring and a quasi-1000-year level king's spirit ring bring completely different spirit powers, and after he is upgraded, his body the level can withstand a 1000-year spirit ring. And most importantly, his first spirit ring was originally 1000 years old in the eyes of many people. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, so the promotion of the quasi-millennium spirit ring can still barely explain it. Gritted his teeth, Li Chang'an directly exchanged 1000 points for a primary spirit ring fruit, and then ate it with tears. Is different from the sweet and sour taste of the primary soul power fruit. The primary soul power fruit is very bitter and astringent. It makes people feel nauseous after taking a bite, but when thinking of the price, Li Chang'an continued to eat it with tears. Such an expensive thing, how can it be said that it is not delicious? It is delicious, it is delicious. After the primary spirit ring fruited his lower abdomen, Li Chang'an obviously felt that some changes had taken place in his body. Although he couldn't tell, he felt that he was stronger. If he were to cut and call Yanli now, he would definitely be able to break him without using 80% of his strength. Defense. But looking at the points of hard work and praise from 3886 to 2686, Li Chang'an felt a pain. Krypton and gold were poor for 3 generations, and the ancients did not deceive me. In the future, I will install more force, more gold. After consolidating his cultivation a little bit, Li Chang'an immediately got out of bed and went to the kitchen. After going out for so long this time, the relationship between him and the teacher could not be broken, and he had to prepare more things. After all, he is a good classmate who loves his teacher. Uncle Wang quickly helped me prepare the ingredients. I will make cakes, egg tarts, biscuits, cheese. That's right, this time Li Chang'an planned to make a 7-day amount at once, and by the way, he also made a portion for Mu Xi. See King, to love every woman who loves him, of course, he will always give the goddess the best and the most. After all, I love my teacher, someone thinks so. Ahem, at the request of the majority of readers, Pangu Axe and Dong Huang Zhong are both defective versions, I hope everyone knows. Chapter 17, Your Path is Narrow. One day later, at the gate of Wuhandian Academy, Kui Yongqin and a contra-level teacher were standing there. There were 10 elite class students in front of them. There were young children like Li Chang'an who were about 6 years old, and there were also more than 40 level students who were about 18 years old. All of the soul sects can be called the geniuses of the soul hall. And among these people, Li Chang'an didn't find Jian Rongxiu's figure, and he suddenly felt enlightenment in his heart. It seemed that Jian Rongxiu's lurking mission was about to begin, otherwise he wouldn't even not participate in such activities. But that's good, I can concentrate on teasing Hulina and not overturning the car. After all, Hulina didn't know that she had teased Jian Rongxiu, and Jian Rongxiu didn't know that he had molested Hulina, but Li Chang'an felt fortunate. Tao. He is wearing a black tights today, his longer hair is tied with a red rope, and he is paired with a pair of black boots with white solace. In addition to that handsome face, Li Chang'an is still the most beautiful today. Kid. Kui Yongqin pointed at the old contra around him and introduced respectfully. Students, this is Vice Dean Daranka. Currently, Vice Dean Daranka is already a strong contra, and he is also the main examiner and leader of our mission. He is in charge of our mission. Safe, I hope you all be obedient. When Li Chang'an heard this name, he remembered. When he went to worship Bibi Dong as a teacher, Bibi Dong arranged for a red bishop to join the Wuhandian Academy as the deputy dean, and that person's name was Duolanka. This is all right, the teachers leading the team are considered acquaintances, and the safety has been greatly improved. At this time, Duolanka also stood up and calmly said to Li Chang'an and others, with me, you don't have to worry too much about your safety, but I want to emphasize that the mission performed this time is dangerous, and there are many of you, I can't take care of them all. So you must be careful and don't be aggressive. Daranka didn't say much, so he took a step back and motioned to Kui Yongqin to continue speaking. Kui Yongqin nodded to Duolanka, and then continued, this time our main task is to hunt down a group of bandit soul masters. The strongest of them has reached the level of the Soul King, so don't be paralyzed, after all. They are the real gangsters. Now 4 people get on the carriage in groups, and the remaining 2 people are with us. The intelligence has been put on the carriage for you, let's go. After Kui Yongqin finished speaking, the 3 large carriages waiting not far away drove slowly over, and then the students started to get on the bus together. Li Chang'an doesn't have any friends in the class yet. If he insists on saying something, it's Hulina and Jian Rongxiu. Now that Jian Rongxiu is not there, he naturally follows Hulina, and Hulina is with her brother Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu's side. Followed Yan. This Xiaoyu didn't say anything when he saw Li Chang'an come up, just because Li Chang'an's first spirit ring was a 1000-year spirit ring and he smashed Hu Yanli's defense with an axe, he was qualified to sit in this place. And Hulina also smiled at Li Chang'an, little junior brother, you are here too. Li Chang'an nodded, smiled, and nodded to the three people in the carriage, shouting senior sister, hello senior. Xiaoyu raised her head slightly, and said hello, and Yan also yelled. Their small circle did not really accept Li Chang'an, which was considered good. Li Chang'an didn't go to join in the fun. After chatting with Hulina, he took the intelligence and looked at it. After all, this time it is a matter of life, so he should be serious. The content of the intelligence is not long, but it is not short, and the introduction to the bandits is quite comprehensive. Where there is a soul master, there will be benefits. Although there is no evil soul master at this time, there are also many soul masters who go on a crooked road. They rely on their own strength to be more destructive and even more reckless. For example, the name of the bandit they are going to encircle this time is called Qiumingshan Bandit. The group has 6 soul masters and 25 non-soul masters. They are entrenched near Qiuming Mountain in the Star Luo Empire, so they are called Qiuming Mountain Bandit. This group of bandits made a living by robbing the caravans that passed by, and the bandit leader is a 5-ringed soul king, coupled with the complex roads of Qiumingshan, so it has been rampant to this day. And this information is also marked with a rough map of Akina Mountain, and the other party's activity rules are also marked, which is very rare. Li Chang'an's memory is not a blow. After reading it once, he put the information down, and then closed his eyes to digest the information. At this moment, he suddenly felt that his body was pushed by someone, and he smelled a faint scent of a young girl beside him, and he had already guessed who it was. Sister, what's the matter? Li Chang'an opened his eyes and asked Hulina, who was already charming, with a smile. Hulina also returned a nice smile, and then looked at Xiaoyu and Yan. This said, we want to ask you what you think about this operation. How did you go to sleep after reading the information? Li Chang'an realized that Yan and Ziyu's expressions on the opposite side were a bit solemn, and he couldn't help but be stunned. It shouldn't be. It stands to reason that they shouldn't have participated in this kind of action for the first time. After Li Chang'an raised her question, Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. We have participated in the actual combat class for more than 2 times. We can cooperate in the class to deal with 1 or 2 spirit masters. This is the first time we have faced this situation. Speaking of this, Xiaoyu was also embarrassed, and admitted that he was not good in front of Li Chang'an. It was a shameful thing, but he wanted to know what Li Chang'an's confidence was in sleeping with his eyes closed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After listening to Li Chang'an, he suddenly laughed a little unkindly. What did he think? That's it. Oh, I almost forgot, in essence, they are still children in their hearts. Thinking of this, Li Chang'an stopped laughing, but said in an old father's tone, actually, I think your path is narrow. Why do we have to deal with everyone else? If we pretend to be a small group of caravans and lead the other party to the bait, will the other party come out? Obviously not. Since they won't invade the nest, then 2 or 3 spirit masters, or even 1 spirit master, will be enough for the whole class. Did anyone fight? The 3 Hulina's eyes suddenly gained a lot of admiration. They were also brains, so why is he different? Ding, you pretended to be a force in front of Xiaoyu, points +2. Ding. Papal Palace. Bibi Dong smiled and signed a document, and her heart suddenly became a lot more relaxed. She has already laid out in the Elder Hall in accordance with Li Chang'an's method, and will be a lot more relaxed in the future. At this time, the maid quietly put a box on Bibi Dong's table. Under the crown of the Pope, this is a dessert sent to you by Master Li Chang'an. Chang'an? Didn't they go out? Bibi Dong was a little confused. Yes, but Master Li Chang'an specially sent 7 desserts this time, saying that I would give you one day. Bibi Dong heard this, and the corners of her eyes were a little moist. She had never thought that she would be cared so much by someone. Even the person had never given her this concern. Thinking of Bibi Dong here, I immediately remembered Li Chang'an's handsome face, and then there was a kind smile on his face, and my heart felt warm. Chapter 18, I want to follow the little sister. The carriage flew fast for a long time before it arrived in a town near Quming Mountain. Then everyone checked into the largest inn in the town. After a long rest, Kui Yongqin called everyone to a meeting. The meeting place was in the courtyard of the inn, and Kui Yongqin also specially arranged a spirit power barrier. Under normal circumstances, he was not afraid of being overheard. Now I will briefly explain the rules of this operation. As long as you wipe out all the bandits on the Quming Mountain within a week, then this mission will be considered a success. As for whether you want to work in groups, whether to act alone, or if you are annihilated, a frontal attack or a surprise attack, the Academy will not interfere. In short, you are not allowed to rely on your own forces. Be careful. After Kui Yongqin said this, he withdrew from the enchantment, and then left the yard, leaving 10 people watching each other. This task was not only difficult, but also the college did not give guidance for the first time, which made the veteran students a little uncomfortable, and even felt that they were unable to start. At this time, the oldest soul sect got up, looked at the crowd with some majestic eyes, then cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, the bandits are so powerful. If you want me to say that we are better together, I think that under my command, we can definitely." "Stop, how do you say Song Rentu, why should we listen to you?" The person who said this was Yan, and he stood up, not afraid of him at all. Before Li Chang'an came, the pattern of the elite class had always been Yan, Ziyu, and Hulina, and the others, except Jian Rongxiu, were headed by the head of the Song dynasty. The reason is actually very simple, because Yan and the 3 of them are relatively young, and they are much better in terms of talent and preference of Bibi Dong, which leads to differentiation. Of course, the Song people are not without advantages. They are generally older, have a higher cultivation base, and have a large number of people, so they still have the advantage in several struggles. Li Chang'an didn't care about this. When Yan called out the name Song Rentu, he almost let out the fart without a smile, asked Hulina in a low voice, and then he understood. "My surname is Song, and my parents wanted me to get ahead, so they named me Song Rentu." "Well, nothing wrong." Song Ren frowned and looked at Yan. The pressure of the soul sect was released, and he squeezed his fingers and said, "This is not the time when we are in conflict." Li Chang'an was surprised. He didn't expect that the head of the Song dynasty was still a little bit brainy. Not only did he exert pressure on strength, but also analyzed from the actual situation, the average person might actually succumb. But Yan and the others are also the pride of the sky, and coupled with the analysis of Li Chang'an on the carriage, so Yan feels that if they operate well, they can basically handle it except for the bandit, so Yan will naturally not listen to Song Ren's head. Arranged. "Hey, the surname is Song, we will have a teacher to rate our performance according to the actual situation. We want us to follow your and eat ashes." "No way, we can do it ourselves." After Yan said, he got up and left first, and then Xiaoyu also left blankly, then Hulina, only Li Chang'an was still sitting there. Brother Rentu, don't worry, I'm a middleman, I won't do it right with you, I'll go first." Li Chang'an finally got up and left, so he rushed to the name Rentu, and he couldn't be with them either. "What?" After Li Chang'an came out of the yard, he found that all 3 of Hulina were waiting for him, and then Ziyu glanced at him, "You want to be neutral?" Li Chang'an hurriedly waved his hand, No, I have to surround the little sister closely so that I can feel safe." After all, Li Chang'an gave Hulina a small look. Hulina only regarded Li Chang'an as a little brother, so he smiled back. Although Yan was a bit tasteful, he never felt that Li Chang'an wanted to chase Hulina, and some of them had to listen to Li Chang'an's opinions, so there was no attack. Okay, let's go back to my room and discuss it first. Since we have decided to do it separately, then we have to win. Xiaoyu said to the small team, and ended the conversation between the three. By the way, little sister, the performance of this action is related to points, so what can points do? On the way back, Li Chang'an suddenly thought of a very serious question, points, what can I do? Hulina immediately held her forehead with her hand and looked at Li Chang'an speechlessly, as if she were looking at a mentally retarded person, and the same was true for Xiaoyu and Yan. What a joke! Isn't the most important thing about entering Wuhandian Academy is to read the student handbook first, and the student handbook has all the rules and instructions on points? After listening to Hulina's brief introduction, Li Chang'an came to understand, oh, there are so many uses for points. In Wuhandian Academy, you can use your points to redeem various things, including lectures by title Douluo, and treasures of heaven, material and earth. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com even has services such as helping you hunt down the most suitable soul beasts. In short, as long as you have points, you can get almost everything except the teacher you want to sleep, and the more points you get, the more training resources you get. Interesting. Li Chang'an gave a big thumbs up to the points system. He has to earn a little more points to redeem things later. Let's redeem a teacher's lectures for 1 day and 1 night services. Well, it's just a kind of pure lecture. Ahem, a joke, a joke. After arriving in Ziyu's room, all 4 people sat at the round table, and then Hulina made a cup of tea for everyone, and the topic officially began. Chang'an, do you have any specific thoughts about our own actions this time? Ziyu decided to ask about Li Chang'an's words in the car first. Li Chang'an held the fragrant tea in his hand, looked at the future elder brother, and then after thinking about it, he took a picture of the map of Qiumingshan on the table. Here is the Qiuming Mountain, which is the gathering place for bandits. This is the official road, which is the place where caravans often pass. And here, the mountains on both sides are most suitable for ambush. As Li Chang'an's fingers pointed out one by one, Ziyu and the others also followed Li Chang'an's thoughts and walked, and they were stunned. Fuck, the younger brother is so awesome. Fuck, this potential competitor is so awesome. Fuck, this handsome guy is so awesome. In fact, Li Chang'an's idea is very simple. They either pretend to be a caravan to lead a snake out of the hole, or they are lying in ambush near the place where the other party will ambush, and come to a mantis to fight the cicada, with the aureole behind. Even in order to stabilize his hand, Li Chang'an also contributed his own poison and some small things. Chapter 19, Go and grab it for you in person. After roughly arranging the matter, Li Chang'an and others went back to their respective rooms. Although no one took the initiative to mention it, there was still one of the biggest mountains that couldn't go around this mission. The leader of the bandits of the famous Autumn Mountains is the Soul King. That is the Soul King of the 5 rings. Even if the soul ring matching is rubbish, even if the strength is poor, it is still the Soul King, not Li Chang'an and the others can contend. And it turned out that the only chance to contend with the Soul King is the head of the Song dynasty. So even if their plan is perfect, no matter how many bandits are killed, in the end this mountain can't get around. After all, it will not be complete. Li Chang'an lay on the bed with his head resting on his hands, and he sighed helplessly, but he wasn't particularly scared, he was just thinking about how to maximize the benefits of this mission. The profit maximization here does not only refer to the points of the academy, his own pretense points are also particularly important, regardless of the small number of people this time, but no matter how small the mosquito is, it is still a mouthful. After all, pretending is irrespective of size and level. In Li Chang'an's view, as long as it can be pretended, as long as there are points, then no matter how big or small it is a good beep. With such thoughts, Li Chang'an slowly fell asleep. What, do you mean practice? Cultivation does not exist. After all, there are points for system redemption. He is a hammer for practicing. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an was awakened by Ziyu, and Ziyu gave him a breaking news. Song Rentu and his group of 6 had already left the inn early in the morning, and shortly after they left, Kui Yongqin said a head teacher also quietly followed. Li Chang'an couldn't help but sigh that the young man was still too impatient, but this time Duolongka did not choose to have more people, but stayed. This is enough to explain the importance of the identity of the 4 people. Chang'an, when shall we act? Xiaoyu asked Li Chang'an all the way. He also wanted to take action by himself, but the analysis of Li Chang'an last night and Li Chang'an's grasp of the general situation made him feel bad, so Xiaoyu waited patiently for Li Chang'an to speak. Li Chang'an was not in a hurry, and went downstairs slowly, then sat down in the restaurant downstairs and ordered 2 breakfasts, signaling Xiaoyu to sit down and talk. Senior, before I do this, I want to ask you, do you want to completely beat Song Rentu? Xiaoyu nodded, yes, why not? Then senior, you have to promise me that if I help you completely win the head of the Song dynasty this time, then if I do anything offensive in the future, you must let me go. Li Chang'an said in advance. He was worried that in the future eldest brother would find out that his sister was soaked, and that the person who soaked his younger sister would still have many women going crazy, so Li Chang'an said hello in advance. Xiaoyu was a little confused by these words, but how could he say a word in order to win? So Xiaoyu nodded indifferently. Okay, call everyone on, let's set off too. Li Chang'an took a bite of the meat buns, and then said. Everyone is calling, are we going to attack the other side's lair too? Xiaoyu asked excitedly. No, what do you think? We will just follow what we discussed yesterday to see if there is a caravan passing by. If there is a caravan passing by, we will get into the caravan and attack each other first. Li Chang'an looked at each other speechlessly, and then simply stated his plan. Song heads, they only have 6 people. As long as they are not fools, they will not attack during the day. What Li Chang'an has to do is to get into the caravan and kill a few bandits first, and then play the role of stunning snakes. In this way, after the other party broke his manpower, the martial law would definitely be doubled at night, which made it impossible for Song Rentu at least to succeed this evening. And Li Chang'an and the others had already killed the other's soul masters at this time, and the starting lines were different. How could they compare? It was not difficult to find a caravan, especially Xiaoyu and the 3 of them were second-ring spirit masters, and when they offered to protect the caravan for free, it was even easier to find a caravan. The caravan is not large in size, but the goods it transports are all pearls and jade, plus it has to pass under the autumn mountains, so naturally the more it is for the protection of this thing. Although the 4 of Li Chang'an are very young, even Li Chang'an is a child at first sight, but the additional condition that they are all soul masters and free guards still makes the caravan owner moved, and they agree to follow the caravan through Qiumingshan. So 4 guards in large clothes just followed the caravan behind and left the town. About a quarter of an hour after Li Chang'an and the others left, Douluo also silently followed, but he didn't follow very closely, just relying on his mental power to perceive it to hang far away. Little junior brother, did you say that the other party would rob our team? Hulina couldn't conceal her charmingness even in rough protective clothing, and even this dress had a sense of temptation to her. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Li Chang'an looked at the box on the carriage next to him, and nodded affirmatively. They naturally looked down on the things in it, but even for ordinary spirit masters, it was a fatal temptation. The caravan owner seems to be a little afraid of the Akina mountain bandits, so after approaching the rugged Akina mountain, he has ordered the coachman to start accelerating at full speed. The roads under the Akina mountain are also very curvy and steep. Some roads even only accommodate a carriage and pass by, so this is a test of the coachman's skills. Under Li Chang'an's surprised gaze, he found that these coachmen were all old drivers. Even in places like Qiumingshan, they slapped their whips and sprinted at the fastest speed. Control. Drive. 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 The carriages accelerated one by one, sprinting under the Akina mountain. Autumn famous mountain bandit camp master bedroom. The bandit's first Zhang Meizi is finishing the exercise on the bed, feeling that life is dull and lying on the bed, but the big hand still can't help stroking the beautiful body beside him. The little lady lay on Zhang Meizi, bit her lip, and said in a charming voice, "My lord, I heard that there will be a batch of pearl jewelry passing by today, do you want it?" "Okay, the king brought it for you, how can you repay me?" Zhang Meizi said, reaching a soft spot with his palm, using a little bit of strength. "Then, the action that the king wants, I will depend on you." The little lady is very picky and reluctant to say. "Ha ha ha, okay, okay, I will grab it for you myself." Zhang Meizi's eyes have a different color, and he has been looking forward to that action for a long time. Chapter 20, Zhang Meizi's martial soul. Li Chang'an sat in the back of the carriage with a piece of straw boringly, stepped on a box of jewels under his feet, and sighed boredly. Could it be that he had made a mistake? The opponent doesn't like this caravan? Or that the other party is off this weekend? You need to know that these old drivers of Qiuming Mountain are very fast. They have ran half of the distance in less than 10 minutes, and they will leave Qiuming Mountain in 10 minutes at most. In fact, it is not just Li Chang'an, Ziyu, Yan, and Hulina all raised their eyes to look at the top of the mountain, for fear of missing something. Just when the four people thought that this was the case today, suddenly a whistle sounded from a mountain not far away. Oh la la la! In the eyes of everyone, more than a dozen rough men suddenly appeared halfway up the mountain. In fact, one of the men smashed down with a stone the size of a person, just blocking the carriageway. "Oh! Little ones, our business is here!" A big man with a pocky face of about 1.6 m yelled to everyone. Then the gangsters around all replied in unison, "Come!" Then the three spirit masters followed Zhang Meizi, directly from the middle of the mountain and quickly jumped down with their strength, and a few ordinary bandits also rushed down the path with a machete, and shouted slogans in their mouths. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes to look at the bandit leader who jumped down, and then compared with the intelligence in his heart, he couldn't help but get a cold sweat. Zhang Meizi, this person is the five-ringed Soul King, Zhang Meizi. Damn! How did you lead the bandit out? Killing him? Li Chang'an couldn't even think of it. The reason why Zhang Meizi came out in person today was just to add a little bit of fun to his life. "Chang'an, what shall we do? Do you want to give up?" Xiaoyu asked in a low voice. His expression was not much better, and he recognized the identity of the other party. "No, if we get everyone else done, then 4-on-1 won't necessarily lose, try it." Li Chang'an whispered an analysis of Xiaoyu's trio, and made plans to continue fighting. It wasn't that he was swaying, but just as he said, if you meet him, you should try one of 4. After all, one is just an ordinary Soul King, and they are Soul Masters with extraordinary talents. The second came because Li Chang'an knew that when they came out, the deputy Dean Doulonka must have also followed him. This is what he is relying on the most now. "Boss, where to get rich?" Zhang Meizi patted the caravan boss's face and asked familiarly. "Back to the king, our car is just pulling some broken jade. If you like it, I will give you a box. What do you think?" The boss is not a face-saving person, and he quickly said in a low voice. Who knows that Zhang Meizi didn't appreciate it, but looked at this team of carriages and curled his lips. "I have all these, you guys get out of here, or I will kill them all." Looking at this car of jewelry, Zhang Meizi seems to have thought of the scene after returning to the room. The little lady is probably already posing, waiting for herself to be tied up. My lord, how can this be done? How about half of it? The boss's face turned dark. Isn't this forcing himself to lift the table? No. Zhang Meizi shook his head, and took them back. Not only were they tied up, but even cat slaves were also available. How could he give up? Then we can only do one game. After the boss said this, the 3 soul masters originally hired in the team quickly started. One of the soul masters is a 3-ring soul sovereign, and the other 2 are also 2nd ring. This lineup is already quite good. At the same time, other people in the caravan also drew out big knives and fought with the bandits. And Zhang Meizi didn't do it himself, waved his hand, and the 3 spirit master brothers behind also showed their spirit ring and martial spirit one after another. Their spirit power is also 1 3 rings, 2 2 rings. The original 3 spirit masters of the caravan quickly fought with them, and the fights became intractable for a while. But Li Chang'an and the 4 of them did not make the first shot, but chose to wander around. This is what Li Chang'an meant. What they have to do now is to find the right opportunity to make up for the deadly blow, leaving Zhang Meizi completely isolated and helpless. Give me the 3 rings and the little elder sister, you guys make up those 2, remember, and shoot at the same time. Li Chang'an's words came again, this time he directly used the soul power transmission at the expense of soul power. Little sister, charm. Li Chang'an said to Hulina, and at the same time, his purple spirit ring also lit up. The quaint black Pangu axe is dark purple, the purple that truly represents the color of the 1000-year spirit ring. This time, Li Chang'an directly activated the first spirit ability, the World Cut. The purple light almost flashed past, the Soul Lord was disturbed by Hulina's charm skills for 2 seconds, and then Li Chang'an's axe completely cut the opponent off. A sober and well-prepared soul deity may struggle a little bit, but for Li Chang'an, a soul deity that has been disturbed has one trick. At the same time, Yan's figure instantly turned red. Yu reading www. The Flame Lord Wuhan of yuyuganshu.com was released, and then the first and second spirit rings lighted up at the same time, directly welcoming the second ring Great Spirit Master. Ziyu's double moon blade also quickly made a knife, and his knife skills are also very routine and tactical, which looks even more terrifying. You die for me. When Zhang Meizi reacted, all 3 of his subordinates of the Spirit Master were dead, which made him almost fainted. It was hard to find the hands of the Spirit Master. 3 of them died today, and the strength of the cottage has dropped drastically. I saw 5 spirit rings slowly rising under Zhang Meizi's feet, white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. And Zhang Meizi's body has also changed at this time, his figure seems to have expanded the points, and the most surprising thing is his mouth, the size of the bottom of a bowl, and there are swarthy black elements. What martial soul is this? Li Chang'an couldn't understand it for a moment, but at this moment, a caravan's great spirit master suddenly seemed to be in control, so he pulled him directly into his hand, and then Zhang Meizi's dark mouth was directly bitten in it. On the neck of that great soul master. In the clear feeling of Li Chang'an and others, the spirit power of that great soul master is slowly disappearing, and the spirit of that great soul master seems to be being swallowed. This is, Devour Wuhan. Li Chang'an ignored his physical weakness and said to other people, let's do it together, otherwise we will all be like this. After said, Li Chang'an directly poured the only remaining soul power into Pangu axe, and rushed forward first. And other people also started to see this. Zhang Meizi's martial arts spirit is very weird, they have no way out. Ah! Zhang Meizi couldn't help but smiled, praying as a car. Chapter 21, Hulina was arrested. Li Chang'an was angry. It was careless, but it was careless after all. Li Chang'an only has this sentence in his heart now, to the effect. He didn't even dream of it, but it was just a robbery. This Zhang Meizi would actually go out in person, and that's fine. This Zhang Meizi's martial arts soul does not know what it is, and it will swallow other martial arts souls. But the only lucky thing now is that after Zhang Meizi swallowed that man's martial soul, his own strength did not increase a little, but his aura became very unstable. Li Chang'an had the enlightenment in his heart. This Zhang Meizi's martial arts is at most a trash can, not a processing factory, otherwise he would have dominated the mainland by devouring martial arts in these years. What Zhang Meizi can do is to devour other people's martial arts, but he can't turn it into his own use. His flaw is still very big. But even so, Zhang Meizi's strength in the 5 rings is not overshadowed. He is almost a child with a punch. Li Chang'an is not his enemy in one blow at all. They were knocked to the ground within a few rounds. Oh! Zhang Meizi looked at Li Chang'an and the others, his big mouth showed a grimace, and then just as he was about to raise his hand again, he suddenly found a red light flashing in the distance. Zhang Meizi is not a fool either. He grabbed the only woman, Hulina, with a quick eye, and then felt a little more at ease. It didn't take long for the red light to pass in front of him. This is an old man, dressed in a red archbishop robe, his hair is neatly combed with a big back, his eyes are cold and he looks at Zhang Meizi. Daronka's cold voice sounded, without a trace of emotion, "Do you dare to provoke Wuhan Hall? Let go of the person in your hand." Although Duolanka is calm on the surface, he has already panicked a lot. Hu is not good at catching him, but he wants to catch Hulina. If he doesn't handle it well today, he will probably be over. After all, no matter what Hulina said, that is also the only personal disciple of the Pope, and also the saint of Wuhan Hall. If something happens, he really shouldn't go back, just wipe his neck and pull it. When Zhang Meizi heard about the Martial Soul Palace, he was in a cold sweat behind his back. Good deed, how could he provoke such a thing, but this also strengthened his idea of holding hostages. This is his only chance. Hey, let go, how is that possible? Unless you promise to let me go, you will never trouble me. Zhang Meizi said. The hand that pinched Hulina's neck instantly used a bit of strength, and he looked at Hulina's figure with a squint, and couldn't help taking a sip of water. If this is played once, it's worth it to die. But what Zhang Meizi didn't notice was that the handsome little boy next to him involuntarily touched his left ear, and his expression became cold. Li Chang'an may not have noticed it himself. The moment he moved his murderous mind, he could not help touching his left ear, and this was the first time he was murderous. Dare to touch his woman, he wants to make Zhang Meizi regret coming to this world. Doulonka thought for a minute or so before slowly saying, "Yes, as long as you let her go, I promise you won't trouble you again, how about?" Although Doulonka was a little sure that he could rescue Hulina, Hulina's status as a saint finally made him a little bit of a rat, and he didn't dare to take risks easily. When Zhang Meizi heard this, he looked at Hulina, and he became more determined in his mind. The identity of this chick is extraordinary. He can't let it go easily. He wants more and more. No, I regret it now. I want 100,000 gold soul coins. Come to my cottage to redeem someone at that time. Zhang Meizi said, but he had already planned it in his heart. When he returned to the cottage, he would give the girl to the girl. Yes, so you won't lose even if you die. After Zhang Meizi said, he looked at the crowd like a demonstration, continued to release the martial arts vigilantly, and then quickly retreated to the mountain. Don't come here, I will kill her. Li Chang'an looked at his spirit power progress bar, and then at Zhang Meizi, who was running away. His aura became colder. His spirit power had recovered by 50%, and if he regained another 20%, he had to go straight. Kill it. Ziyu's expression is even more ugly. The other party kidnapped his sister, Vice Dean Daronka. I hope to save my sister. Doulonka shook his head, now it's no use in the past. I will gather all the people in the Wuhan temple nearby. When that time comes, I will bring the gold soul coins and bring the army to threaten Chu Mingshan. You are here to wait for me to make a stick of incense. Time. This method proposed by Doulonka can be said to be the safest method, so after he finished speaking, the whole person once again turned into a red light and disappeared into the sky. Now he must race against time. Do you want to kill it? Li Chang'an asked Xiaoyu and Yan calmly, with a deep expression on his face. Think, but we. Yan likes Hulina in his heart, he is naturally very anxious. Recover spirit power as soon as we want. After 5 minutes, we will kill ourselves. Li Chang'an said, he recovered on his own cross-legged, and he didn't want to wait any longer. Xiaoyu Eben still wanted to say a word, but thinking that Li Chang'an was so fierce, it would be too shameful to persuade him, not to mention that his mood was heavier than anyone else. Great! Ziyu and Yan nodded one after another. www.ltnovel.com continue to regain their spirit power. 5 minutes later. Li Chang'an opened his closed eyes. At this time, the elegant aura of him was swept away, replaced by something extremely cold. Go! Li Chang'an took the lead in rushing forward, instilling soul power into his legs, and his speed was maximized. Yan and Xiaoyu looked at each other, and nodded one after another, and then each urged their soul power to catch up. Zhang Mei's speed was not unpleasant along the way. In order to prevent Hulina's small movements on the road, he simply stunned Hulina, but because he was in a hurry, he didn't do anything else. Quickly, the whole village is on alert, the mountain has encountered big troubles this time, but I guarantee that after this time, there will be endless prosperity and wealth. Yes. The whole cottage moved quickly, and Zhang Meize threw Hulina into his room and went to find someone for a meeting. After all, this time there were a lot of things, and he had to explain it before he could enjoy it with peace of mind. Hurry up, hurry up. This is what Li Chang'an said in his heart at this time, and his speed is indeed very fast, even if his physical body is so strong, this speed makes him a little overwhelmed at this time, but he is still accelerating, accelerating. Looking at the wooden gate not far away, Li Chang'an was relieved and finally arrived. The gorgeous purple spirit ring rose, Pangu axe started, and the Eastern Emperor Bell was also directly summoned, and then he steadily protected Li Chang'an's body. Today, God blocks and kills God. Rumble. The purple axe flashed brilliantly, the cottage gate, broken. Chapter 22, One Person, One Axe. Who? So bold. The ordinary gangsters in the cottage were suddenly shocked, and one by one was immediately on guard. Several people even pulled up their crossbows and shot at Li Chang'an. But Li Chang'an didn't care about those bows and arrows at all, and he didn't even bother to look at them. These bows and arrows still wanted to shake the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was a joke. He directly swept Pangu axe, and all those people were swept and fell down. Only 2 spirit masters were still standing there. The spirit rings on these 2 spirit masters are both 2 rings, and they are all equipped with 1 white and 1 yellow, which can be said to be extremely rubbish. But Li Chang'an didn't intend to waste time here. He saw Zhang Mei's eyes just looking at Hulina, and he must pass as soon as possible. These 2 are handed over to you, I'll go in first. Li Chang'an shouted at Xiaoyu and Yan who had rushed over, and then suddenly exerted strength again and continued to rush into the cottage. Shoot him! A sound suddenly sounded. Just as Li Chang'an rushed in, he saw a large wooden cart placed in front, and 3 giant arrows about 1 meter long were placed on the cart. Hey, what about the Soul Master? You are still not the opponent of the bed crossbow if you are less than 30th level. The bandit looked at Li Chang'an with a grin, waved his hand, and motioned his hand to release an arrow. Accompanied by 3 bursts of air, 3 crossbow arrows shot directly, and the angle is extremely tricky, even if Li Chang'an can hide no matter how much, there will still be 1 shot at him after all. Humph! Li Chang'an's black hair was flying in the air elegantly. He hit the ground on his toes and jumped directly into the air. He lifted the Pangu axe with 1 hand and smashed it down, showing no defensive intention. This. Buzzing. When the 3 crossbow arrows arrived near Li Chang'an, they seemed to be isolated by an invisible wall of air. The arrows shattered directly and turned into smoke. Ding, you pretended to be forced in front of Zhang San, and the points are +1. Before Zhang San and the others were astonished, Li Chang'an's attack arrived. The huge axe seemed as light as nothing in Li Chang'an's hands. He even played a trick in mid-air. Then a few people had a blood on their shoulders. Red flowers. And at this moment, Li Chang'an suddenly felt a few spirit power fluctuations. A 3-ringed Soul Master and 2 second-ringed Great Soul Masters rushed over at the same time. Bring it on! Li Chang'an hurriedly backed up a few steps, then the purple spirit ring lit up, and a purple light swept across. Your Excellency is too confident. The spirits of 3 spirit masters were released neatly, 1 rhino, 1 big sword, and 1 stick. The 3 martial souls exerted their power at the same time, and the light of white soul power enveloped the martial soul, colliding with Li Chang'an's attack. The purple light seemed unstoppable, sharp, and terrifying, but the defenses of the 3 spirit masters were equally powerful. After everyone took a step back, they blocked Li Chang'an's attack, but their hands were still shaking. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of spirit ring is this? How could it be so terrible? He doesn't have much spirit power, let's go together. The 3rd spirit ring of the Soul Sovereign with the big sword lit up and rushed up first, as did the other 2 spirit masters. But Li Chang'an has the Donghuang Bell, so he doesn't need to worry about defending it for a while. All he has to do is to attack and keep attacking. How is it possible? What exactly is your defense? The 3-ringed Soul Master is stunned. What is going on? His sword can't break the defense of this 1-ringed Soul Master. Although Li Chang'an will be fine in a short time, it will not last long after all. After all, with the cooperation of the 3 people, it is difficult for him to get away for a while. You asked for it. Li Chang'an did not hesitate to exchange 4 spirit power fruit, then found a gap and stuffed it in his mouth, and also exchanged another spirit power fruit and ate it. Soul Power, Level 15. First Soul Ring Age, 1193 years. The first Soul Skill, Cut the World. After the breakthrough, Li Chang'an's spirit power returned to its peak state again, and this time the spirit ring was upgraded again, so the power of heaven and earth sharpening also increased more. The same purple light, but this time the purple light is more solemn, longer and more terrifying. What? The 3 people were all walking around Li Chang'an, and the attack this time was naturally much greater. Except for the Soul Master, the 2 great Soul Masters were already sitting on the ground, with blood constantly coming out of their bodies. Come again, the world is cut. Li Chang'an is now completely urging the spirit ability at any cost, and it is another world that is cut down, and the 3-ringed soul is naturally severely injured by the hit. When several of them thought that Li Chang'an was exhausted, Li Chang'an's breath fluctuated again. That's right, in order to restore his spirit power as soon as possible, he chose to break through again. He is already very anxious now, and there is no acquaintance here yet, so he doesn't mind exposing anything. Forced again, Li Chang'an was like a vengeful demon, carrying an axe and continuing to kill. While in Zhang Mei's master bedroom, Zhang Mei had heard the shouts from outside and the announcements from his subordinates, and learned that there were only 3 Mao children who had come to attack and there was no one else, so he was not so scared. These 3 little soul masters dared to come to his cottage to go wild, and they were simply seeking their own way of death. What he has to do now is to enjoy this beautiful girl as soon as possible. In order for Hulina to cooperate, Zhang Mei also specially drank a little aphrodisiac for Hulina. You read www.yuyuganshu.com just to have fun. And this girlish taste is his favorite. Zhang Mei, get out of me. Li Chang'an's voice suddenly sounded, which made Zhang Mei startled. How could the other party come over suddenly? But he didn't take it to heart, and directly released the devouring martial spirit and rushed out from the window, looking at Li Chang'an jokingly. Boy, why are you here to die? Li Chang'an looked at the other person's eyes indifferently, hooked his fingers and said, you touched my woman, wipe your neck and prepare to be killed by me. Zhang Meizi listened, suddenly burst into laughter, and one ring of soul masters said that they would kill him. How could this be possible? Come on, I will give you a chance, don't swallow you directly, you can attack. Zhang Meizi said with a smile. Li Chang'an raised his eyebrows, this is what you said. OM. The purple light flickered instantly, and a slender and mighty axe smashed past. Boom! Zhang Meizi's expression was frozen there forever, because his head was directly on the spot, exploded, and turned into a cloud of blood, leaving nothing. Hey! I don't know how to devour the spirits of others. You don't know how to focus on mental defense. You are dying. Li Chang'an shook his head speechlessly. His attack was planned, with a special mental attack. And because Zhang Meizi swallowed other people's martial spirits, his mental power was very chaotic and huge, and it exploded almost at a point. Li Chang'an's mental attack was just a fuse. No longer caring about Zhang Meizi, Li Chang'an quickly rushed into the room, and then he saw the scene that made his blood boil. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 23, Technique. Li Chang'an couldn't even dream that the little senior sister would actually be hit by Zhang Meizi's method, and what made him even more unexpected was that the little senior sister would have such a big body reaction after taking the medicine. Although Li Chang'an can't do things directly, as a scumbag who crosses over, Li Chang'an also has many other methods, such as the fingers he has always been proud of. After Li Chang'an helped Hulina solve the problem, he stood quietly outside the door. Now the sound of fighting outside is getting closer and closer. He has solved most of the spirit masters in the cottage. Ziyu and the others are not particularly stressed, but think killing quickly is not so simple. After all, this is the base of the Qiumingshan bandits. The reason why I hit the opponent so quickly was because I was caught off guard. When they reacted, Xiaoyu and Yan in the back would also suffer. Hey, this mission is over, it's really a twists and turns. But then again, even though it has been so long in the past, my own methods have not regressed in the last life. June didn't see him, it only took a few minutes for the little sister to get rid of the pain, this is his superb performance. But immediately thinking of the performance and body of the little elder sister just now, Li Chang'an still has some aftertaste. Just as Li Chang'an sighed, Hulina had already put on her clothes and walked out of the room, but at this time Hulina had been bowing her head, and her face was still flushing, her legs were a little weak, and there was an indescribable charm on her body. Thinking of the scene just now, Hulina couldn't help but feel ashamed. She was really ashamed just now, and it is estimated that the majesty of the little sister will no longer exist. But then again, the younger brother is still pretty handsome, and it would be nice if he could come together in the future. However, how the younger brother's technique is so powerful, even though she only used her fingers, the feeling almost made her float. Ahem, little elder sister, just take it as if it didn't happen, you also got the other party's drug, you just know that I know it. Li Chang'an provoked the topic and comforted Hulina a bit. The appearance of an upright gentleman calmed Hulina's mood a lot, and he felt a different emotion towards this little junior. Thank you, junior brother, if it wasn't for you this time, I'm afraid I would have been given by that person. Speaking of this, Hulina's eyes on Li Chang'an are even more gentle. Without this little boy, I am afraid that my innocence would be gone today. Just when the two chatted casually and the awkward atmosphere gradually disappeared, Xiaoyu and Yan rushed in breathlessly, and then they saw Li Chang'an and Hulina standing there talking and laughing. Fenjiun, lying next to him who had been headshot. Zhang Meizi. Here, Chang'an, this Zhang Meizi was killed by you. Xiaoyu pointed to the corpse and said. Li Chang'an shook his head, the other party swallowed too many martial arts, which caused mental confusion. He did it by himself. Ding, you pretended to be forced in front of Xiaoyu, points +2. Ding. Although Li Chang'an said so, the Xiaoyu people are not fools, especially Hulina. Although her consciousness was a little confused, she did hear the sound of fighting. Zhang Mei's death and Li Chang'an are absolutely inseparable. At this time, the auras flew from the sky, and it was the people Doulonka called to come over, but after they came, it was the end, and they contributed a wave of points to Li Chang'an. After everything was over, everyone spent another day training in the town, and then they got on the carriage back to Wuhan City, but Li Chang'an and the others chose the carriage first this time, while Song Renta followed dingily behind. This mission is really fucking killing him, Song Ren head, never thought that the other party would give Chu Mingshan to the three of them. They just planned it, and they have already notified the end. But this time, there was one more opponent in Song Ren's eyes. The young man who carried the Pangu axe and rushed into the cottage first. This boy, absolutely cannot be judged by common sense. Song Ren first and the others thought so, and naturally they contributed a wave of points to Li Chang'an, which made Li Chang'an very pleased. In order to rush to the cottage, he ate 9 spirit power fruits and 1 spirit ring fruit. Although his strength was raised to level 16, it cost 1,900 points in total. Li Chang'an now feels that he is very poor. On the way back, Li Chang'an felt that Hulina's attitude towards him would be closer tomorrow, and he was so happy that he would chat with Hulina a bit more. It seems that although he didn't form a acquaintance with Hulina, he is still a acquaintance with Abalone. It is normal for two people to be close. Yan on the opposite side naturally clenched his fists when he saw this scene. He felt his anger exploded, and he worked very hard to save people. Okay, how come the treatment he got was completely different in the end? Yan decided to find a chance to challenge Li Chang'an after he went back. You read www.yuyuganshu.com to let Hulina know who is the real powerhouse. It was the brother Xiaoyu who praised Li Chang'an, and kept asking how Li Chang'an got in so quickly. Chang'an, at that time, Yan and I were following you to help you clean up the enemies behind, but even so, we encountered a lot of resistance and our spirit power was almost exhausted. How did you rush in? Xiaoyu again asked this question once. Li Chang'an couldn't help but roll his eyes to Xiaoyu. Can you tell you that I can only keep my spirit power after breaking through and upgrading? Brother can tell you that for the purpose of improving my spirit ability, I forced my spirit ring to improve for 100 years. Quality? I said uncle, it's not right, I said senior, some things are the secrets of the soul master himself, if you ask, I won't tell you, why bother? At this time, Hulina also helped out, that's right, brother, why are you bullying the younger brother? Xiaoyu, how do I feel that my sister is about to be abducted? It was already afternoon after returning to Wuhan City, and Li Chang'an and Hulina got out of the carriage and were picked up by the people of the Pope Palace, saying that the Pope had something to look for them. Obviously, they knew about the various situations in Akina Mountain this time through special channels earlier than Bidong, and they were still very concerned. This is the greatness of Bidong, the teacher. When she heard about this incident, the first thing she thought of was to wait for the two disciples to come back, so she would personally reassure them, and listen to them talk about the task and help them sum up some experience. Li Chang'an said that this is very useful, this is the strong love from the teacher. Chapter 24, Love Hulina. Bidong is still Li Chang'an and Hulina summoned in her bedroom today, and Bidong now looks like the original haze has been swept away, and the whole person seems to have a good temperament. It can be seen that the solution provided by Li Chang'an has solved Bidong. What a trouble! Bidong was wearing a pope's outfit at this time, but he did not wear a crown, but with loose hair, revealing the beauty of a mature woman. I saw Bidong sitting lazily on a chair, and there was a pastry Li Chang'an made before leaving. He picked it up from time to time to eat one, and his ruddy lips looked very attractive. Come on, Nana, first eat some cakes made by your younger brother, and then talk about your experience and gains this time. Bibi Dong waved his hand, and the half of the cake arrived in front of Hulina. Hulina looked at Li Chang'an, and then nodded to Bibi Dong. After taking a small bite, the taste buds immediately felt comfortable. This is the pastry made by the little brother himself. It is really delicious. Teacher, when we went out this time, we were actually a little careless. I failed to protect the little sister and caused the little sister to be kicked away by the Soul King. Li Chang'an took the initiative to stand up and take the responsibility for the matter on himself. This is Li Chang'an's cleverness. Men must learn to take responsibility, especially in front of Bibi Dong. Taking responsibility is especially important. After all, as far as Bibi Dong's experience was concerned, a man who would not take responsibility would not get extra points in her impression. Sure enough, seeing Li Chang'an taking such initiative, Bibi Dongmei's eyes bend, and she nodded. Li Chang'an's attitude still made her very satisfied. Okay, Chang'an, you are not to blame for this. I know the original situation. What I want to criticize is that you should not be blindly confident and rush into the stockade by yourself, especially knowing that the other party has a Soul King. In the case of who knows that Li Chang'an didn't admit his mistakes, this would make Hulina chill if he admits wrong. Teacher Chi, the disciple thinks that I am not wrong. When the senior sister was arrested, I just wanted to save the senior sister. Even if I die, I will not hesitate. Have no hesitation. Hulina heard these 4 words, suddenly her body shook, and then her beautiful eyes couldn't help but become a little red. Junior brother, he actually cares about me so much. Yes, that person was the Soul King at the beginning, but junior brother still rushed over without hesitation. He didn't want his life to save me. Reminiscing about the scene where she and Li Chang'an were ambiguous, Hulina felt that suddenly there was something different in her heart. Bibi Dong listened to Li Chang'an's words and glanced at Li Chang'an with complicated eyes. How could she never meet such a man? Then she looked at Hulina, who was in a daze, and suddenly saw something. Is it too early? Besides, Bibi Dong doesn't know why, she always feels that she feels a little bit of inexplicable loss in her heart. She can't tell what the loss is because of. It is a good thing for you two to be in love with each other, but the teacher wants you to think about your safety before impulsively, okay? At this time, Li Chang'an naturally took the lead, and deeply reflected on his mistakes. The 3 chatted for a few more words, and Bibi Dong left the 2 of them to have a dinner together before letting them leave. Before leaving, Bibi Dong said to the duo specially. From now on, you will come to my place to study every day after class, and you will have dinner here. Okay, let's go. Bibi Dong said, it means that the relationship between her and Li Chang'an has become close to a certain extent, otherwise she would not talk about dinner. And Hulina has been in a dazed state so far, she still doesn't know why Bibi Dong is like this, she is completely exposed to Li Chang'an's light. Hulina lived near the Papal Palace, but after she came out today, she did not go back immediately, but walked down the street with Li Chang'an. It's already night, but Wuhan City is still brightly lit, and today's moon is also a full moon, and the moonlight has filled the whole Wuhan City. Hulina walked silently in the moonlight with Li Chang'an. She obviously had something in her heart to ask Li Chang'an, but she didn't know where to speak. The main reason is that there are too many things experienced today. Hulina still has not reacted to it, but there is no doubt that Li Chang'an's position in her heart has been elevated a lot in an instant. Little sister, do you have anyone you like? Li Chang'an asked suddenly at this moment. See King, is to seize the opportunity, at the moment when it is enough to provoke the atrium, he must immediately provoke the atrium of the opponent. No, I'm still young. Hulina, where is the majesty of the little sister at this time, her face blushing as if a shy girl? Well, that's good, little sister, I'll go back first, and we'll see you tomorrow. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand and said goodbye. He didn't say much, just said that's good. Today's teasing is in place, and these 3 words can also leave a lot of room for Hulina's imagination. Seeing Li Chang'an's departure, Hulina stomped her feet, pouting her mouth and muttering to herself. What are you doing? First, ask if there is someone you like, and then say that's good. What do you mean? Shook her fist at Li Chang'an's back, Hulina also went back to where she lived www.novel.com, but in her heart she kept remembering what happened today, and then her cheeks turned red again. After Li Chang'an returned to the hotel, he saw his parents and a few stewards who were in a meeting. When Li Chang'an came back, the waitresses first smiled and said hello, and then Li Chang'an responded one by one. After saying hello, Li Chang'an casually sat at the conference table, holding his mother's arm and asked, "Mom, what are you talking about?" Father Li smiled next to him and touched Li Chang'an's head and said, "You are here just right. Speaking of today, this matter still has something to do with you. Our family's business is about to officially expand." It turned out that the business of Li Chang'an's family did not expand because the backstage of Li Chang'an's family was not strong enough. And Li's father's vision is very vicious. The main choices for this expansion are the capitals of the 2 empires, Tiandu and Xingluo. In addition to opening hotels, Li Chang'an will also open a series of pastry shops for the pastries studied these days. Well, this is not bad. My pastries are still in the market in Douluo continent. Dad, come on. By the way, Dad, please come back and let someone try this to see if you can burn something. Li Chang'an took a piece of paper and a pen, wrote something in a brush, and then handed it to Father Li. Quartz sand, limestone, soda ash. Yes, these things are the raw materials for burning glass. Although Douluo continent already has glass, there is no crystal clear glass. This is a market. Li Chang'an plans to see if he can get it. Dad, remember to ask people to make statistics to see what temperature is the most suitable, and keep a record every time. Chapter 25, Ding, the system update is complete. After Li Chang'an roughly arranged the glass firing method, he went back to the room by himself. As for the subsequent development of the glass, this is not what Li Chang'an can worry about. After all, he only provided some theoretical support, and if he was really allowed to operate it, he would not be able to burn it, but if it succeeds this time, then their Li family will completely rise up and become a local tycoon sect comparable to the Kaibao glazed sect. What, you said it's impossible? You must know that once you have fully mastered the skills of firing transparent glass, the fired items can at least earn 100 times, 1000 times the profit, and the money is not too simple. Together with those pastry shops and hotels, the opportunity for the Li family to rise is actually here. No longer thinking about other things, Li Chang'an set his sights on his own points. In order to advance as quickly as possible on the Quming mountain, he exchanged 9 spirit power fruits, and 1 spirit power fruit contributed 100 points of spirit power. His own strength has risen to the 16th level, but it also made Li Chang'an very painful. Coupled with the spirit ring fruit that improves the quality of the spirit ring, Li Chang'an spent a total of more than 1,900 points this time, but fortunately, he also harvested a lot of points this time, which almost cancelled each other out. At this moment, the voice of the system suddenly sounded. Ding! The system of human front manifestation has been officially updated, and the human front manifestation task has officially begun to be released. Ding! Please show your saints in front of Jianrongxu once, rewarding tasks, and seeing who skills. Li Chang'an. There are a lot of things, let me digest it. First of all, this broken system finally began to release the manifestation mission he mentioned at the beginning, which also solved one of Li Chang'an's biggest doubts. The second thing is to put a force in front of Jianrongxu. This is not too simple, you can do it by yourself tomorrow. But this task rewards, who is watching, what the is it? Is it possible that you will fight with others in the future? If you can't fight, then quickly activate this skill, the other party will give up killing him because of shit? This picture. Li Chang'an shuddered cleverly, and instantly felt beautiful. Tomorrow, I will find an opportunity to continue to tell the little girl Qian Rongxiu about lurking, and then say something tall and pretend to be forced to see what the is this skill. Sleep now. After finishing the culture class in the morning, Li Chang'an gave Qian Rongxiu a look when he left the classroom, and then walked outside. Qian Rongxiu understood in an instant. After a moment of entanglement, he followed. No way, although she hates Li Chang'an, the apprentice, after Li Chang'an talked to her last time, she knew Li Chang'an better, and she was leaving soon, and learning more was always okay. On the side of Li Chang'an, he saw Hulina standing outside as soon as he left the classroom door, and then Hulina greeted Li Chang'an with a smile. Little brother, in order to thank you for saving me yesterday, I invite you to eat out. Hulina fiddled with her hair and smiled charmingly. Li Chang'an suddenly appeared in his heart with a big danger word, but his handling method is also approaching the extreme. Little sister, I have an urgent matter at home today. I will invite you to dinner at noon tomorrow. Let me go and bye-bye. After Li Chang'an said, he quickly walked towards the gate of the academy. He couldn't let Qian Rongxiu see that he had close contact with Hulina, after all, he was a dedicated and infatuated man. Hey, it's the first time this is the first time someone invites a boy to dinner. Hulina yelled at Li Chang'an's back with some dissatisfaction, but the corners of her mouth were only raised slightly, and she didn't look very angry. Maybe Hulina hadn't noticed it herself. Since yesterday, she has been full of Li Chang'an's shadow, and it's irreplaceable, and Li Chang'an's rejection today makes Hulina even more interesting. It was the original restaurant and the original table. When Li Chang'an pulled a chair for Qian Rongxiu, he subconsciously looked around and sat down when he found that he had no acquaintances. This action is just a habit for Li Chang'an. The advantage of this is that it can largely avoid meeting acquaintances and overturning. What are you looking at? Qian Rongxiu asked suspiciously. It's nothing, are you about to leave? Li Chang'an sat down casually, and then firmly grasped the topic in his own hands. Why do you know again? Qian Rongxiu raised her small eyebrows, and looked at Li Chang'an even more puzzled. How does this guy know everything? Li Chang'an smiled wryly, it's just a guess, can you tell me when? Qian Rongxiu thought about it for a while, and then said, it can be, but you must remember to keep it secret. I will be leaving at the beginning of next month. After saying this, Qian Rongxiu realized that she still had a sense of loss, and she didn't know what she had lost. Li Chang'an put a dish in her bowl, then nodded, looking at Qian Rongxiu with some affection, and said, I'll see you off then. Ah, no need, I'll just go by myself. Qian Rongxiu's rare face was a little red. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com silently lowered her head and did not dare to face Li Chang'an's eyes, but for some reason, Qian Renshui felt warm when she heard Li Chang'an say this. If you say it, you must send it. The legs are on me, you can't stop it. Li Chang'an smiled, and gave Qian Rongxiu another chopsticks dish. Before Qian Rongxiu left, he had to take half of the opponent, otherwise it would take so long for Qian Rongxiu to leave, and his efforts these days would be wasted. Qian Rongxiu no longer refuted, even his head was dizzy, did not stop Li Chang'an from picking her food, but lowered her head and pulled the food, and said, you continue with what you said last time. Li Chang'an took a few mouthfuls at random, then cleared his throat, and continued, we continue to talk about the heart of the lurker. In fact, if a person is lurking, his psychological quality is the most important thing. If his heart. Ding, you succeeded in showing yourself in front of Qian Rongxiu and gaining the skill look at who shit. The ability to see who can be used for soul masters who are not higher than your level 50. It can make the opponent feel sick in the stomach and intestines within 3 seconds, have the urge to shit, and really start within half a minute. Use is limited to 3 times a day. Li Chang'an. Fuck, this is a skill. And the scope of use is still so large that all spirit masters within 50 or less can use it. Doesn't it mean that you can now make a 66th level Soul Emperor in battle? Can the Soul Emperor hold back from shit? Of course the answer is no. It's just that, now why do you have the urge to try? You are Li Chang'an, I am Hu Yanli's brother, Hu Yanzuo. Chapter 26, Are you bet? Lost the one that kissed me one bite. Li Chang'an looked at the tall man standing in front of him, who was already 2 meters tall without releasing his martial spirit. He was surprised at first, and then happy. This man is really dozing off and giving a pillow. If that's the case, don't do it. Blame me for being polite. Well, I am. Li Chang'an first gave Jian Rongxiu a calm look, and then sat calmly on his seat and looked at Hu Yanzuo. To tell the truth, if the elephant sect is such a simple-minded person, then he doesn't mind having the opportunity to completely control the elephant sect in the future. Hu Yanzuo looked at Li Chang'an's thin body, and curled his lips in disdain. I am not releasing the spirit of martial arts. You can break my defense, and I will lose. But if you can't break my defenses, then you must apologize to my brother. Jian Rongxiu slapped the table in front of Li Chang'an, and couldn't help but get up. Li Chang'an was too far away from the opponent, and only she could beat the opponent. But who knows that Jian Rongxiu hadn't gotten up, she found her hand was firmly held by Li Chang'an. What are you doing? I have already broken through level 30, you don't have to worry about me. Jian Rongxiu didn't care about being shy. She lowered her head and murmured softly in Li Chang'an's ear. Level 30, 10 years old? Li Chang'an immediately reacted. Jian Rongxiu's angel martial soul is an inherited angel god, and has been blessed by the gods. They seem to have started at the 20th level of their innate soul power. In this way, Tang San is weak compared to Jian Rongxiu. But Li Chang'an is not the kind of person who keeps women in front of him, let alone his skills have not been officially used. Li Chang'an is also like Jian Rongxiu, rubbing his mouth to Jian Rongxiu's ears, blowing heat at the advantage, and then said, Bet, if I can get him out of shit, you will kiss me. You. Jian Rongxiu directly pointed at Li Chang'an with a little finger of by temper, and then his face flushed. How dare he say such a thing, this disciple? Why, are you scared? Li Chang'an continued to provocatively blow into Jian Rongxiu's ears. What a arrogant person Jian Rongxiu is, not to mention that she knew very well that Hu Yanzuo's spirit power was already over 30 levels. It would be weird if Li Chang'an could break through his defenses, let alone give the other party to him. It's shit. Good. Jian Rongxiu nodded. Li Chang'an took the opportunity to touch Jian Rongxiu's pale blonde hair, and smiled happily. He was about to decide. From the perspective of maximizing interests, Li Chang'an calmly said to Hu Yanzuo. Well, at the beginning, my brother and I were facing each other in front of the whole school. Let's go to the martial arts field of our academy. It's more convenient. Hu Yanzuo didn't even think about it, and directly nodded in agreement. Just like that, Li Chang'an walked in front of himself, Jian Rongxiu followed with some dignity, and finally Hu Yanzuo, the big guy, followed. Don't look at Jian Rongxiu saying that she is not nervous, but at this time, her heart is up and down. Then you should watch it a little bit. Don't let this guy be hammered to death by accident. Well, I don't care about this guy, I just don't want the thoughts in his mind to disappear like this. Classmate Jian Rongxiu paralyzed herself. As soon as Li Chang'an entered the gate of the college, he stopped a few former classmates. Senior, look, this is the brother of Hu Yanli who came to our college to challenge last time, Hu Yanzuo, he came to challenge me today, can you call some classmates to cheer me? Li Chang'an is still very recognizable in the academy. After all, he is a twin martial soul, and he is so young and handsome, he is not worried that others will not recognize him. Ah, yes, Don't worry, younger brother, we will notify the whole school of teachers and students. A certain unworthy student nodded solemnly, and then immediately ran away with his companion. Li Chang'an smiled with satisfaction. This time I can harvest another 1 or 2,000 points, and I can try to hit the 20th level when I go back tonight. The speed of dissemination of news in the school is very fast, and now there is nothing to do after lunch, so many students ran towards the martial arts venue, and the teachers hurried to maintain order and support the venue. After half-eaten in the cafeteria, Mu Xi heard the news and wrinkled the eyebrows above her peachy eyes, thinking of the bad guy Li Chang'an in her heart, then put the food aside and ran out quickly. It's a duel again, isn't this bullying? Hu Lina patted Xiaoyu on the shoulder and said. Brother, let's go together, don't let the younger brother suffer. Although he was very dissatisfied with Li Chang'an's performance at noon today, Hu Lina couldn't help worrying about him, so she called Xiaoyu and hurried over to support the scene. Xiaoyu, how do I feel that my sister is really going to be abducted? Although she thought so in her heart, Xiaoyu was still dragged by Hu Lina. Li Chang'an and Hu Yanzuo stopped talking after they stood on the martial arts arena. He kept scanning the surroundings, waiting for everyone to come over before starting his performance. Today is an important day for Li Chang'an to leapfrog the ranks and challenge Jia Yang to become the famous Vanga. He hopes that all the students in the school can come to see him pretend to be a sage. Hey, can you still fight? Hu Yanzuo asked angrily in a somewhat impatient tone. Li Chang'an waved his hand. What are you in a hurry? Wait a while. Everyone is a point. www.novel.com. Li Chang'an will naturally not give up every classmate. About 10 minutes later, after Li Chang'an waited for the last 2 distant classmates to run over, he made sure that no one had come, and then he straightened himself. Come on! The black and sharp Pangu axe slowly appeared in Li Chang'an's hands, and at the same time, a purple spirit ring slowly emerged from his feet. Some interested people discovered that Li Chang'an's spirit ring was more dignified and deeper than before, but they didn't raise any questions. After all, the change was not particularly great, and they didn't expect that Li Chang'an's spirit ring had improved in quality. 30 seconds, I can slap you out of in 30 seconds. Li Chang'an said arrogantly, holding the axe in his right hand and extending 3 fingers in his left hand. Hu Yanzuo smiled contemptuously, come on, you can't win with your mouth. Li Chang'an didn't look at any movement on the surface, but his eyes became more dignified when he looked at Hu Yanzuo. He looked at Hu's skills and activated. Hu Yanzuo had just taken a defensive position at this time, and suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, and had an urge to shit. But Hu Yanzuo didn't care. His body was strong and there would be no major problems at all. But Li Chang'an was counting silently in his heart, and after the 20th second, he began to release his spirit abilities. Purple light appeared on the Pangu axe's axe. Li Chang'an directly held the Pangu axe and slashed towards Hu Yanzuo, and Hu Yanzuo also had a painful expression, which was really a bit uncomfortable. Just as Li Chang'an's attack was about to arrive, Hu Yanzuo's eyes suddenly enlarged a lot, and then a voice resounded through the audience. Puff! Puff! Chapter 27, Li Chang'an's means. Asked, do you have time to defend when you shit? Of course, the answer is no. And Li Chang'an is not a fool. After an axe broke the opponent's defense, he immediately retreated far away, leaving only Hu Yanzuo still on the spot. In fact, it takes 30 seconds to go from abdominal pain to shit. If Hu Yanzuo runs faster, he may not be able to get to the toilet. But Hu Yanzuo would not have thought that he would be so weak if he was killed. In short, Li Chang'an's battle seemed to be a bit inexplicable to everyone. In short, now the martial arts field is stinking. In short, the reputation of the elephant sect is stinky, very stinky. Everyone had already disappeared at the moment when the smell came out. Li Chang'an was no exception, but he ran in the direction Qianrongxi ran. Will I kiss my baby or kiss my lips? Oh, I'm so excited. Why are you running so fast? Did I win? Li Chang'an still took Qian Rongxiu's arm so naturally, and asked jokingly, but he had already observed this before. Many people who don't know, don't worry about overturning. Qian Rongxiu also did not know why, after being held by Li Chang'an, her face blushed again. She admitted that in the past 10 years, Li Chang'an is the man who is most likely to cause her emotions to fluctuate, and there is no one. You let me go, you are just a coincidence, not counting. Qian Rongxiu used a little force this time to shake Li Chang'an's hand away, but what she didn't notice this time was that she didn't. I was so angry before. Don't listen or listen, the 8th chanting, how can this not count? Obviously I won, okay. Li Chang'an said stubbornly. If this opportunity is given up, he doesn't deserve to be called the Sea King. Then, wait until the day I leave. Qian Rongxiu simply came forward with a drag formula, and then flexibly withdrew away. He had already planned to leave as soon as possible. Okay, that's what you said. Li Chang'an didn't catch up either, but shouted at the back, and then she would get kissed and kissed if she didn't. After Qian Rongxiu left, Chang'an Li continued to wander around on the campus. He walked around until he was about to start class before he walked towards the training ground. But just halfway through, he was stopped by someone, and this person was no one else. It was the Ghost Douluo, who took him to the Papal Palace. Uncle Ghost, what is it that you are here this time? Li Chang'an still values this thigh very seriously, and his attitude is very respectful. Ghost Douluo is still dressed in black, with a restrained breath, did you that Hu Yan's woe? Li Chang'an suddenly got a black line, what a horrible saying, Uncle Ghost, he came to me, I didn't take the initiative to find him. The ghost nodded calmly, and did not refute, recently, our Wuhan temple is conquering the elephant sect. You must know this, but you have slapped others in the face twice, after all, it made the elephant sect a little annoyed. In fact, Li Chang'an's identity, let alone playing Hu Yan's Wo and Hu Yanli, is okay even if he is scrapped, but the problem is that he didn't save the elephant sect a little bit of face these 2 times. Jiazong was so embarrassed that it made things a little big. In fact, to put it bluntly, it is still a matter of face. Uncle Ghost, if I didn't guess the wrong German, Sovereign Elephant Zong should have made the conditions with my teacher in the Pope Hall, right? Li Chang'an's reaction speed was not unpleasant, and he quickly guessed something. Ghost looked at Li Chang'an in surprise, wondering why the Pope asked me to come over and ask. It turns out that this kid has already guessed. Yes, now Hu Yanzhen, this old guy is crying to the Pope in the Pope Hall, and this old guy has been on the line, saying that the Wuhan Hall does not treat the sect they trusted as a human being and humiliates it at will. Guy Mei nodded, and gave a brief overview of the situation in the Papal Palace. Now is the critical period for Bibi Dong to subdue the 4 sects, and no one can grasp the handle. Uncle Ghost, please take me directly to the Pope's palace. I can definitely argue with this old guy. Li Chang'an thought for a while and made a plan. This incident seems to be huge, but in fact it is not. It is nothing more than going online. This contemporary student is good at it, and he can also take this opportunity to show off in the decision-making of the Wuhan Hall and lay some foundation for the future layout. You. The ghost said lightly, but after thinking about it, she nodded and agreed. Although the Pope didn't say to let Li Chang'an pass, his instinct told him that Li Chang'an would have miraculous effects in the past. This time, the ghost still clamped Li Chang'an under his armpit, and then accelerated to the entrance of the Pope's palace a few times, and then put the dizzy Li Chang'an down. Uncle Gui, if you take me like this next time, I won't play with you. Li Chang'an rubbed his stomach and adjusted his status. After the notification, he walked into the Pope's palace with Guy Mei, and he saw sitting there as soon as he entered. In the main seat, a teacher in a papal costume. And an old man sitting on the side. In addition, Li Chang'an also saw a feminine yellow man standing behind Bibi Dong. It must be the Jew Douluo. Chang'an, what are you doing? Bibi Dong frowned as he watched Li Chang'an and the ghost come in. It was useless for Li Chang'an to come here, but it would intensify the conflict. Disciple, come to share the worries for the teacher. Li Chang'an saluted Bibi Dong respectfully, with a serious expression. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. You are Li Chang'an. Bibi Dong hadn't even spoken yet, but Hu Yanzhen, the lord of the elephant sect, looked at him. This kid caused his two grandsons to lose their faces in the spirit master world? Thinking of this, the contra aura on Hu Yanzhen's body directly pressed towards Li Chang'an, and he thought of a bad breath. Presumptuous. The ghost behind Li Chang'an stood in front of Li Chang'an first, staring at Hu Yanzhen with unkind eyes. Old thing, do you dare to move the direct disciple under the papal crown? Believe it or not, I will keep you from getting out of the papal palace. The old man just wanted to ask, does Wahundian treat our allies like this? Are we allies of Wahundian or slaves of Wahundian? Hu Yanzhen regained the pressure and calmly sat on the chair. Tao. Can the juniors ask 3 questions about sect master Huyan? A tender voice sounded, and it was Li Chang'an who was speaking. He didn't wait for the other party to speak, he said directly, dare to ask seniors, the soul master bullies the small with the big, but is it fair? Ah, this. Hu Yan was stunned for a moment. Dare to ask senior, do you want to sue the soul master for bullying the little one? Li Chang'an's small body took a step forward again, looking at Hu Yanzhen with serious eyes. This. Hu Yanzhen can only do this, because he can't answer these words. Dare to ask the predecessor who just shot me, do you look down on my identity, whether I look down on my identity as a direct disciple under the crown of the Pope, whether you look down on the Pope, whether you want to go to war with Wuhan Hall. After Li Chang'an said, he said to the ghost, Uncle Ghost, do it, the other party looks down on my Wuhan palace, the battle has already begun. Ah, this. Please ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 28, Zero Rongxiu's Kiss. Ah, this. Now Hu Yanzhen seems to have nothing but this, I don't know how to speak anymore, and it's not him, even Bibi Dong, who can't react for a while. Li Chang'an's operation is a bit too fast. Why does this sound like Li Chang'an's second hand and Hu Yanzhen's 2 grandsons still have great grievances? Do you want to be so fierce? Ding, you succeeded in showing your sage in front of Hu Yanzhen, and your points are plus 16. Ding, you are in front of Ghost Douluo. After receiving a wave of points, Li Chang'an continued to look at Hu Yanzhen without changing his face. He was still overestimating his opponent. I didn't expect that after a few problems, the opponent would have done this. There was no challenge at all, right? Bibi Dong was the fastest anyway. She looked at Li Chang'an with satisfaction, nodded slightly, and then sternly said to Hu Yan. I wonder if Sect Master Huyan can answer a few questions from my disciple, so that I can make a judgment as soon as possible. Bibi Dong's words are similar to Divine Assist's. Judgment, what else can be judged, is nothing more than judging whether you Hu Yanzhen look down on the Wuhan temple, and then what should the Wuhan temple do? Hu Yanzhen looked at the 3-titled Douluo in the palace of the Pope, and then looked at the little child Li Chang'an, and his heart suddenly felt miserable. In his eyes, none of these 3-titled Douluos are as terrible as Li Chang'an, and his 3 questions are not to be exaggerated. Under the Pope's crown, I was wrong. In the beginning, my 2 grandsons were wrong. They shouldn't bully the little ones. When I return, I will whip them with a whip. I hope that the Pope's crown will not blame me for being obsessed. In addition, Elephant Sect is willing to accept all the previous conditions and reach a friendly cooperation with Wuhan Temple, and never be an enemy. After saying this, Hu Yanzhen seemed to be a little old suddenly, and his body was trembling slightly. He really couldn't figure out his dreams. Such a great situation today was actually broken, and he also gave him a big deal. Charge of disrespect. Okay, please rest assured, Sect Master Hu Yanzhen, my spirit hall will not treat an ally like Jiazong. Bibi Dong smiled and nodded, and he was greatly relieved. Elephant Jiazong has always been the most difficult to deal with in the next 4 sects. Once the elephant Jiazong is taken, the other sects shouldn't worry about it. This disciple of hers today has helped her a lot. It is really hard to imagine that a twin martial arts spirit, a child with excellent talents would still have such a mind, and also look such a good-looking person. It seems that such a person has already accounted for all the benefits that the world can take. Having such a disciple, she is really lucky than Bai Dong. After sending Hu Yanzhen away, Bibi Dong went down and rubbed Li Chang'an's little head personally, and his pampering affection was overwhelming, and then Li Chang'an went back to class. What do the 2 elders think of me as a disciple? Bibi Dong asked after Li Chang'an left, looking at Ghost and Yuegwen. The pride couldn't be concealed when he spoke. The talent of Tianzong. Yuegwen thought about it, only these 4 words can express his feelings. If this son is an emperor, he can create an era. If he is a suzerain, he can be the first in the world. If he is an enemy, I suggest turning the enemy into a friend. The ghost thought for a while and said something like this. I said, the old ghost, this boy, do you play like this? Yuegwen looked at this partner speechlessly, and it was the first time he saw him speak like this. Gai Mei shook his head and didn't explain too much. He had contact with Li Chang'an several times and found that the best thing about this child was not his talent, but his attitude. That's right, it's not terrible for you to have talent, but what's terrible is that you have talent and status. You also know how to see yourself and respect others. It's not too simple for such a person to do a career. Compared with Li Chang'an, other geniuses may be somewhat overshadowed. 1 month later, early in the morning, outside Wuhan City, Qian Rongxiu got into the carriage with the support of several people at this time, preparing to leave Wuhan City and head to the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City. After Heavendo City, the plan to change the civet cat for the prince will begin. At that time, there will be no more Qian Rongxiu in the world, and all news will be in top secret state. Only the prince of the Tiandu Empire, Swekine. And Qian Rongxiu is not fighting alone. Among the people Bibi Dong assigned to Qian Rongxiu this time, in addition to the 3 hidden lines to spread the news, there are also 2 titled Douluo sent from the Elder Palace, which can be described as strong. The ratio is extremely high. Qian Rongxiu looked at the direction of Wuhan City, and then thought of someone betting on that appointment. She couldn't help but smile. It's a pity, I'm going to leave early. You are the first man to stir my heart, and I will always remember you. Just when Qian Rongxiu was about to get on the carriage, suddenly a familiar voice sounded. I said someone is leaving in such a hurry? I'll give it to you. Qian Rongxiu looked back in surprise and found that under a tree not far away, a young man was standing against the tree there. This young man is wearing a white dress, and his slightly long hair is casually spilled on his shoulders, and his hair is still a little wet, obviously from the sweat from running. What makes people even more noticeable is that this teenager has a face that can easily see explosions and his facial features are perfect. The key is that his skin is still good, and his eyes are cynical. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Why are you here? Qian Rongxiu suddenly thought of something, her smiling face turned red again, and she seemed to want to take a bite. I've said that I will send you off, let's have a chat next to you. Li Chang'an looked at the guards around Qian Rongxiu and turned his head. Qian Rongxiu said he wanted to refuse, but for some reason, it turned into, okay. After greeted several guards, Qian Rongxiu followed Li Chang'an to the small woods in the distance. Why was it far away? Because Li Chang'an felt that the 2 titled Douluo old men didn't look good at him. But what about it, brother, this is the strength to pick up girls. Qian Rongxiu wants to go with me, what can you guys do? The 2 old men looked at each other and didn't know what to do. They simply pretended not to see it. After all, one was the baby granddaughter of the elder, and the other was a disciple under the crown of the Pope. They were not easy to offend. I just hope that Miss will not be swayed by the pig. The grove in the distance. Li Chang'an took a few steps to reach Jian Rongxiu's ear, and whispered, "Come on with your bet first. Don't say you have to regret it, don't let me despise you." Jian Rongxiu's ears are all red at this time. Who wants to regret it? Kiss it. Then I saw Jian Rongxiu, as if exhausting all the strength of his body, first closed his eyes, and then tremblingly kissed one of Li Chang'an's cheeks. But Li Chang'an opened his eyes and watched Jian Rongxiu kiss Yun Tao's small mouth, and quickly adjusted the position so that his mouth could meet Jian Rongxiu's lips. "How can you kiss your cheek? How can you kiss just one bite?" A certain Sea King thought so in his heart. Jian Rongxiu only feels like he has a tongue in his mouth. Chapter 29, Is it good to be my girlfriend? Although Li Chang'an hasn't kissed much in this life, Hu Lina was passively kissed that time, but it doesn't matter. After all, Li Chang'an was a senior and veteran player in his last life, and he was very proficient in kissing skills. I saw him stick his tongue into Jian Rongxiu's rosy little mouth, and soon began to continue kissing, and his hands also held Jian Rongxiu's waist. Jian Rongxiu's whole person is now dumbfounded. She originally thought that a kiss on the cheek would be over, but who would have thought that Li Chang'an would have kissed her lips directly, this disciple, that was hers first kiss. Of course, when Jian Rongxiu reacted, Li Chang'an's mouth had already wandered in her mouth, and for some reason Jian Rongxiu's body was too soft at this time, and she couldn't push Li Chang'an even if she wanted to push it. "Can't do it." Jian Rongxiu tried to open her eyes wide, just looking at Li Chang'an's eyes, and then yelled and slapped Li Chang'an's shoulder with her little hand. "Hey, you see, I didn't lie to you, I just kissed." Li Chang'an released his mouth and licked his lips with nostalgia. "You bastard!" Jian Rongxiu's spirit power surged in her body instantly, and she was about to beat Li Chang'an when she acted. While Li Chang'an stood still and confidently stood still, just looking at Jian Rongxiu. He bet on a piece of ocean, betting Jian Rongxiu would not beat him. As expected, Jian Rongxiu's hand stopped in mid-air. "Why don't you hide? I don't think you will hit me," Li Chang'an said, holding Jian Rongxiu in his arms, then patted her on the shoulder and said, "I noticed you since the first time I entered the classroom. You were so lonely and cute then. I always think that every cold girl has its own story behind it. I don't know what your story is, but I want to stay with you all the time. You badass, you are a disciple, why are you approaching me, why are you breaking into my life?" Jian Rongxiu sobbed, and kept beating Li Chang'an with her hands. Back, but not out of his embrace. She thought of Li Chang'an's first molesting with her, also thought of this guy's badness, and thought of Li Chang'an's scornful smile. "Xiaoxiu, will you be my girlfriend?" Li Chang'an took the opportunity to ask gently. "Bah, you are still 3 or 4 years younger than me, so you won't be your girlfriend." Jian Rongxiu leaned her head on Li Chang'an's back and said with her eyes closed. "If you change to a normal man, you may be a little panicked when you hear this, but who is Li Chang'an, Lao Hai Wang?" I saw Li Chang'an sighed, and said with some regret, well, recently the teacher has deliberately matched me and sister, if you don't want to, I will. Dare you?" Jian Rongxiu got up directly from Li Chang'an's shoulder, staring at Li Chang'an with unkind eyes, and pouted, with an angry look. And Li Chang'an took the opportunity to hold Jian Rongxiu's little hand. "Then I will wait for you, okay, wait for you to complete the lurking task, and you will be my girlfriend." Jian Rongxiu lowered her head in embarrassment. Although she knew there were thousands of dangers and difficulties ahead, she just nodded gently at this time, and said a very light and thin okay in her mouth. Naturally, Li Chang'an took the opportunity to kiss Jian Rongxiu again, but this time, unlike before, Qian Rongxiu was also trying to respond to him with her little tongue, so Li Chang'an took the opportunity to stay in Qian Rongxiu. Walked around. Okay, I should go. You remember that you have the opportunity to see me, and you are not allowed to fall in love with your senior sister. Qian Rongxiu reluctantly took Li Chang'an's hand, while tidying up her clothes and clothes that were a little crumpled by Li Chang'an. Hair. Okay, I swear that I am the only one in my heart. I will visit you whenever I have the opportunity. You remember to miss me. Li Chang'an stared fiercely at the right, his face was not red and heartbeat, and he swore. There is only Qian Rongxiu in his heart at this moment. He didn't lie about this. Li Chang'an did not send Qian Rongxiu back to the carriage again. He was afraid that the two-titled Douluo would find something wrong and raised him on the spot, but he stood on the side of the road and watched Qian Rongxiu step back into the carriage, and then just smash it, and leave here. This time he came out and completed the task. It did not make Qian Rongxiu like him half, but completely captured Qian Rongxiu's heart, and as soon as Qian Rongxiu left, he only had to deal with 3 women with peace of mind. But Li Chang'an is not without things to do now, because he has recently accepted a previous mission to manifest the saints. Ding! The quest to show the saints before people is released. Show the saints once in front of the big people in Bibidong, you can get rewards, a storage bracelet, a space of 10,000 cubic meters, and the time in the space is absolutely still. This task was received by Li Chang'an 3 days ago, which made him very distressed at the time. It was really difficult to pretend to be forceful in front of Bibidong, but it was not impossible for him. Before coming today, he exchanged his points for a batch of soul power fruits, and then ate them all, raising his soul power to level 20. Then he signed up 2 days ago for the Academy's recent team that went out to hunt and kill soul beasts. www.novel.com. Today is the day when the team is out. His idea is actually very simple. He will be promoted to level 20 in more than a month. This is the only way to act in front of Bibidong, and after acquiring the spirit ring this time, his spirit power is more than 10th level. But this time, instead of asking Bibidong to accompany him out, he chose to go with the Academy team. Because Bibidong has been busy compiling things for more than a month, he didn't want to bother. And the most important thing is that the highest limit given by his second spirit ring system is 9,000 years. There is no soul beast suitable for him in the heavenly soul forest. If it takes too much time to go to other places, Bibidong will not have that much time. But it's different with the Academy. The Academy will definitely consider each student comprehensively. In addition, this time there are a few students who need 2,000 or 4,000 years of spirit beasts, so the destination chosen by the Academy this time is Xingda Great Forest. Li Chang'an did cause a sensation when he reported his name, but the teacher temporarily blocked the news for him. After all, it was really weird to be promoted to the Great Soul Master for more than a month. Li Chang'an simply ate breakfast at home, put something in his storage space, and then went to Wuhandian Academy. Because the Star Do Forest is still some distance away from Wuhan City, the departure time was earlier this time. When he arrived near the gate of the college, Li Chang'an saw the team this time. There were not many people, there were 6 or 7 students. In addition, there was a leading teacher and Duolonka, the deputy dean, to follow. In fact, Duolonka's battle this time was largely related to Li Chang'an. After all, Li Chang'an's identity was there. Chapter 30, The Story of Biscuits. Besides, Li Chang'an also saw 2 acquaintances, one of whom was his classmate. Song Ren's head, one is his shy sister Mu Xi. Li Chang'an was still very surprised when Song Renta went this time. This shows that Song Renta will soon be promoted to the 50th level of the Soul King. I remember hearing Ziyu at the beginning that Song Renta was not only the leader of the elite class, but also the leader of the entire Wuhandian Academy. Now it seems to be well deserved. The Soul King, who is less than 20 years old, is pretty good under normal circumstances. But Li Chang'an didn't even look at Song Ren's head. After greeted the leader and Duolanka, he walked directly to his shy sister Mu Xi. Are you level 10? Mu Xi is not born full of soul power, and it is normal to cultivate to level 10 in the past 2 months, so Li Chang'an is not surprised that she will appear in the team, just a little worried. After all, this time I went to the Stardo Great Forest. If I didn't go there by myself, it would be strange that Mu Xi's character was not bullied, so he was still very emotional, and he had accidentally become a flower protector. Mu Xi still lowered her head and looked at her toes, dressed in a light pink plain dress, her long hair covered half of her face, and she still had that weak temperament. Yes, you, what are you going to do? Mu Xi's little head was beaten to death. She didn't even think that Li Chang'an had already advanced to the 20th level. He was going to obtain the spirit ring. And Li Chang'an naturally wouldn't say that. He put his hand on Mu Xi's weak shoulder and said, "Didn't I know that you are going to hunt down the spirit ring and come here to protect you?" Mu Xi's body suddenly squeezed when he heard Li Chang'an's words, and then Mu Xi stupidly raised her head and glanced at Li Chang'an with those attractive peachy eyes. "Actually, it's not necessary, I can." Li Chang'an said, "No way, no, I must protect you, so you can safely follow your brother." To cheat such an innocent child, Li Chang'an feels that he is really sad. Mu Xi nodded when she saw this. "Thank you." Who knows that Li Chang'an listened to this, bowed his head and blew warmly on her earlobe and said, "Thank me, and be my girlfriend when I grow up." Mu Xi was like a frightened little rabbit. She avoided Li Chang'an's side, bowed her head without saying a word, but her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Li Chang'an stopped molesting Mu Xi anymore, because the teacher started to talk after he counted the number of people. "Hello classmates, I am Director Song of the Academy, and my strength is a level 73 Soul Sage. I will help you get the Soul Ring by then, and you can find me if you have any difficulties. Remember one thing, all actions follow the command. If there is blindly acting by oneself, the college will not be responsible for something wrong." Director Song is simple and clear, and he is also very capable in doing things. After explaining the safety instructions, he greeted everyone on the carriage and hurried towards the Stardo Forest. The Stardo Forest is located just south of the Tiandu Empire. The forest spans the 2 empires. Due to the large number of soul beasts here, this is also the most unclear place on the border between the 2 countries. From the map, most of the Stardo Forest is in Xingluo, within the empire. Of course, the Heaven Do Empire has never admitted this. As one of the 3 major wild soul beast colonies, this is naturally the place where soul masters most hope to come, because every time they come here, it means they have to advance. How many years the Stardo Great Forest has existed in the Douluo continent is unclear, but after walking into the forest, the denseness of the sky and the sun is enough to tell people how long it has existed. Li Chang'an and his party arrived in the afternoon, and the carriage just stopped at the outskirts of the forest and did not go deep. Li Chang'an didn't care whether Mu Xi was willing or not when he got out of the carriage, he just pulled her off by the little hand without any explanation. Can you let it go, it's all down." Mu Xi's soft voice came, making Li Chang'an feel comfortable. "I won't let go, you just follow me closely so that I can protect you." Li Chang'an felt the gentleness in his hand and said politely. Mu Xi tried to struggle a few more times, and gave up when he saw that he couldn't get away. "Now let's take a break this time, and we will go in later. You can adjust your state and eat something." Director Song stood in front of the team and said. After all, many people in the carriage before could not concentrate on cultivating or eating. It is not good to enter the Stardo Forest in this state. As Director Song's words fell, a few classmates sat on the grass and started practicing, and some began to take food from their storage soul guides. Li Chang'an naturally can't practice anymore. A lazy person like him doesn't know what cultivation is, so he sits on the grass with Mu Xi carelessly, and then Li Chang'an starts to take things from his storage soul guide. And Mu Xi also took a sesame seed cake out of the small bag he carried, then after thinking about it, he broke it into 2 halves and handed it to Li Chang'an. Do you want to taste it? I made it myself. Li Chang'an looked at this good quality sesame seed cake. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com gave Mu Xi a surprised look. He didn't expect that she would make sesame seed cakes at such a young age, but he immediately thought of Mu Xi's identity as an orphan. Understand a lot. Okay, you can also try what I brought. Li Chang'an couldn't help but stuffed Mu Xi's hand with a glass of juice and a biscuit. Then Li Chang'an thought for a while and took out a small jar. You give me another one of your biscuits. Li Chang'an opened the small jar and said to Mu Xi. Mu Xi obediently took another sesame seed and handed it to Li Chang'an. I saw Li Chang'an tear open the biscuits, and then put the stewed meat in the jar a lot with a spoon. This is called rujiemo. Try it. This stewed meat is secretly made by my chef. Mu Xi's peachy eyes glanced at Li Chang'an with some kindness, and said thank you, then took a small bite of the biscuits and smiled with satisfaction. This way of eating is really special, and the meat is really delicious. Do you want to eat? Mu Xi looked at Li Chang'an staring at her, and asked Li Chang'an embarrassedly. Li Chang'an shook his head and said, no, there is not much braised pork, just as long as you are full. He originally brought this along. If Mu Xi hadn't brought the sesame seed cake, he wouldn't necessarily remember that he brought the stewed pork. Mu Xi shook her head firmly, and then took out the half of the sesame cake before torn apart, and poured the meat in her meat folder almost constantly, until the half of the sesame cake was stuffed full, almost overflowing. Just give up when you come. Eat this half, don't be hungry. Mu Xi timidly handed half of the sesame seeds filled with meat to Li Chang'an, but she still lowered her head shyly, not daring to look directly at Li Chang'an. Chapter 31, Thinking of Xiao Wu. Li Chang'an finally ate the sesame seed full of braised pork, because he knew that Mu Xi would not give up if he didn't eat it because of the small eyes. After eating sesame seeds, Li Chang'an and Mu Xi drank a glass of juice comfortably, and then Mu Xi began to practice cross-legged, while Li Chang'an looked at the Stardo forest not far away with emotion. There are many secrets in the Stardo Great Forest, and there are even more powerful people. It can be said that the strongest people on the Douluo continent are all here, but it is a pity that they are all sleeping. However, these strong Li Chang'an didn't care much. All he thought of now was the girl Xiao Wu. According to the calculation of age, he is 4 years younger than Hulina, and Hulina is about 5 years old than Tang San, so he should be about 1 year older than Tang San and the others. And this year's difference is very important, because at this time Xiao Wu has not yet appeared in the Stardo forest, and should still be living happily in the Stardo forest. So if there is a chance, Li Chang'an doesn't mind taking down Xiao Wu. After all, Xiao Wu's appearance when he grows up is so beautiful that he can't bear to sacrifice such a girl in the future. But if you want to win Xiao Wu, there is one biggest contradiction. Xiao Wu's mother was killed by the teacher. This is a dead knot. Alas, Li Chang'an sighed quietly, sitting next to Mu Xi and thinking about other girls, trying to rescue other girls. He is really a good person. Just as Li Chang'an sighed, Director Song had already begun to greet the team. I will be the first to take the lead, and the vice president will follow us. When entering the Stardo Great Forest, you must be very careful. If there is a soul beast suitable for you, remember to speak. Now line up in a team and set off. As Director Song's words fell, the group quickly formed a line, while Li Chang'an was standing in front of Mu Xi, but his hand was still pulling Mu Xi's small hand backwards. Mu Xi was too lazy to resist Li Chang'an's actions, and could only let Li Chang'an pull it, but her little head was still shyly lowered, and her palms would also sweat. As the distance gets closer and closer, Li Chang'an vaguely feels bursts of fresh air blowing from the front. It is refreshing with the fragrance of plants, unspeakably comfortable, and takes a deep breath of fresh air, 36,000 all over his body. The pores seem to be fully stretched out, the feeling is unspeakably refreshing, the kind of refreshing second only to physical exercise. With a weak mental power to explore the distance, what Li Chang'an saw was a green ocean. The endless green in front of him looked so shocking, and that comfortably refreshing breath came from this. Finally, they entered the Douluo Great Forest, and what they saw were trees over 20 meters above, lush grass, which was only the outermost part, but even so, the dense forest did not seem to be normal at all. The road can be taken. The shadows of the trees are heavy, and the real scene cannot be seen. When you come to the forest, the air becomes more comfortable, as if the temperature has dropped a bit, refreshingly feel that the fragrance of the moist earth is constantly stimulating everyone. Smell. This. It is the Douluo Great Forest, this. It is the heaven of soul beasts in Douluo continent, this. This is where Li Chang'an picks up girls. After entering the forest, Li Chang'an and others' marching speed was obviously much slower, and everyone became vigilant. Together with Muzilla, Li Chang'an's little hand tightened a bit. "Don't worry, there is me." Li Chang'an turned his head and whispered in Mu Xi's ear. It's strange to say that when Li Chang'an said this, Mu Xi suddenly felt that her nervousness seemed a little better, and raised her head to give Li Chang'an a smile. Looking at Mu Xi's peachy eyes with a smile, Li Chang'an felt that if it were not for the wrong time, he might have molested him. It was too unbearable. At this moment, the team in front suddenly stopped, only hearing Director Song's voice clearly reach everyone's ears. A group of hurricane wolves were found ahead, all of them are 100-year-old soul beasts. The speed is very fast. You can solve it by yourself. Wuhandian Academy does not cultivate vases. Director Song like this kind of battle will not intervene at all, just to train Li Chang'an and the others. What's more, Director Song and the others dare not radiate their aura all the time in the Douluo forest. That is tantamount to provocation. At this time, Li Chang'an discovered that Song Rentu, the quasi-soul king, was also closing his eyes, as if it had nothing to do with him. It seemed that he was not interested in taking action. This time, including Li Chang'an, there are a total of 7 students. Except for the head of Song, Mu Xi's auxiliary system is not suitable for combat, so there are only 5 real combatants. Among these 5, in addition to Li Chang'an, there are 2 second ring advancement to 3rd ring. And 2 third ring advancement to 4th ring are all combat spirit masters, so I'm not afraid that they won't be able to win this group of hurricane wolves. Just as Li Chang'an's thoughts diverged, Sa's voice sounded, and a group of wolves with grey bodies and about 2 meters in length slowly appeared. And this group of wolves is surrounded by a circle, quietly appearing from behind the trees. We are one person, one direction. www.novel.com Li Chang'an's younger brother, just protect the younger sisters around you. A soul master who is about to be promoted to the soul sect said to Li Chang'an. At the same time, 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings appeared on his body, and his body was also covered by a layer of black scales. This is a black dragon martial soul. Li Chang'an remembers that this person was very prestigious when he was on the carriage. His name was Zhang Yi. He was a senior student and he was also very good. Now Li Chang'an knows why the eyes of Zhang Yi when other people look at him are different when he introduces himself. The martial soul he co-authored is a dragon-type martial soul. With a loud dragon roar, Zhang Yi's left hand turned directly into a black dragon claw, and then rushed into the wolves at the forefront. As Zhang Yi started, several other students started to do it in turn. Another quasi 4-ring spirit master was in charge of the left, where there were also many wolves, and the other 2 quasi 3-ring spirit masters were responsible for the other 2 directions. For a while, the surrounding spirit ring flickered, and various spirit skills sounded, accompanied by the sound of wolf howling. But the hurricane wolf was originally known for its speed, so except for Zhang Yi's side, which was slightly better, the other 3 places faced the interference of 3 or 4 hurricane wolves and fell into a deadlock for a while. However, at this moment, a hurricane wolf broke through their attack and attacked directly into the circle. Woohoo! The grey wolf, about 2 meters in length, jumped directly in front of Li Chang'an and Mu Xi, and then saw the hurricane wolf licking his paws and tore it directly towards Li Chang'an. Humph! Overwhelming! Li Chang'an pushed Mu Xi back, and then Pan Gu axe quickly started, without using spirit skills at all, and the terrifying axe directly smashed the wolf claws. Chapter 32, The Black-Hearted Li Chang'an. There is no need to look at it. Li Chang'an knew that the hurricane wolf was dead. With such a short distance frontal rigidity, his Pangu axe had never been afraid of anything. But now that he has already shot, Li Chang'an doesn't plan to stop. It is the business to resolve the battle before him as soon as possible. I saw Li Chang'an's left hand slowly spread out, and the East Emperor bell was attached to his body. Then he comforted Mu Xi and charged it with the Pangu axe. Small, heart Mu Xi couldn't help but feel a little worried as he watched Li Chang'an rush out so swaggeringly. But then she discovered that the claws of those hurricane wolves couldn't hurt any of Li Chang'an's clothes at all, but their claws would be directly shaken when they reached Li Chang'an's side. But Li Chang'an did not foolishly waste his soul skills to fight these blasting wolves, but jumped directly out of the encirclement, and then sprinted to the periphery of the encirclement. There is a black blasting wolf with a length of about 3 meters and strong limbs standing here. This is the Wolf King of the Wolf Pack, a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Seeing Li Chang'an go directly to the Wolf King, Director Song and Duolongka couldn't help but become nervous, and even prepared to take action. After all, they didn't dare to hurt Li Chang'an a little bit. The Great Wind Wolf King moved very fast, and Li Chang'an barely caught him in his eyes, but saw a black phantom flashing past, and then he felt his Donghuang bell slapped severely by the sharp claws. The body could not help but step back a few steps. But even so, the proud claws of Dustwind Wolf King didn't break Li Chang'an's defenses, but just made Li Chang'an back up a few steps. Hey, are you sad? After Li Chang'an was sure that the other party didn't take him, he was more at ease. The purple first spirit ring slowly lit up, and a purple light directly struck the Storm Wolf King. Although Li Chang'an's timing of his shot was well grasped, the speed of the Storm Wolf King was faster. When the land of the day was slashed, the Storm Wolf King happened to turn into a dark shadow and fled away, only to be chopped off some wolf hair. Wow! Hai Feng Wolf Demon looked at his hairless bald tail, and was furious. He used his claws to cut the soil on the ground fiercely, and rushed towards Li Chang'an again. But Li Chang'an still stood there still, and continued to increase the supply of soul power to the Eastern Emperor Bell, but directly sent the Storm Wolf King out. Hai-8 Wolf King felt that he was very aggrieved. Even if his defenses couldn't be broken, he couldn't attack an attack. The speed he was proud of seemed to be useless in front of this human being. You can hide it once, let me see if you can do it this time. Li Chang'an held up the Pangu axe again, and then the purple light flickered on the axe, but this time he didn't cut it, but directly held the axe and cut it down. The Great Wind Wolf King still used his flexible body to flash to the right, but when it found that its body was heading to the right, Li Chang'an, who had jumped into the air, seemed to have predicted it long ago, and the person continued to fall downward. But Pangu axe was directly thrown towards the Storm Wolf King on the right. Hai-8 Wolf King didn't even want to understand until he died. How could this human heart be so dark? He clearly said to cut this side, but you secretly prepared to throw an axe here at any time. Ding! You succeeded in showing your sage in front of Douluo, and your points are plus 12. Ding! You succeeded in showing the sage in front of Song Ren's head, points plus 6. Ding! Obviously no one thought that Li Chang'an, a child of about 6 years old, could kill the arduous 1,000-year spirit beast like the Storm Wolf by himself. Song Ren felt that even if he shot himself, he would not necessarily be faster than Li Chang'an. Sure enough, this kid is terrible, so he should pay more attention to it in the future. Song Renta warned himself again in his heart. The Wolf King is dead, and the other blast wolves have no command, and naturally they will die soon. Among them, Zhang Yi is the most powerful, he killed 8 blast wolves alone. Go ahead. Director Song didn't give everyone time to rest. After all, there are so many corpses here, and there will be soul beasts in a while. So moving on is the best choice. Are you okay? Mu Xi poked Li Chang'an's back with her little finger and asked softly and softly. Li Chang'an shook his head easily, what's this, it's okay. But then suddenly there was a handkerchief in front of his eyes, and Mu Xi behind his back said, You wipe the sweat. Li Chang'an didn't refuse this kindness. The fight just now was indeed very distracting, but what he didn't expect was that Mu Xi was such a caring girl. As they continued to deepen, Li Chang'an and the others also encountered several waves of spirit beasts trying to attack, but Song Ren's head also started to take action from behind. There was no major problem. In addition, I found suitable spirit rings for the 3 students along the way, which is a good harvest. Apart from Li Chang'an, the people who lack spirit ring now have Mu Xi's auxiliary system, Song Renta's quasi-soul king, and Zhang Yi. Among the few of them, Li Chang'an and Song Renta belong to the bottom-tier soul beasts, and Mu Xi and Zhang Yi are also the kind of special martial arts that do not want to be used. Sit down and rest first. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com will move on for a while. Director Song came to Li Chang'an after speaking, and then sat aside. Chang'an, I probably know a little bit about your situation. What age do you need for the second ring this time? 3,000 years or 5,000 years? Director Song knew that Li Chang'an's first spirit ring was about 1,000 years old. Therefore, he was also psychologically prepared for Li Chang'an's second spirit ring, and with Li Chang'an's identity, he was already prepared for a protracted battle. Director Song, I will not hide it from you. I am afraid that my second spirit ring will really trouble you and the vice president. What I want is about 9,000 years. Li Chang'an also communicated with Director Song in a low voice, after all, it was a bit big. What? Director Song had an expression. The second spirit ring is 9,000 years old. Your small body can withstand it, and you have been promoted so fast in less than 2 months. The spirit ring is still so dreadful. What a grown-up child. At the moment, Director Song reported the matter to Doulonka, and then Doulonka personally came over. After repeated confirmation, Doulonka nodded silently and stopped talking, but he already showed his support. It's just that the amount of information in this passage was a bit big, which made Doulonka a bit speechless for a while. But after all, the identity of Li Chang'an is there. As long as he is a direct disciple under the crown of the Pope and a member of the Spirit Hall, even if he is against the sky, no one dares to say anything. Chang'an, I feel that there is a soul beast suitable for me nearby. Mu Xi poked Li Chang'an's arm and whispered. Li Chang'an suddenly raised his spirits, and then looked around. After all, Mu Xi's martial arts spirit was very special. Since she said there were soul beasts suitable for him, she naturally couldn't let it go. Under Li Chang'an's vigilant observation, a swan flew directly from a distance, its body as beautiful as emerald. Chapter 33, Li Chang'an's responsibility. Is this the emerald swan? But it seems that the cultivation base of this emerald swan is not particularly high, and the figure is not particularly large, at most about 500 or 600 years, but this is not the point is that this emerald swan can't be offended. As a healing spirit beast in the Douluo Great Forest, the number of emerald swans has always been extremely scarce, protected by all the spirit beasts in the Douluo Great Forest. If Mu Xi dared to this emerald swan as a soul ring today, then he Li Chang'an would be sure that they would not even want to get out of this big forest of stars today. Mu Zibe, we can't afford this soul beast. Let's change it to another one. Li Chang'an comforted. Muxi naturally listened to Li Chang'an's words. Seeing Li Chang'an say this, she nodded obediently and stopped speaking. What made Li Chang'an speechless was that the emerald swan did not fly away, but flew directly toward them, and it seemed that its target was Mu Xi. Damn, what are you really afraid of? Teacher, fellow students, don't attack this soul beast. This is the emerald swan. It is considered a national treasure of the Douluo Great Forest. If we attack, we won't have a good life. Li Chang'an was afraid that Douluo and the others would not know, and hurriedly said. Although Douluo had some doubts, he did not refute Li Chang'an's words. Instead, he waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and not to act rashly. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, the emerald swan slowly flew over Li Chang'an and their heads, and after a cry, fluttered its wings and slowly landed beside Mu Xi. This. Douluo looked at this scene in a daze, and then cast his eyes on Li Chang'an. Why are the people around this kid so strange? It was the first time he saw someone who could make a soul beast get close. Li Chang'an is also a bit silly, so why can't he leave? At this moment, there was a sudden tremor on the ground, as if an earthquake, and then the sound of the earthquake became more and more violent, and some flying spirit beasts in the distance were jumping around, as if something terrible was coming. No, go! Douluo's reaction was the fastest. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 8 spirit rings flashed around him quickly, and then 4 angel wings appeared behind Douluo. I saw a giant ape with a height of more than 30 meters and a black body and lantern-like eyes appearing in the eyes of everyone, and the direction of the giant ape was Li Chang'an and the others. Humans, leave behind the emerald swan. The great ape suddenly uttered, and at the same time, Li Chang'an and the others felt as if they were in a quagmire, and the gravity on their bodies was several times greater. Gravity field, Titan Great Ape. Even a contra like Douluo is a little difficult to get started in such a gravity field, not to mention Li Chang'an and the others. At this time the Titan Great Ape has also walked in front of everyone. Although he did not deliberately release the coercion, the breath of the Titan Great Ape still made many people's legs and feet tremble, except for a few people. For example, Li Chang'an, who has been holding Mu Xi's little hand and constantly comforting Mu Xi, said in his heart at this time, he cannot kneel, he must not kneel. But what Li Chang'an didn't expect was that the Titan Great Ape would personally come to find this emerald swan. It seems that he still underestimated the level of cherishment of the emerald swan. The lantern-sized eyes of the Titan Giant Ape swept over the crowd directly, looking at the emerald swan next to Mu Xi, and then a burst of grunting words came from the Titan Giant Ape's mouth, and Li Chang'an's vision was animal language. And the emerald swan also called several times at this time, seeming to respond to the Titan Great Ape. After about a stick of incense, the Titan Great Ape pointed to Mu Xi and said, I will take this little girl and the emerald swan, so let the rest of you leave by yourself. No. Li Chang'an didn't wait for anyone to speak, and directly shouted at the Titan Great Ape in the loudest voice. Since he decided to pursue Muxi, he naturally wanted to shield her from the wind and rain. This is the biggest difference between Li Chang'an and others. He trades his sincerity for his sincerity. Even if he knows he might die, he will still stand for Mu Xi. Human, don't challenge my patience, this girl has a special physique, and this emerald swan has been injured by humans before. I took them back so that this girl can perfectly absorb the spirit ring while retaining the descendants of the emerald swan. The Titan Giant Ape explained with some irritation that if the emerald swan hadn't asked him not to move, he would have thrown these humans away with a punch. Li Chang'an just came out, no wonder the Titan Great Ape would come out in person. Co-authoring this emerald swan is almost dying, but this emerald swan is pregnant again, and every emerald swan is a baby, no wonder the Douluo forest does not take it seriously. Then can you guarantee our safety? Li Chang'an asked with a mild tone. He also understood the reason, and to be honest, he didn't want to see less and less precious soul beasts. My dignified Titan Great Ape, how can I break my promise? Well, I will accompany Mu Xi with you. Li Chang'an made the decision without hesitation. No. Duolanka and director Song said at the same time www.novel.com anyone can go, but Li Chang'an can't. If something happens to him, they will stop living. Two teachers, we have no choice now, and it is impossible for me to let go of Mu Xi. You can leave after finding a suitable spirit ring for other people, and wait for me in the periphery. If I don't come out after 3 days, you guys find my teacher. When Li Chang'an said this, he couldn't help using the tone of the superior, with an unquestionable look. In terms of status alone, Li Chang'an is far superior to everyone present. Chang'an, what's the matter with you? Doulanka frowned and looked at Li Chang'an, which made it difficult for him to handle it. President, please give me 3 days, I can't let Mu Xi go, and the words of the Titan Great Ape are still credible. Li Chang'an looked at Doulanka without any doubt, and said word by word. Hey, you young people, well, we will wait for you for 3 days. Once 3 days are up, if you haven't come out yet. Doulanka didn't say the following words, but it was self-evident. If Li Chang'an doesn't come out by then, I'm afraid Wuhandian will directly fight. This is the confidence of the first force in the Martial Soul Palace, and this is the reason why Doulanka agreed to Li Chang'an, but at this time they did not indicate that they are members of the Soul Palace. It is better to resolve it peacefully. The Titan Giant Ape saw that everything was over, and then withdrew his gravity domain, and then he put his huge palm on the ground and signaled Li Chang'an and the others to come up. Although Mu Xi didn't speak from beginning to end, she saw that Li Chang'an's eyes were completely different. This man, she was willing to be bullied by him for a lifetime. Chapter 34, My name is Xiao Wu, Dance Dance. Li Chang'an, Mu Xi and the Emerald Swan just sat on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, and then walked towards the core area of the Star Do Great Forest under the gaze of Doulanka and others. Although he was sitting on his shoulders, Li Chang'an couldn't feel the shaking at all, but the speed of the Titan Great Ape was still so fast that Li Chang'an had to admire it. Really deserves to be the overlord Titan Giant Ape among the soul beasts, this kind of control over the body has reached its peak. And Mu Xi also kept her face pale, but she didn't show any timid eyes, but the worry under her eyes couldn't be concealed. What are you worried about? Li Chang'an squeezed Mu Xi's face and asked. I don't want to hurt you. Mu Xi said weakly, her voice still sounding so soft. Stupid girl, I said I would protect you, don't worry, it's okay. Li Chang'an said, letting Mu Xi's little melon seeds rest on his shoulders, and then looked at the changing scenery around him. The contradiction between humans and spirit beasts is not as prominent as 10,000 years later. After all, with the advancement of human science and technology after 10,000 years, more and more high-level spirit beasts have been killed, which then led to the emergence of a wave of beasts. Didn't know what the legendary Lake of Life looked like, how many kings slept underneath, and didn't know if Xiaowu was there now, and whether it was possible to pick it up. The thoughts diverged, and Li Chang'an felt that a special breath was getting closer and closer. It was the breath of life, and it was a refreshing feeling. Coming. Sitting on the shoulders of the Titan Great Ape, Li Chang'an could clearly observe that just a short distance away, a large clearing appeared surrounded by lush trees, and in the center of the clearing, there was a mirror-like piece. The lake is lying there quietly. Although Li Chang'an knew what the center of the Star Do Great Forest looked like, when he saw it with his own eyes, the scenery was still beautiful. If Li Chang'an had to find a word to describe it, then it would be 2 words, fucking. Fuck. It turns out that there is such a beautiful scenery in the world. At this time, the speed of the Titan Great Ape also slowed down. When he was approaching the Lake of Life, he put his palm on his shoulder again and signaled Li Chang'an and the others to come down. Stepped on the ground again, Li Chang'an's heart felt a little more at ease, and Mu Xi was also completely attracted by the lake of life at this time, a pair of peach blossom eyes staring at the lake in front of him. "Hello, are you humans?" At this time, a clear and lovely voice sounded, and a girl suddenly appeared from nowhere, and then ran to Li Chang'an and the two of them. This little girl is about the same height as Li Chang'an. She is wearing a pink dress, and her small face is red in her white. She looks like a peach and makes people want to take a bite. And the most noticeable thing is that the little girl's braids are that kind of scorpion braids, and the length is down to the little girl's hips. Li Chang'an has already guessed who he is, and he can't help but feel overjoyed, but he still looks calm on the surface. "Hello, my name is Li Chang'an, this is my friend, Mu Xi." The little girl nodded, then pointed to her small face and smiled and said, "My name is Xiao Wu, dance. As expected. Li Chang'an couldn't help but be overjoyed. After the appraisal, this girl is very punctual, and he is sure. At this time, the Titan Great Ape also turned into a humanoid appearance, a middle-aged strong man more than 2 meters tall. The Titan brought the emerald swan to Li Chang'an and the others, and first smiled at Xiao Wu with a big white tooth. "Sister Xiao Wu, I'm back. Xiao Kui's life has come to an end. It happens that this human girl can absorb it as a spirit ring, and Xiao Kui also chose her, so I will help Xiao Kui give birth to the child smoothly in the past few days, and then let this girl be born. Absorb Xiao Kui's spirit ring." Xiao Wu nodded sadly, walked to Xiao Kui, touched Xiao Kui's head, and whispered, "Xiao Kui, don't worry, I will take care of your child." The Titan said to Mu Xi, "Your body is a little weak, and it may not be enough to bear Xiao Kui's spirit ring, but fortunately, Xiao Kui is voluntary. I will also take care of your body these days. Come with me." After finishing speaking, Titan took Xia Kui towards the lake of life on the side. Mu Xi did not follow, but looked up at Li Chang'an. Xiao Wu smiled when she saw it. "You can rest assured, harming others are very good, and you can be regarded as helping Xiao Kui in this matter. I promise you will be fine." "Ahem, I'm Xiao Wu from Stardo Forest." Li Chang'an also gave Mu Xi an encouraging smile at this time, and said softly, "Go, you will be a first-level spirit master when you come back, and I'll be waiting for you here." Mu Xi nodded, and obediently followed the Titan to the nearby Lake of Life. We call this lake the Lake of Life, and the vitality near it is also very strong, and Xia Kui's vitality is not enough to support her to give birth to offspring, so Erming went here to help Xia Kui give birth to the child, and your friend there will also be great benefits. Oh, by the way, this Titan Great Ape is my little brother, I call him Erming." Xiao Wu smiled and explained to Li Chang'an, then she sat on the grass with her hands on her knees and stared at Li Chang'an curiously. This was the first human little boy she had seen. Sister Xiao Wu felt that this little boy looks good. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. Can you tell me about the human world? I may be going out in a year. I want to hear about the human world. Li Chang'an heard that. I really didn't make a calculation error. If it is a little later, maybe Xiao Wu will really go out, and it will be complicated if he wants to do it, so this time he must do it. After all, Xiao Wu is now blank like a piece of white paper, and Li Chang'an is already a senior player. Li Chang'an also sat down indifferently, tried to get closer to Xiao Wu, and then said, The human world is actually very interesting, such as delicious, fun, and many interesting things. The most interesting thing in my opinion is the story of the stick and the abalone. Of course, I will have the opportunity to play with you in the future, besides. Following Li Chang'an's description, Xiao Wu gradually got in. This was the first time she heard someone describe the human world to her. She was full of curiosity and doubts about everything. For example, why can't you take me to play with sticks and abalone now? Didn't you say it's fun? Now the sticks are not going to do whatever they want, the abalone hasn't gotten big yet, wait a few years, I will take you to play, okay? Okay, don't lie to me. By the way, how is your waist, Xiao Wu? Waist, my waist is pretty good. Xiao Wu said, standing up and bent Li Chang'an directly, and then put her little hand directly on the ground. Well, that's good. Before leaving, I will teach you a few interesting moves, which are related to our future play. You must study hard. Li Chang'an said solemnly. Chapter 35, Be Fair. Li Chang'an still didn't drive the car anymore. After all, Xiao Wu was still young and didn't understand anything. He just got a flirt, but he liked Xiao Wu's waist very much. Then let Xiao Wu put on crystal high heels, and then do a few difficult moves, it feels. What's the matter with you, little plum? Xiao Wu asked Li Chang'an, looking at her smirk, and there was something wrong in her eyes, and she asked in confusion. Ah, it's okay, Xiao Wu, do you want to taste the delicacies of the human world? Li Chang'an forcibly stabilized his mind and asked seriously. Are there carrots? I love carrots. Xiao Wu nodded excitedly, looking at Li Chang'an. You can have this. Li Chang'an realized Xiao Wu's identity, and then he also had a care in his heart. I'd better be more vegetarian this time, let alone the meat. Since Erming's time was a bit long, Li Chang'an wasn't afraid to waste time. He simply set up the grill and grilled the skewers, but the ingredients he chose were all mushrooms, mixed vegetables and so on. Little Litzy, do you think it would be dangerous for me to go to the human world? Xiao Wu jumped to the side of Li Chang'an and asked in a confused tone while watching Li Chang'an's barbecue. Without looking back, Li Chang'an added a bit of cumin to the string, and then said, Xiao Wu, remember one sentence, don't report complete trust to anyone, because many people are not as kind as I am. Xiao Wu spit out her little tongue and said, okay, then I will follow you directly after I go to the human world, okay. Li Chang'an's hand stopped for a moment, but he didn't show any kicks, but calmly said, I'm afraid this won't work. There is a titled Douluo in my house. It is easy for you to expose it. You should do it according to your original idea. I will naturally look for you at that time. Ah, all right. Xiao Wu nodded helplessly. For the first human little boy she came into contact with, Xiao Wu still had a good impression of Li Chang'an, but Li Chang'an couldn't take her with him, which made Xiao Wu feel very much. I'm sorry. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Xiao Wu no longer entangled in this matter. I am afraid that some of him will be busy in the future. Let alone cover up his identity, it would be extremely difficult to deal with conflicts alone. But it is impossible to let oneself give up. No matter it is Bibi Dong and Xiao Wu, he will not give up. The happiness of Cao Thief and the happiness of humans and animals are not understandable by ordinary people. As Li Chang'an's various seasonings went down, the skewer's aroma became more and more intense, causing Xiao Wu to drool. Little plum, when can I eat it? I want to eat it. Wait when you don't call my little plum, and I will give it to you when you call my brother. Li Chang'an continued to grill the skewers unmovedly, and didn't plan to give Xiao Wu a taste. Just kidding, now Xiao Wu calls him Xializi, and then will he have it? Today he is going to Zhenfu Gang. Brother Xiao Wu yelled without ambition, and then squatted directly by the stove looking at the strings in Li Chang'an's hand, and licked her little tongue. Hey, here you are. Li Chang'an gave Xiao Wu the two familiar skewers, and then said, don't eat too much skewers. I also brought a little noodles. I will boil a pot of mushroom soup later. I'll give it to you below. Noodles? Is it delicious? Xiao Wu had never seen this thing before, and didn't know if it was good or not. Of course it's delicious. Not only is the noodles below me delicious, but I also taste delicious below. You will naturally taste this in the future. Now I will give it to you first. Li Chang'an said solemnly, and then grilled the skewers again. The string was put in his mouth. Okay. I'll wait for you to eat your noodles. Xiao Wu didn't understand Li Chang'an's noodles and undersides at all, thinking it was all one thing, so she nodded happily. After eating a few bites of noodles, Xiao Wu directly patted her stomach and lay on the grass, then gnawed a carrot in her mouth while grinding her teeth, making a pleasant sound from time to time. This is the best meal she has ever eaten. It is inevitable that she has eaten more. Now she is a little panic, but she is still very happy. Li Chang'an also lay on the grass side by side with Xiao Wu, turned his head to look at Xiao Lolita, and then joked, Xiao Wu, the noodles under my brother are delicious, right? Well, brother, it's really delicious, your noodles are really good with mushroom soup. Xiao Wu is now called a thief smoothly, and there is no pressure at all. It is true that Li Chang'an is too good at talking, and Li Chang'an is too good looking, coupled with good cooking skills. Xiao Wu, who has never experienced the sinister rivers and lakes, has no resistance to Li Chang'an. Well, it's delicious, I will give you something more delicious in the future. Li Chang'an looked at Xiao Wu's little cherry mouth and said, Brother, will you protect me in the future? Xiao Wu asked suddenly. Yes, who do I protect if I don't protect you? Li Chang'an nodded. But I am a soul beast transformed into a person, what if there is a titled Douluo who wants to kill me? Xiao Wu said again. Li Chang'an put his head on his arm and looked at the blue sky, then brother will reason with them. If it doesn't make sense, brother will use the martial spirit in his hand to reason with them. Brother, you are so kind to me. Xiao Wu smiled and bent her eyes into a crescent, and then fell directly on Li Chang'an's head. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. That is, you are brother's favorite soul beast, there is no one. Li Chang'an touched his conscience and said this sentence, yes, not a human being, Xiao Wu is his favorite soul beast so far. By the way, Xiao Wu, can you help me find a soul beast that hasn't lived through 10,000 years? The soul ring I have been promoted hasn't settled yet. Li Chang'an suddenly thought of the business at this time, patronizing her sister, soul the ring hasn't been seen yet. Don't think that all soul beasts can pass the 10,000 years mark. In fact, many soul beasts will be stuck here and die in the end. Even though Xiao Wu is a soul beast, she has seen a lot of fights between soul beasts. In addition, Li Chang'an proposed a soul beast that has not passed the 10,000 year mark. This idea Xiao Wu can still accept. Yes, but brother, can you absorb it? Xiao Wu looked at Li Chang'an suspiciously, still leaning on Li Chang'an's head. Naturally, you don't believe your brother. Li Chang'an squeezed Xiao Wu's face and said. Oh, don't squeeze my face, let me find it for you, brother, what type do you want? Xiao Wu got up from the ground, shaking her scorpion braid and looking at Li Chang'an. The type of attack, it's better to have attributes. Li Chang'an thought for a while, and he decided to choose the type of attack. His Pangu axe is best at attack. As for other types, Dong Huangzhang can consider it in the future. Okay, wait for me. Xiao Wu said, pushing her calf hard, then jumped to a tree not far away, and then disappeared into the jungle. Li Chang'an watched Xiao Wu leave, and then patted his and got up and walked towards Mu Xi. The girl had already been up. It's time to see how the shy sister is. It must be fair to be a man. Chapter 36, Advance. New section. Near the Lake of Life, Erming, Muxi, and Xiaqi are all there. Erming is using his body as a medium to give Xiaqi a steady stream of vitality to help Xiaqi give birth, and Mu Xi is in the process of giving birth. Close your eyes and meditate there. As for the arrival of Li Chang'an, only Ming noticed, but Ming didn't say much, just briefly introduced the current situation. Muxi has taken a few drops of the water from the Lake of Life, where he is absorbing and improving his life level, preparing to absorb the Emerald Swan. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with him, Li Chang'an shrugged helplessly and left, but after this time, Mu Xi's strength will definitely increase significantly, and it is estimated that he will become a new star in the auxiliary department of Wuhandian Academy. After returning to the place where he was staying, Li Chang'an wanted to sleep, but Xiao Wu had already brought a soul beast with him. This soul beast is at least 6 meters in length, and it is also a tiger. But unlike the sapphire blue tiger that Li Chang'an has seen before, this tiger has no vitality, and its body is purple-blue. Look, it looks very weird. Come on, Xiao Lizi, Sister Xiao Wu will introduce to you. This is my friend, Li Chang'an, and this is my little brother, Xiao Lizi. Xiao Wu directly leaned on the big tiger and introduced to Li Chang'an. Roar! This little Lizi roared at Li Chang'an mercilessly. The tiger is still there. Xiao Lizi, what are you doing? I said that he can absorb it, but you can. Are you suspicious of Xiao Wu's sister me? Xiao Wu patted Xiao Lizi's head with some dissatisfaction. Xiao Lizi became much better after being reprimanded by Xiao Wu, and did not yell at Li Chang'an anymore, but rubbed Xiao Wu gently. Little Lizi's full name is Thunder Arrow Tiger. It is a spirit beast with thunder attributes. It is a special and powerful existence among spirit beasts. If you absorb it, you may have a thunder attribute spirit ability. Xiao Wu I gave a brief introduction, and then continued. Xiao Lizi is a soul beast of 9,999, and the 10,000 years mark has not been crossed. If you don't come, I'm afraid you will survive in 1 year. Xiao Wu was a little sad. Stroking that big tiger's head, even if she has seen a lot of life and death, she will still be sad. After everything has been explained, the absorption work begins. This time, because the thunder arrow was actively absorbed, it doesn't hurt to be a little higher than the year that Li Chang'an can absorb. After comforting Xiao Wu for a while, Li Chang'an bowed respectfully to the thunder arrow tiger, and then revealed his martial spirit. Senior, this is my martial spirit, Pangu Axe. I believe it will not insult you. Roar! When Lei Jianhu saw Pangu Axe, the whole tiger became excited, as if he had met a king who made him willingly surrender. Xiao Lizi said that it likes your martial soul very much and is willing to be your soul ring. Xiao Wu translated, feeling more at ease. After sending away the thunder arrow in a gentle and peaceful manner, a purple spirit ring with black in front of Li Chang'an slowly emerged, giving people a great sense of oppression. Li Chang'an took a deep breath, and then slowly pulled the spirit ring onto himself, and absorbed it with concentration. This time I didn't see the phenomenon of thunder arrow making trouble. Everything went smoothly. About 10 minutes later, Li Chang'an opened his eyes, and his breath fluctuated a lot. 24th level, this thunder arrow tiger, which has been nearly 10,000 years old, directly let his spirit power break through the 4th level after breaking through the 20th level, which is simply amazing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through to the Great Soul Master. New items in the exchange column are on the shelves. Intermediate Spirit Power Fruit, 1 can increase the value of 1000 spirit power, exchange points, 500 points. Intermediate Spirit Ring Fruit, 1 can increase the year of the spirit ring by 1000 years, redeemable points, 5000 points. Spiritual Power Fruit, new product on the shelves, 1 can increase mental power by 10,000 points, exchange points, 100,000 points. Good Luck Fruit, new product on the shelves, 1 can increase the lucky value a little, redeem points, 10,000 points. After Li Chang'an briefly checked, the whole person was a bit silly. The intermediate spirit fruit, the price of the intermediate spirit fruit is pretty good, but why is that spirit fruit so expensive? 100,000 points, it can be said that it is a loss of the system. But the last thing he didn't let him understand was the lucky fruit. What is it? A little lucky value costs 10,000 points. Really treat him as a triumphant, just catch it. Moreover, Li Chang'an found that the soul power upgrade on his character panel is no longer a few hundred starting points, but a few thousand starting points. For example, this will be the 24th level, 1234/4000, which indicates that he needs more upgrades in the future. More soul power will do. Moreover, 2 columns have been added to the character panel, one is mental power, 4000, and the other is luck value, 7. Hey, in this way, he can maintain the consumption by pretending more force in the future, but he doesn't want to pretend to be forceful all the time, he prefers to play it all the time. How about www.novel.com brother? Xiaowu just stood in front of Li Chang'an, looking at him with big eyes. Excellent, I will show you my baby, no, I will show you my strength. Li Chang'an said, starting with Pangu axe, a purple and black spirit ring slowly rose from under his feet. Okay, okay. Xiaowu clapped her hands, and at the same time she moved a long way to the side. After all, what Li Chang'an wanted to urge was a spirit skill that had lasted for nearly 10,000 years. Young man, how about I come to practice with you? A man in Xingyi suddenly appeared next to Li Chang'an, and said in a slightly surprised tone. This man is tall, but he is not as strong as Er Ming, but it feels far more terrifying to Li Chang'an than Er Ming. Li Chang'an looked at Xiaowu with a questioning expression, and Xiaowu was also slightly surprised. De Ming usually cultivates in the lake, why did he come out suddenly today? Don't worry, you are a new friend of Sister Xiaowu, I will not hurt you, just curious, my name is Daming, Er Ming is my brother. Daming introduced himself directly behind one hand. Li Chang'an showed a suddenly enlightened expression, and said, Senior, please give me some advice. Daming smiled and nodded. He didn't do anything, so he looked at Li Chang'an with his back, indicating that he could start. Li Chang'an is not annoyed either. After all, this is a big man. I saw that his second spirit ring suddenly brightened, and a purple-black light shone on his figure. The second spirit ability, Thunder Moon Slash. I saw Li Chang'an's Pangu axe suddenly covered with a layer of blue light from the original bright black. Looking around, it was as if the Pangu axe was covered with a layer of thunder and lightning. Chapter 37, Let me comb your hair. I saw that Pangu axe was covered with thunder patterns, and then it was lifted by Li Chang'an's hand, and the Pangu axe was thrown into the air, and then 2 lives, 2 births, and 4. In front of Li Chang'an, the 4x4 Pangu axe formed a continuous circle. The round shape is like a full moon. Go with. The thunder in the center of the Pangu axe of the full moon flashed, and a round of light with a diameter of about 2 meters appeared, and the full moon was still carrying lightning, which looked terrifying. Yuanyu directly hit Daming with an incredible speed, and the thunderous sound in the air can be heard, and the surrounding environment is also illuminated by blue thunder. A hint of shock flashed through Daming's eyes, but he didn't take it too seriously. He even planned to take a blow like this without even urging his power. The full moon came in an instant, and Daming seemed to have been swallowed by thunder and lightning. The gleaming light made Xiaowu unable to open his eyes. And Xiaowu also discovered that some of the flowers and plants around Daming seemed to have been hit by thunder, turned black, and completely lost their vitality. Haha, interesting, interesting. Daming's hearty laughter came from the center of the thunder light, and then the surrounding thunder light seemed to have suddenly broken into pieces, and disappeared all at once. Daming was still wearing the same Xingyi, but there were obvious burn marks at the corners of the clothes. In addition to that, Daming's hair was still standing up a few, and there was no change in other places. After all, no matter how strong he is, his clothes and hair are not easy to protect, let alone this kind of thunderous power. Of course, this is also the reason why Daming didn't use the power in his body, otherwise this attack would not hurt him, but even so, he was still shocked by Li Chang'an's strength. Shaking his numb wrist, Daming said, the most terrifying thing about your spirit ability is not the attack power, but the incidental lightning power. The damage range of this kind of lightning is not only very large, but it is also really powerful. At least your human soul king will also be affected by the power of this thunder. Ding! You succeeded in showing your sage in front of Tianqing Niu Meng, points plus 28. The predecessors really have the eyes to know the bead. My full moon slash is indeed an area damage, and the incidental lightning power is very good. Li Chang'an said without humility, and wanted to look back for a chance and quickly raise the spirit ring to Zheng Zhen. 10,000 years, then he really had the confidence to fight the Soul King. Okay, you continue to play here, Xiaowu sister, I will go back first. Daming said hello to Xiaowu and disappeared in the same place, waved his sleeves, did not take away a trace of clouds. Xiaowu just jumped to Li Chang'an's side, shaking her scorpion braid and said in a pretty voice, "Brother, you are so amazing, Daming's hair has been messed up by you. Brother's baby is amazing, do you want to try it?" Li Chang'an squeezed Xiaowu's cute face and said, "That is, don't look at who I am. Brother, I'll take you to see my other little friends." Xiaowu said that she couldn't help but took Li Chang'an's little hand and walked outside. This operation made Li Chang'an hooked. Sure enough, the unreasonable soul beast is open, and coupled with Xiaowu's waist skills, he will be able to unlock many poses by then. So Li Chang'an accompanied Xiaowu to meet many interesting soul beasts. There are 90,000-year-old golden ghosts, 10-year-old bamboos, 1,000-year-old squirrels, and 10,000-year-old brown bears. In the evening, Li Chang'an ate Xiaowu's noodles again, and then lay on the grass to sleep. Xiaowu also lay on Li Chang'an's lap without an image, and drooled a little. When Li Chang'an got up early the next morning, he found that Xiaowu was already sitting on the grass, her hair spread out, and she was combing her hair with a wooden comb. "Shall I comb your hair?" Li Chang'an walked to Xiaowu, stroked Xiaowu's hair gently, and said in a simple and kind manner. As a sea king, Li Chang'an had combed many hairstyles in his last life, and played with girls with many hairstyles in bed, such as double ponytails, ball heads, big waves, such as. "Okay, brother." Xiaowu seemed to have thought of something, gave Li Chang'an a gentle look, and then handed over the ordinary wooden comb. Li Chang'an took a comb and touched Xiaowu's hand inadvertently, then took the comb, stroked Xiaowu's hair first, and then slowly combed it. In other words, I haven't tried a girl with a scorpion braid, and I don't know what changes will happen to the hair of a girl with a scorpion braid from the back. I look forward to it. Li Chang'an combed Xiaowu's hair with pure eyes, while thinking so in his heart. Just when Li Chang'an combed Xiaowu's hair, Xiaowu suddenly said, "Brother, will you comb my hair forever?" "Of course I will, I swear I will only comb Xiaowu's hair in this life." Li Chang'an swore without hesitation, the big deal is that he will massage Bibi Dong, play sticks for Qian Rongxiu, and tease Hu Lina. "Xiaowu, if you find out that you have something to hide from you in the future, please don't blame me." Li Chang'an also took the opportunity to say warmly. "Okay, I believe brother." Xiaowu nodded innocently. Just when Li Chang'an combed Xiaowu's hair, Ming and the others in the distance suddenly heard a movement. A green swan was slowly wrapped in Ming's spirit power, and then released to the top of the lake of life. In front of Mu Xi is a gorgeous yellow spirit ring floating. At this time, Mu Xi's small eyebrows are frowning, and she is trying to absorb this 500-year spirit ring. Xiaowu looked at the little emerald swan growing on the lake, and couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. That's great, Xiao Kui can be regarded as leaving her own offspring. Although it is very fragile, she has stayed anyway. The death of every cherished soul beast is the loss of the Star Do forest, and it is the responsibility of Xiaowu and the high-ranking soul beasts to protect these precious soul beasts and prevent them from perishing. Li Chang'an nodded silently, and did not speak, but after looking at Xiaowu's smile, he made a decision that he must solve the problem of the extinction of the soul beast, definitely. Mu Xi's physique is far from that of Li Chang'an. Even if it has been half an hour later, she is still absorbing it. Although her small face suffers a lot, the stubbornness in her bones makes her persevere. Although Mu Xi has experienced a drop of water from the lake of life, the time is still too short. Hey, it seems that I will have to find a chance to take Chrysanthemum Douluo to the Ice and Fire 2 Eyes in the future. No matter what Poison Douluo's attitude is, the Ice and Fire Eyes can only be owned by the Spirit Hall, sure. After a while, Mu Xi slowly opened those charming peachy eyes, and then saw Li Chang'an standing in front of him, and couldn't help but feel relieved. Chapter 38, Leaving the Stardo Great Forest. How do you feel uncomfortable? Li Chang'an asked. I'm fine. Mu Xi wiped the sweat from his forehead and gave Li Chang'an a relieved smile. That's good. How about the first soul ability? Li Chang'an cursed a silly girl in his heart, but he couldn't say much when Xiaowu was there. My first spirit ability is healing, which is not limited by level, but the degree of healing is limited by my spirit power, and it can only treat external injuries. Internal injuries and mental trauma are ineffective. Muxi lowered her head a little shyly as she spoke, and at the same time felt that she was indeed a little weak. You must know that the first spirit ring of this guy in front of you is 1,000 years. But Li Chang'an doesn't think so. No matter how much Mu Xi's healing spirit skills are limited, it's awesome that Mu Xi's healing spirit skills are not restricted by level. It's a heavenly show. Mu Xi also absorbed the spirit ring. Li Chang'an and the others have also stayed here for about 2 days. Although there is still a little time before the agreed 3 days, Li Chang'an knows that he can no longer delay. After all, 3 days is the limit. If Duo Lanka is too worried about himself, he will be finished by calling someone directly. He doesn't want the relationship with Xiaowu to collapse. Xiaowu, we are leaving. Li Chang'an looked at Xiaowu and sighed. Can't we just leave? Xiaowu suddenly got caught off guard, and some tears began to appear in her eyes. Sorry, Xiaowu, if we continue to stay here, we will only bring disasters to you, but don't worry, I will definitely look for you then, okay? Li Chang'an is also temporarily ignoring Mu Xi by his side. He stretched out his finger and wiped Xiaowu's tears. Speaking of which, I really gained a lot this time. Not only did I get a very good spirit ring, but I also captured Xiaowu so quickly. Compared to Li Chang'an, I have to say something fortunately. It's really lucky. If 1 year later, then what will happen is really hard to say. Well, you must remember to come to the human world to find me, I'll wait for you. Xiaowu nodded, and said in a hoarse voice. Since her mother's death, these times with Li Chang'an have been her happiest days. Although it has only been less than 2 days, the boy Li Chang'an has already occupied Xiaowu's pure heart. Okay, wait for me, be good. Li Chang'an touched Xiaowu's head again, feeling a little bit disheartened. Senior Erming. If possible, I would also like to ask you to send us out. Li Chang'an clasped his fist to Erming beside him. After all, this is the inner circle of the Stardo Great Forest. If he and Mu Xi get along, it would be impossible to get out without Erming. Yes, let's go. Erming nodded, his figure transformed into a tall Titan Great Ape again, and opened his palms to Li Chang'an. And Li Chang'an took advantage of this, and left all the food in the storage soul guide for Xiaowu, and then he took the palm of Titan's hand and sat on Titan's shoulder with Mu Xi. Goodbye. Wait for me, Xiaowu. Li Chang'an waved to Xiaowu below, shouting hard. Brother, I'll wait for you. Xiaowu also jumped up and waved at Li Chang'an, her voice choked back. The Titan giant ape sent Li Chang'an to the periphery and did not continue to move forward. This was also Li Chang'an's request. He was afraid that if the spirit hall was arranged outside the Stardo Great Forest, it would make both parties unhappy. Most of the soul beasts in the periphery are about 100 years old, which is not a problem for Li Chang'an. He took Mu Xi's little hand and walked outside. Well, does that girl like you? Mu Xi was pulled by Li Chang'an, and suddenly asked such a sentence behind. Li Chang'an's heart suddenly choked. Sure enough, even though Mu Xi looked uneasy on the surface, she still cared about some issues when it came to it. Li Chang'an stopped, looked at Mu Xi's cute and nice face, and swore with one hand, Mu Xi, please believe me. The only person I like is you. Didn't you hear that girl called my brother? I only use her as my younger sister. If you don't believe me, I'll be damned. Mu Xi shook his head in a hurry, covered Li Chang'an's mouth with a small hand, blushing, lowered his head and said, You, don't say any more, I believe you. People in this era still believe in vows. After all, there has been a in this world. Hey, be good. Li Chang'an said and raised Mu Xi's head unexpectedly, then looked at the charming peach eyes and kissed Mu Xi's lips directly. Hey! Well, this is the first kiss between us, you have to be responsible to me. Li Chang'an gave a quick kiss, and then joked. Oh, okay. Mu Xi's little head couldn't turn around for a while, and then she nodded indifferently. What a silly girl, I'm gone. Li Chang'an smiled, and continued to walk outside while pulling Mu Xi, but there was a warmth in his heart. Can I call you later, can I call you Xiao Li? Mu Xi asked weakly from behind. Yes, as long as you like it. Li Chang'an agreed without thinking. www.ltnovel.com. As long as it is not a matter of principle, he is very good to his fish. Okay, Xiao Li, do you want gold soul coins? I have some here. Mu Xi continued to ask weakly. In her opinion, to be responsible for a boy is to give his money to the boy first. No, just take care of yourself. Li Chang'an said. Oh. As soon as he came out of the Stardo Great Forest, Li Chang'an saw a group of people waiting for him, but who was it if it wasn't Doulonka and others? Chang'an, you have finally come out. If you don't come out again, I'm afraid I really have to report to the Pope's crown. Doulonka flew directly to Li Chang'an's side and looked at Li Chang'an's intactness. This was a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Dean, I made everyone worried. Li Chang'an took Mu Xi and bowed deeply, and said sincerely, and he never called Vice Dean Doulonka, but Dean. It's okay, you're fine, by the way, your spirit ring. Doulonka asked intimately again, feeling more at ease. My spirit ring has been acquired, please don't worry, Master Dean. Li Chang'an didn't show his second spirit ring here, but planned to show it again after going back. After all, the number of people was too small, and the pretense was a bit unpleasant. Okay, let's go. After Li Chang'an and the two got on the carriage, with the order of Doulonka, the convoy left the Stardo forest and ended this heart-wrenching and exciting journey. Li Chang'an, who gained the most this time, is calculating his own income. The fish in the sea has officially added 2, and his spirit power has been upgraded to 24th. In the future, he will start to cultivate his spiritual power. The lucky value needs to be studied, and the points are in a state of lack of stock. Chapter 39, Bibi Dong's Suggestion. After returning to the Wuhandian Academy, Li Chang'an did not go home directly, but went directly to the Pope Hall while it was still early. With the personal token Bibi Dong gave him, Li Chang'an easily entered the Pope's palace and saw Bibi Dong, who was in the office. Teacher! I tell you a good news. Li Chang'an eagerly ran to Bibi Dong's table, pretending to be mysterious. What's the good news? Bibi Dong stroked the hair on his forehead, looked at Li Chang'an with a smile, and at the same time she put down the pen in her hand. What Bibi Dong didn't notice was that when facing Li Chang'an, her expression would naturally relax, and she would smile subconsciously, because this disciple really satisfied her in all aspects. By the way, you have taken time off from me these days, what are you doing? Bibi Dong suddenly thought of this and asked casually. She did not restrict Li Chang'an too much, and she would not restrain too much. In addition, she was very busy these days, so she didn't pay attention to why Li Chang'an went there, but the snacks are still constant these days. Obviously Li Chang'an had prepared it early. Okay. Li Chang'an did not speak, but directly released the Pangu axe. At the same time, 2 spirit rings, one purple and one black and purple, slowly rose from his feet, and the spirit power of the 24th level Great Spirit Master was also displayed. Out. This. Bibi Dong leaned forward slightly, opened his small mouth, and was surprised for 3 seconds. Only she knew best that Li Chang'an had just acquired the first spirit ring more than a month ago. Why did Li Chang'an have been promoted to the Great Spirit Master after so many days, and the second spirit ring was still close to 10,000 years old? Ding! The mission to reveal the sacred in front of Bibi Dong is completed, and a soul guide storage bracelet will be rewarded. The built-in space is 10,000 cubic meters, and the time in the space is absolutely still. Ding! In front of Bibi Dong, the task of manifesting the saint is completed once, and it will be rewarded with 10,000 points for successful manifestation. Obviously, after Li Chang'an was promoted to the Great Soul Master, not only was there a lot more things in the system, but also every manifestation mission was rewarded with great points. 10,000 points, this really solves Li Chang'an's urgent need. I have to say that the teacher's beep is really awesome, 10,000 points, it is so cool for him. Teacher, in fact, I went out this time to hunt the soul beasts. I don't know why. I absorb the vitality of the world and practice faster, so I was promoted accidentally. Li Chang'an showed simple small eyes scratching. He scratched his head and said innocently. Although Bibi Dong was shocked, she was not too gaff. Instead, she fell into deep thought. She was thinking about Li Chang'an's practice. Chang'an, there is such a group of soul masters in Chang'an. They practice very fast, because their physique fits well with heaven and earth. Obviously you are this kind of person. In your case, the teacher has a cultivation method, do you want to listen to it? Li Chang'an naturally knows that he is not a physique that fits the world at all, but he is also curious about the cultivation method that Bibi Dong said. Teacher, please tell me. Compress soul power, condense soul core. The soul power in every soul master is limited, but the soul power in the soul master above title Douluo is almost infinite. Do you know why in Chang'an? Bibi Dong said with a rare expression of seriousness. Teacher, is it because title Douluo will compress soul power and condense soul core? Li Chang'an asked. He also knew a little about the concept of a soul core, but he was not particularly clear. Yes, it's because title Douluo will compress soul power, condense a soul core that can circulate naturally in his body, and then it will continue to grow. Bibi Dong nodded approvingly. This disciple's ability to comprehend is indeed lacking. Say it. In addition to title Douluo, some geniuses with excellent talents can also condense soul cores in the soul sage cultivation base, but other than that, those geniuses that fit the world can condense earlier. It depends on willpower, physical strength, and own talents to condense the soul core. You have all of these in Chang'an, so if you can, I suggest you condense a small soul core of your own, even if it is better than the soul of titled Douluo. 10 times smaller nuclear is enough for you to use for life. After condensing soul cores, your soul power cultivation speed may be a little slower, but your total soul power, the thickness of your soul power and other aspects will be much stronger. But what I want to tell you is that there are many risks in condensing soul cores. Although I will protect you if you fail, it is normal for your soul power to drop by 2 or 3 levels. Bibi Dong said here, it is considered that he has to explain what he has to explain, and he has to wait for Li Chang'an's own choice. Soul core is not that Li Chang'an doesn't understand. To put it bluntly, it is to install a small engine in the body, but this engine can rely on absorbing the vitality of the heavens and the earth to provide him with spirit power, nothing more. As for the fall in the state of cohesion failure, Li Chang'an doesn't care. After all, this thing came back after eating a few fruits. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is nothing. And after condensing the soul core, he doesn't have to worry about draining his soul power every time the Pangu axe releases his soul skills. This is the biggest advantage. Pangu axe wants too much, and he can't be satisfied at all now. But it's different now. As long as he has a soul core, Pangu axe will have to satisfy him several times, just like he satisfies a woman, he can be satisfied with a firm and lasting life. Teacher, I think it over, you help me condense my soul core, my disciples are not afraid of failure. Li Chang'an held his fist to compare with the host, his eyes full of determination. Did you think about it? Bibi Dong asked again. I'm thinking about it. Li Chang'an said. Then come with me, come to my room, and I will help you. Bibi Dong stretched out, got up and walked outside the door. Okay? Go to the teacher's room. The boss Li Chang'an stared at once. This wave is not bad, if he can, he is willing to condense soul cores every day, not to go to the teacher's room, just want to condense a few more soul cores, he is not that superficial. Bibi Dong's room is on the second floor, and she never took Li Chang'an as an outsider. After confessing that she would not be disturbed outside, she opened the door and walked in. Li Chang'an also followed behind her like a good baby. Bibi Dong's room is very large, and the decoration is mostly purple, mainly pink, and there is a light scent peculiar to Bibi Dong in the room. The layout of the whole room is exquisite. Rare and beautiful chandelier, pear wood floor, purple bed, several large wardrobes, dressing table. Okay? What is that? Li Chang'an's gaze was attracted by a small object on the bed. The object seemed to be a piece of clothing, and it was still white. Chapter 40, I Can Do It. Based on Li Chang'an's years of experience as a veteran driver plus his life's experience, he concluded that it was an underwear, and it was a half-tube top without a strap, and had a little lace edge. Although Bibi Dong's reaction was quick, it was still not as fast as Li Chang'an's eyes. Before Bibi Dong put his underwear into the soul guidance device, Li Chang'an had already watched at least a few glances, and he had filled up a lot of pictures. Ahem, Chang'an, when the soul core is condensed, the spirit power fluctuations in the body will be very obvious, and most of the clothes will be damaged, so you have to take off your clothes. If you feel embarrassed, teacher. Bibi Dong said with a slightly red face, why she forgot to collect the changed clothes. But before Bibi Dong's words were finished, Li Chang'an had already taken off completely, and there were no left. Teacher, I won't be embarrassed, I obey your command. Li Chang'an stood there without seeing a thing, and said. I have to say that although Li Chang'an is young, his figure is still very good, white and pure, with a little muscle, and the lines are even more soft. Bibi Dong almost didn't hold his forehead with his hands, but he still tried to calm his mind and warned that this one in front of him is a little kid, he is his own disciple, his own disciple. Go to my bed and sit cross-legged. Bibi Dong said a little embarrassedly. Well, good teacher. Li Chang'an looked innocent, jumped 3 times on Bibi Dong's bed, and then immediately felt the softness of the bed and the fragrance of the bed. I don't know if the teacher has ever slept naked, and now I am not wearing clothes on the teacher's bed. Strictly speaking, I have had an indirect close contact with the teacher. Although Bibi Dong has tried her best to restrain her, her cheeks are a little red, but she hides it well, and Li Chang'an can't tell. After Li Chang'an went to bed, Bibi Dong also took off his shoes and went to bed with Li Chang'an, then tidied up his clothes and sat cross-legged behind Li Chang'an. Start meditating now, try to feel your body, I will give you a breath in your body, try to accept and absorb. Bibi Dong's solemn voice sounded in Li Chang'an's ear, which made Li Chang'an also serious. Retracted and stopped thinking about the messy things, Li Chang'an began to examine his body with weak mental power, and entered a state of meditation. Bibi Dong also took a deep breath behind Li Chang'an, then spread his right hand, a white light emerged, and strangely, this light was in an infinite loop, meaning it was endless. Bibi Dong slowly pushed the spirit power raised from her soul core into Li Chang'an's back, and at the same time, her left hand began to quickly help Li Chang'an guide the spirit power at the veins. And Li Chang'an only felt that a gentle and delicate palm was slippery behind him, and then the fiery soul power that entered his body was guided into his abdomen, where it began to circulate slowly, like a bean. The size of a black hole is so. Quickly, control this breath by yourself, and then draw the soul power in the air into the body, and let it circulate. Bibi Dong said in succession behind her, while her palms continued to follow Li Chang'an's meridians. Li Chang'an did not dare to delay, and hurriedly tried to control the bean-sized soul core, and then introduced the soul power in the air into his body to expand it. As Li Chang'an continues to expand, the soul core, which was originally only the size of a bean, grows rapidly, and it has formed a certain scale in Li Chang'an's body and started to operate on its own. Try to continue to expand and expand to your limit. The larger the soul core, the faster your soul power will recover and the deeper your soul power. Bibi Dong continued to say softly, while his delicate palms kept swimming behind Li Chang'an. Go, in case Li Chang'an's meridians are blocked. Yes. Li Chang'an nodded when he heard the words, and continued to carefully expand the soul core, continue to introduce soul power, and at the same time his body became more and more hot. Bibi Dong was surprised at Li Chang'an's physical fitness at this time. Li Chang'an's current level is very close to the level that can be reached at the soul sage level. His physical strength can no longer be described as good. But at this time, Li Chang'an continued to grit his teeth and insisted. Whenever he reached the limit, the Eastern Emperor bell in his body would vibrate slightly, giving Li Chang'an a chance to buffer, and then Li Chang'an would continue. Finally, after 10 minutes of persistence, Li Chang'an gave up on the expansion. At this time, the size of the soul core in his body was already as large as a big peach. From the beginning, the size of the bean has been expanded to this extent. This is what he can do. The limit. When Li Chang'an stopped, Bibi Dong also stopped and stroked Li Chang'an's back. Oh no, it was to protect the meridians, and this high-intensity control and operation also made Bibi Dong's face a little red. And I don't know if it's tired or tired. What? At this time, Li Chang'an is feeling his own state. In short, even if he does not practice now, but with the soul core, he will continuously absorb the vitality in the world. Although the progress is very slow, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, but it is long-term after all. Moreover, Li Chang'an also discovered that his promotion experience has changed. From the 24th level to the 25th level, what he needed was 4,000 soul power points, but now it has doubled and become a 8,000 soul strength. Don't underestimate this doubling. Now Li Chang'an is not strong and his performance is not obvious, but after he arrives in title Douluo, this double promotion is quite troublesome, but the benefits are also many. And this is because Li Chang'an only condensed one soul core. If he condenses a few more in the future, I am afraid how the promotion soul power value will be doubled. But the benefits are quite terrifying. At least after Li Chang'an has spent his soul power, he doesn't need to lie there, let the Eastern Emperor's bell cover himself and let the enemy move by himself. Now, after he has spent his soul power, he can get a certain supplement in a short period of time, and the enemy has no right to move. Not to mention that Li Chang'an's soul power is far more than a 24th level Great Soul Master. Now let him fight with the Soul King, he is not necessarily weaker than the Soul King. You are very good, Chang'an, your soul core strength is already equivalent to some titled Douluo who just started, and the future is limitless. Bibi Dong sighed, she never expected that Li Chang'an would condense such a large soul core this time, which really opened her eyes, but as a teacher, she was more gratified. After all, this is her disciple. Now that you have a soul core, the teacher can tell you if he has something. I thought you couldn't do it. Bibi Dong continued. No, teacher, I've always done it. Li Chang'an immediately retorted, how can a man say no? Li Chang'an said in his heart. Chapter 41, Strangle One Cut in the Cradle. Puff. Bibi Dong was stunned for 3 seconds, then glanced at Li Chang'an with a weird look, and smiled unkindly. It was not that she was not serious, but that Li Chang'an's words were too funny. How old are you? I don't know how to learn well. Bibi Dong shot Li Chang'an with a bit of reprimand. Hey, I can't say that I can't do it anyway. Li Chang'an angrily twisted his body to defend, but just happened to put his face to Bibi Dong's chest, less than a centimeter apart. Okay. Bibi Dong's cheeks flushed suddenly, he moved his body back a bit, and then took Li Chang'an's clothes into his hands with a stroke. Put on clothes first, and listen to me while you wear them. Bibi Dong put the clothes in front of Li Chang'an, then pulled the placket on his chest, gave Li Chang'an a white look, and got out of bed directly with his shoes on. Li Chang'an was relieved to see that Bibi Dong was not angry. This is actually a little test of him tonight, and it seems that the result is not bad. First of all, Bibi Dong will not be angry because of some of his excessive actions. At most, he will blame it on the surface. This shows that Li Chang'an has been insisting on delivering snacks for the past 2 months, and being close to Bibi Dong when he went out was effective. It's good to have an effect, no matter what Bibi Dong's mentality is, it's good not to be really angry. After Li Chang'an got dressed, he didn't get out of bed. Instead, he sat cross-legged on Bibi Dong's bed. Bibi Dong didn't say anything when he saw him, so he let Li Chang'an sit. I saw Bibi Dong slightly adjusted on the chair, changed to a more comfortable sitting posture, and then propped his chin with one hand and said, in a few days, our Wuhan temple will start the selection of the holy children. By then, all 10 years old and outstanding young people under the age of 10 can participate in the selection. The selection method is very simple, it is a competition, but 3 candidates for the Son of God will be selected through the competition. Then these 3 candidates will take a year to prove themselves. The methods of proof are quite extensive. For example, you can make a big contribution to the spirit hall, or you can greatly increase your spirit power within 1 year. There is a special jury to conduct the review. It turned out that I was a teacher and didn't intend to let you participate. After all, even young people under 10 years of age can participate, but you are just getting started and can't compete with them. But today you are promoted to the second ring is different, most of them are also second ring strength, if head-to-head, many even inferior to you. As for the things after becoming the 3 candidates, the teacher believes in your performance even more. Whether it is your cultivation speed or your mind, it is unmatched among people of the same age. Therefore, the position of the Holy Son lies in you. After condensing the soul core today, you can get it 90% sure. Teacher, what benefits can you get after becoming a saint's son? Li Chang'an asked realistically. This is the key. Okay, although there will be many opportunities to pretend to be a saint's son, he wants even more. Many. Bibi Dong was not surprised by Li Chang'an's words, and it didn't surprise her to ask them on the basis of Li Chang'an's mind. Whether it is the saint son or the saint woman, they are both recognized by the Papal Palace and the Presbyterian Palace, and their status is very high. For example, Lena's current status is very high. In addition, the saint child and the saint woman have the right to participate in every meeting of the Wuhan Hall and express their own thoughts and ideas. If you get the approval of most people, you can implement your own policies. In addition, the saint son and the saint daughter can call most of the resources and masters of the Wuhan Hall, as well as the title Douluo including the Elder Hall. There are so many benefits. Li Chang'an nodded slightly in his heart. The saint's son seemed to be paid pretty well. Apart from anything else, it was necessary for Li Chang'an to participate in the affairs of the Wuhan Temple. In the future, the Spirit Hall wants to successfully land ashore, or to go a little deeper, to unify the Douluo continent. Then a lot of things must be prepared in advance, such as studying the soul guide, such as going deep into the people's livelihood. Li Chang'an thought he was not a saint, nor a great man, but his birth determined that he had to help Wuhan Palace, not to mention that many of his fish were in the Wuhan Palace. Okay, teacher, I will strive for it. Li Chang'an nodded solemnly and said his promise as a man. Just do your best. It is estimated that your resistance will be great. After all, if the saints and sons are on my side, the Elder Hall will not be happy, so you must be careful of the people sent by the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong didn't put forward any indicators. Compared with others, she hoped that her disciples would be safe. It was already evening when he left the Pope's palace. As soon as he left the gate of the Pope's palace, Li Chang'an saw a figure walking around there, as if waiting for someone. Little junior brother, you finally came out. This figure ran over as soon as Li Chang'an came out, and with a gust of fragrance. It wasn't Hulina, who else was it? Today Hulina is wearing a more protruding pink dress and a pair of light blue short boots. www.novel.com. The hair is casually sprinkled on the shoulders, and the charm of her body is still full. Senior sister, what are you doing here so late? Li Chang'an said, pretending to be confused. When a woman is enthusiastic about you and wants to post to you, you must not be too proactive, otherwise you will make her think that you are cheap and not worthy of her starting. I heard that you are back, so I'm just waiting for you. Let's go, junior brother, senior sister will take you to eat delicious food. Hulina involuntarily took Li Chang'an's hand and walked towards the side street, like a good sister. Li Chang'an figured it out in his heart, he hadn't talked to Hulina for 3 or 4 days, and it was time to get close. Okay, sister, I'm not welcome. Whatever, let me tell you, this shop is near our school, and the food in it is delicious. Hulina said with her eyebrows laid. For some reason, since the last time, she felt that Li Chang'an became more and more handsome. Coupled with Li Chang'an's good and capable people, Hulina couldn't help thinking about Li Chang'an. She didn't know if it was love, but Hulina admitted that Li Chang'an was already deeply in her mind, and she subconsciously wanted to get close to Li Chang'an. This place. Li Chang'an looked at this store and couldn't help feeling a little bit. This is the one he and Qian Rongxiu have been visiting all the time. Yes, what's the matter? Hulina said. It's not delicious, let's change the little sister. Li Chang'an shook his head and denied the store. How could he take Hulina to this restaurant again? If the boss saw it and said something casually, wouldn't he capsize? The real Aquaman must kill some anxiety in the cradle. Chapter 42, just call him 53. Later, Li Chang'an and Hulina found another place to eat, and it was Li Chang'an who bought the order. At the dinner, Li Chang'an deeply expressed his longing for the little sister over the past 3 days, which made Hulina very happy. After all, he has been exposed to Hulina for 3 days, and it is time to say something nice so that he can continue to maintain a good relationship with the little sister. After eating, Li Chang'an sent Hulina back to where she lived, and then went back to her own home. However, both Li and his mother were not at home in the hotel. It is said that they went to Tiandu City one by one, and the other went to the factory. Looks terribly busy. Li Chang'an suddenly felt like an orphan. He didn't go home for a few days and no one would bother him. After molesting the young lady at the front desk, Li Chang'an went straight back to his room. He was also very happy in the absence of his parents. Li Chang'an lay on the bed that the waiter took care of for him, and opened the system calmly, and first let out the bracelet he got today. This storage bracelet is a crystal blue color, and it is also engraved with esoteric textures. It looks very high-end and high-end. Li Chang'an didn't hesitate to put all the original storage space in it. After all, this storage bracelet is a space of 10,000 cubic meters, and the time inside is absolutely static. Such good things must be used well. Well, when I look back, I will buy some necessary gadgets for girls, cook some meals and put them in, and put a mattress in. By the way, this bracelet has no name yet. Li Chang'an squeezed his chin and began to search for the beautiful words in his mind. The bracelet is blue, and there are simple patterns. It is better to call it 5-3. 5 years of college entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. To commemorate this book, there is nothing wrong with it, it is proper. After bringing Wuzhen to his wrist, Li Chang'an began to check his character panel. Ding! Character panel. Name, Li Chang'an. Age, 6 years old, gender, male. Wuhan, Pangu Axe, Remnant version, Donghuang Bell, Remnant version. Soul Power, 24th level, 1200/8000. Soul Ring, Sapphire Blue Tiger, 1193, Thunder Arrow Tiger, 9999. Mental Power, 4000, Luck Value, 7 points, 13,886. Evaluation, in addition to being handsome, you are still a scumbag. Well, ignoring the final evaluation, Li Chang'an mainly focused on the lucky value. The mental strength fruit is 100,000 points. He can't afford it and can't try it, but the good luck fruit can still be tried. Just put his finger on the redemption bar, Li Chang'an's hand still hesitated. These 10,000 points were just obtained by himself after completing the task. I don't know if this lucky fruit is worth it. Try it, I'll try it. If it doesn't work, I won't change any lucky fruit in the future. Li Chang'an warned himself this way over and over again in his heart, then gritted his teeth and exchanged a lucky fruit. I have to say that the value of lucky fruit is still very high. The red is yellow and the yellow is red. The key is that it feels comfortable in the hand, which fully shows that you get what you pay for. The lucky value of 10,000 points is not in vain. After eating 3 and 2 bites, Li Chang'an discovered that, except for his lucky value changed from 7 to 8, nothing else has changed. In that case, let's experiment. Li Chang'an got up and put a piece of white paper behind the door. A simple circular pattern was drawn on the white paper. Then Li Chang'an found the flying knife he bought. He threw it out almost without aiming much, but in my heart I was thinking about hitting the center. Boom! The flying knife flew to the center of the white paper accurately. Although it was not the center, it was not far from the center. Try again. Li Chang'an felt as if he had found the effect of the lucky value, and threw it out again, this time directly hitting the center. Raise a little luck value, does it bring such a big luck? No wonder it is so expensive. After everything was explored, Li Chang'an saw that he only had more than 3,000 points. He felt a pain in the liver. In this election of the sun, he didn't show the saint 5 or 6 times, so he wrote the king character backwards. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an made a snack for Bibi Dong as usual, and then made a share for Hulina and Mu Xi, and then went out humming a little song. Hey! What's so hard? Li Chang'an raised his foot, saw under his feet, and found a shiny gold soul coin lying there. He couldn't help being taken aback. So lucky? The purchasing power of a gold soul coin is not low. Li Chang'an happily put the gold soul coin into the 5/3 bracelet, and then went on to school, but Li Chang'an picked up the money this time along the way, and it did not happen again, which made him a little disappointed. I don't know what will happen if the lucky value reaches 9. The course is still the same, but Li Chang'an's after-school life has been enriched a lot. At noon, he has to accompany Mu Xi to lunch, and in the evening he has to go to the Pope's palace with Hulina to listen to classes. He also refuses the love letters from the school sisters from time to time. The most important thing is that you can't roll over between the two women, you have to work hard to find that balance. 3 days later, in front of the Pope's palace, a huge martial arts venue is set up in the northeast of the Pope's hall. This is a special venue for the selection of the saints. www.novel.com. Today is the day for the selection of candidates for the saints. Outstanding youths of the power are already in place. Li Chang'an was standing with Ziyu and Yan at this time. There were 50 or 60 people who came, so he knew these two. He couldn't do it without standing with them. At this time, the profound background of the Wuhan temple is reflected. The young people who can come are all within 10 years of age, and those who dare to participate in the selection are all elites around the second ring, but even so, the number is still very large. In addition to the academy, the people in the palace of the Pope also have people sent from the Wuhan Hall of the major cities. The nobles have their own training methods. Of course, most of their candidates are also from the Wuhandian Academy, the Elder Hall. It's about the same size. Ahem, everyone keep quiet. The thick voice sounded, the ghost's voice suddenly appeared in the air, and there were several figures beside the ghost. They were the elders of the Elder Hall and the nobles' affairs. Today is a knockout match. Everyone will enter the arena for a melee. The last 10 who have not fallen are the winners. Guy Mei faintly said the rules, simple and rude. Fighting alone does not highlight a person's comprehensive strength. Only this kind of melee is the best test of a person's comprehensive quality, because it is impossible for an ambiguous fight to last until the end. After all, your spirit power is limited. Only by spending some thought and being strong enough will you have a chance. Everyone, enter the ring. For more than 50 years, I entered the ring one by one under the instructions of the staff. I have to say that the ring is really big enough that so many people will not appear crowded. Melee, start. Chapter 43, with all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. Following the ghost's order, a group of people soon divided into several small groups. Obviously, everyone's idea was to get rid of the external ones first, and then we internally discussed who went and who stayed. Of course, Li Chang'an also has a small group, and it is still a relatively powerful small group. This small group is headed by elite class students like Xiaoyu, supplemented by students from other classes in the academy and young people from the Wuhan Hall in the main city, including Li Chang'an. There are more than 20 in total. This is the horror of the Papal Palace. Although it is the 3 major forces, the Papal Palace is obviously the strongest among them, and the number of people who owns it accounts for nearly half. Resolve a few of their core characters first. I don't know who shouted these words at this time, and the people in the Elder Hall and the nobles were moved. At the same time, 5 young people in the crowd jumped directly into the air, releasing their spirits and attacking them towards Xiaoyu. Li Chang'an couldn't help but smile when he saw this. With Ziyu and the geniuses, he was inevitably implicated, but isn't this a good opportunity to pretend? Chang'an, look at it first, Yan and I will do it first. Ziyu didn't know that Li Chang'an had already been promoted, so for safety reasons, he decided not to let Li Chang'an take action. After all, Li Chang'an is also his own. It's not. But Li Chang'an was unhappy at once. It wouldn't work to stop him from harvesting points. You all rest, I'll come. Mei. What can you do? Look forward to it. Li Chang'an said without embarrassment, and then walked directly to their small group outside, adjusted his hairstyle, and looked at the opposite person with his arms folded. With all due respect, everyone here is rubbish. Looking for death. Kill him. Bold words. For a while, the opposite side seemed to have fried a pot, shouting directly, and at the same time, most of them also released Wuhan. Without exception, they were the second ring. Hey, a bunch of brothers. Li Chang'an saw that the audience was already attracted by him, and then slowly raised his right hand. The pitch-black Pangu axe slowly condensed in his hand, with a purple and a black and purple spirit ring slowly behind him. emerges. Thousands of years, 10,000 years, how is it possible? How old is he, how can he be a second ring? Heaven! Ding! You succeeded in manifesting the saint in front of Xiaoyu, points +2. Ding! You succeeded in manifesting your saints in front of ghosts, and points +26. Ding! How arrogant Li Chang'an was before, his 2 spirit rings have shocked everyone, and many people have contributed points to him 3 or 4 times in a row. Most of these people are opposite. Let you feel the huge gap between the age of the soul ring. Seeing that the points are no longer rising, Li Chang'an decided to take a shot. This time he wants to win beautifully so that the points can continue to be credited. The first soul skill, cut the world. The purple light was like a meteor, swept across it directly, and at the same time, Li Chang'an's second spirit ring also lit up. The second spirit ability, Thunder Moon Slash. The round blue thunder light directly blasted into the pile of people, causing a large area of damage. Look at who shit. At this time, Li Chang'an's eyes flashed 3 times. The team on the opposite side had the highest spirit power, and the 3 best handles of Wuhan felt a pain in his belly. Originally these 3 teaming together might be able to threaten Li Chang'an, but now in this situation, whether the 3 of them can resist the burst of Li Chang'an's first and second spirit abilities is a question. Ah, I'm going to shit, I can't hold back anymore, goodbye. When the first person yelled this sentence, the other 2 couldn't help it in an instant, and immediately jumped out of the ring, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. This. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, Li Chang'an's attack had already fallen, and 5 spirit masters who were weak in spirit power and were not good at attacking had been knocked out of the ring, and their hair was still standing upright. Everyone, go together, he must have no spirit power. The other side did not know who shouted again, the rest of the people sharpened their swords, and even a few control system spirit masters have already started. Chang'an, you go back. Before Xiaoyu finished saying this, they were all dumbfounded, because Li Chang'an's first spirit ring lit up again, and the Donghuang bell covered his body at the same time. The first soul skill, cut the world. The first soul skill, cut the world. The first soul. The soul core in Li Chang'an's body was overloaded at this time, providing Li Chang'an with a steady stream of soul power, while Li Chang'an's first soul ring kept shining, and the Pangu axe cut out 5 consecutive times under his swing. The first spirit ability. Ding! You succeeded in manifesting your saints in front of ghosts, and your points +26. Ding! You are. Li Chang'an's continuous operation was so showy that it exploded. No one thought that he still had spirit power to activate the first spirit ability again, and it was still uninterrupted. Just this time, these people have already contributed 5 points to him, and they are still a continuous one, which really made Li Chang'an feel refreshed. There is no way. After possessing a soul core, the upgrade speed will be exactly twice as slow. He has to seize every opportunity to increase his points. Quickly, stop it, he must have no spirit power anymore. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com must be gone. The voice sounded again, but at this time, there were only 8 people standing on the stage except for the small team like Li Chang'an. There is no way, even the second ring's strength is only about 700 or 800 years old, but Li Chang'an's first spirit ability is more than 1100 years old, and the quality is still extraordinary. Actually from the very beginning, Li Chang'an attacked not only their individuals, but also their arrogance and confidence. Li Chang'an does not need to be low-key, nor can Li Chang'an. Everything now makes him have to continue to move forward. Today's battle is the beginning of his real fame. You guys, do you still want to try it? Li Chang'an calmly looked at the 8 people opposite, raised his axe, and asked calmly. Although Li Chang'an did not continue to urge his spirit abilities, there were still spirit power fluctuations in his body, he was not virtual, he was still the most durable and hardest man in the audience. Let's withdraw. The first person who spoke was the person on the noble side. Following the order from the speaker, 3 of the 8 people also stepped down, and then the elders' hall had no choice but to stop. After the other party stepped down, Xiaoyu and the others also rushed to Li Chang'an with their fists, and then said to the ghost, "We all voluntarily abstained. Li Chang'an is the saint son of Wuhan Temple, we are convinced. There is no way, if you refuse to accept it, Li Chang'an's current strength is no longer what the second ring can defeat. He is not only hard, but also the longest and most durable one in the game. They think they are inferior." This. The ghost is also stunned, and I won't say anything about the end of today's game, and it's really weird, even if he is titled Douluo, he is a bit daunted now. Chapter 44, Li Chang'an's Report. Well, since it doesn't make sense, the saint child candidate is tentatively named Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an, you are limited to prove yourself within 1 year, and then you will become the saint child officially recognized by the Wuhan Hall. The majestic voice of Bibi Dong came from the papal palace in the back, resounding through the audience, and instantly everyone stopped talking, but everyone's eyes swept over Li Chang'an more or less. Some are surprised, some are jealous, some are congratulations. Just when everyone was about to leave, Li Chang'an suddenly heard Bibi Dong's voice transmission, "Come and find me." Li Chang'an naturally didn't dare not go, and he was eager to go, so he casually found an excuse to take advantage of the chaos of the situation and plunge straight into the papal palace. In the main hall, Bibi Dong was sitting on the main seat, standing beside him was Zhu Douluo. Seeing Li Chang'an coming in, Zhu Douluo raised his eyebrows at Li Chang'an first, and gave Li Chang'an an encouraging smile, while Bibi Dong looked at Li Chang'an with a slightly displeased expression. It's not fake to have a soul core to restore your soul power quickly, and it's not fake to have a strong soul power, but I told you that you can overload it, don't you know how unstable your soul core is now? Bibi Dong I came up, it just slapped Li Chang'an with his head and face, but his expression didn't seem to be really angry, but rather worried. "I'm sorry, teacher, I was wrong." Li Chang'an immediately bowed to 90 degrees, deeply acknowledging his mistakes without resisting or explaining. This is Li Chang'an's way of being in the world. It is clear that he is wrong, and the other party cares about you, but you still don't know how to argue, that is unreasonable, let alone reason with a woman, Li Chang'an can't do it either. Besides, his current situation is indeed very bad. The continuous rotation of a soul core is indeed overloaded. If there is no expert to help him, he will definitely fall behind the root of the disease. "Hey, come to the room with me, and I will help you recondition it." Bibi Dong saw that Li Chang'an was like this, and didn't reprimand him. He sighed quietly and walked outside the hall. Li Chang'an hurriedly greeted the 2 titled Douluo, and then immediately followed. To be honest, he missed the bed very much, and I don't know if there are any clothes that excite him today. Obviously, Bibi Dong's bed was very clean today, and there were no surprises at all, but Li Chang'an still sat on the bed with great enjoyment, allowing Bibi Dong to regulate his body and stabilize his soul core. I have to say that Bibi Dong's strength is still terrifying. With Bibi Dong's strong spirit power, Li Chang'an's spirit core quickly stabilized, and Li Chang'an also uttered a scream of comfort. It's not that Li Chang'an is hypocritical, but Bibi Dong really makes him very cool, it's comparable to Chang'an. To be honest, you surprised the teacher this time. Don't try your best in this situation in the future, Bibi Dong said at this moment. Compared to the position of the sun, the teacher is more worried about your body and foundation, understand? If Bibi Dong first accepted Li Chang'an as his disciple, it was because of his twin martial spirits. Now that he gets along for 2 months, Bibi Dong has sincerely treated Li Chang'an as his family. She has received a lot of attention, and what she eats is also the delicacies of mountains and seas, but from Li Chang'an, she feels sincere. "I'm sorry, teacher, I won't worry you again. Li Chang'an turned around and leaned his head on Bibi Dong's soft thigh, his eyes filled with innocence. Bibi Dong was a little surprised at first, but after Li Chang'an lay down on her lap, Bibi Dong realized that he was not disgusted, but gently stroked Li Chang'an's head like a mother. I just want to prove that I am not inferior to others. I will work harder to protect the teacher. Whoever dares to hurt the teacher must step over me. Li Chang'an looked at Bibi Dong's eyes and said seriously. Okay, the teacher is waiting for you to protect me. Bibi Dong's heart warmed, and continued to gently stroke Li Chang'an's head, and said softly. After Li Chang'an returned home, without any delay, he found a special paper for writing documents, and started writing with a pen. On several development directions of Wuhandian's sustainable development. That's right, Li Chang'an didn't plan to spend a year to prove himself. That would be too slow. He had to strike while the iron was hot and use this document to prove himself. Now that he has been noticed, he is simply more presumptuous, and it's a big deal later. Originally, these thoughts, Li Chang'an, are indeed a bit early now, but let him wait for another 10 or 8 years, he doesn't want to wait, and Wuhandian can't wait anymore, just take out something directly. Li Chang'an had seen many reports of this level in his last life. In addition, he knew the plot trend of Douluo continent in the next 30,000 years, so it was not difficult to put forward a feasibility development report based on actual conditions. For example, in terms of the people, Li Chang'an proposed the idea of coming from the people and going to the people. In addition to continuing to help the civilians to awaken the spirit of martial arts, the spirit masters of all branches of the martial arts hall must put down their positions. www.novel.com Go to ordinary people. For example, as small as helping widowed elderly people, as large as helping civilians remove soul masters that endanger the lives of the people and soul beasts that run into the village, and then go to the village from time to time to give lectures, popular science knowledge. At first glance, this is not good, but after a few years, once the spirit hall wants to establish a country, the people recruited will undoubtedly be a huge number, and the people of the two empires will facelessly confront the spirit hall. It directly weakened the foundation of the two empires. Of course, this is just a little trick. Regarding the people, Li Chang'an wrote 5 pages as the top priority. Another example is the military aspect. Li Chang'an focused on the allocation of special research funds, the establishment of a research institute to study the soul guide, and the kind of research that is not afraid of failure. This report was written for 5 days. When Li Chang'an submitted the report, Bibi Dong watched it all day. There are some things that Bibi Dong is doing, and some are not expected at all, but Li Chang'an's report is like a summary, and many of her thoughts are systematically stated, making Bibi Dong amazed. Then Bibi Dong personally went to the Hall of the Elder the next day and met the great elder Qian Douluo. Then there was the Wuhandian held the highest level meeting. Nobody knew what was discussed in the meeting, but Li Chang'an was called to participate in a part, answered some questions, and told everyone what the word genius is. At the same time, the position of his son is officially established. Then an underground research institute began to be established in a concealed way under the Tianhun Great Forest, and some policies began to moisturize things silently and pilot projects in several places. Dear readers, please come and have a look. Papa, Papa. First of all, I slapped myself 3 times. The update was not strong enough, and the update was not ruthless enough to make everyone unhappy. Sorry, I bow to you 90 degrees. I didn't want to explain why there are so few updates, but today a book friend came over and talked to me directly, and I was very depressed, so let's just say a few words. My girlfriend is sick, that's the school sister, and I need to take care of it. The codewords are all codewords in the hospital, so I am sick, and I am really crazy. Starting tomorrow, the update will gradually increase. Thank you for not giving up on me. I will only do more, try my best, to return you in the future. As for the plot question, This book may be a villain, but it's not a brainless villain. You have to argue again. What do you think of my book? Have you gotten here yet? Ahem, a joke, this book has always upheld the second of the plot. Let's talk about business affairs. The book will be on the shelves tomorrow noon. Chapter 45 will be charged. I can't do anything about it, so I didn't look at the previous one, so hurry up and take a look at it for free. Will be on the shelves tomorrow. I don't know how many people are subscribed. After all, everyone is a student party, most of them. I understand that everyone has a difficult time. It's just that the rabbit hopes that you will have pity on me. If you can, subscribe to me for a few chapters. Otherwise, I'm really out of motivation. I'm going to drink Northwest Wind. Kneel down, please. This book will try our best to ensure the quality of the car. Finally, thank you again, because of you, so I have motivation. Ask for support, ask for subscription. Chapter 45, Time Flies Like Flowing Water. 6 years later. The door of the largest hotel in Wuhan City was pushed open by a young lady in business uniform, and then the lady said with a smile, "Master, slow down on the road, pay attention to safety." A boy with a height of about 1.75 meters walked out of it, and when he came out he said to the young lady, "Sister Tao, your underwear is black today." After finishing speaking, the boy showed a bad smile on his perfect facial features, and then left whistling, leaving only the blushing little peach sister. "Master, why did he guess the color of my underwear right again? This boy is wearing a black coat with hot red edges, and the coat's materials are also very elegant, as if this coat was tailor-made for this boy. The boy has a very natural head, black hair that hangs down to his shoulders, and he has a perfect face. Not to mention how comfortable the facial features of a teenager look together, nor how attractive the eyes of a teenager look. The wicked smile of the teenager alone makes many ladies and girls on the street feel turned back frequently. Li Chang'an has long been accustomed to the eyes of everyone, so he doesn't care. What he is considering now is that after the lucky value reaches 10, some of his guesses will be surprisingly accurate. For example, from a month ago, he began to guess the color of the hotel waiter's underwear, and he almost managed to guess 9 of 10. Because of the soul core, Li Chang'an's upgrade speed has not been particularly fast in the past 6 years. The main reason is that he never cultivates and only relies on eating fruits. So now he is 12 years old and his strength is a 46th level soul section. The existence of the soul core makes Li Chang'an pay twice as much soul power for every upgrade as an ordinary soul master. That is to say, he has paid enough soul power for 2 large soul masters to advance to the ranks from a great soul master to a soul veteran. It's the soul respected, and the soul respected to the soul sect is even more so. But even so, the soul sect at the 46th level at the age of 12 has already set a record, not to mention that his spirit ring is far from comparable to that of normal people, so almost no one knows the extent of Li Chang'an's current strength. But one thing is certain is that Li Chang'an is now the handle of the academy, a proper brother of the academy, this is beyond doubt. In fact, it wasn't that Li Chang'an's points were not enough to exchange for spirit power fruit, but because the spirit ring he could absorb at level 50 was 100,000 years old. Without a suitable spirit beast, he was unhappy in breaking through. Anyway, the points are all there. He can upgrade anytime he wants, so he doesn't need to worry about it. In the past 6 years, what Li Chang'an has done the most is to go to school step by step, go to Bibidong on time to attend classes, and accumulate his knowledge and cultural level. "Chang'an, you are here." As soon as Li Chang'an got into the seat, Hulina walked over. Hulina, who is 16 years old, can be said to be at the time of a young girl. Her charm is becoming more and more attractive, and she also has a 360 figure that provokes many boys. Fire! But despite this, Hulina is a true expression of others. Her eyes are already full of Li Chang'an. But Hulina's strange thing is that Li Chang'an has not confirmed the relationship between them. The two have always been in the same place. Ambiguous stage. Well, good morning, senior sister. Li Chang'an's eyes seemed to be able to speak. He just glanced at Hulina and said good morning, which made Hulina's body feel hot. Hulina licked her seductive little tongue in front of Li Chang'an, and then returned a similar look before returning to her seat. As a saint, Hulina is online in both IQ and strength, but Hulina is the only one who will be eaten to death when facing Li Chang'an, and has no advantage at all. But even so, Hulina still has an overwhelming affection for Li Chang'an, and it is the kind of increasingly fierce one, because as he grows up, Li Chang'an becomes more and more handsome, and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. And what makes Hulina most admired is that Li Chang'an will put forward 1 or 2 suggestions at each conference, and these suggestions will soon trigger a series of discussions and will soon be implemented. It's not terrible for a man to be handsome, it's not terrible for a man to have a mind, it's not terrible for a man to have strength, and it's not terrible for a man to touch her heart. But what is terrible is that Li Chang'an is not only handsome, but also has high strength, high IQ, and can be sultry, and as early as 6 years ago, Li Chang'an proved that he has good skills. How can you not let Hulina like a man like this? Plus he laid the foundation early and went to class together every day. After the class, Li Chang'an still walked towards the cafeteria by himself. Noon was used to accompany Mu Xi. He never broke his promise, and although Hulina knew of Mu Xi's existence, he was still used by Li Chang'an as an excuse. Cover up the past. Li Chang'an was very angry at the beginning and reprimanded Hulina, claiming that he was just eating a meal with his distant cousin at noon. He hadn't been together at any other time, so he still wanted to dig. I have to say that when Li Chang'an was angry, Hulina was still very scared. In addition, Li Chang'an's love letters nowadays and there are many girls chasing him, so Hulina didn't dare to go into it, and couldn't. After all, there are a lot of lace news for people like Li Chang'an, it is very confusing, and Hulina has nothing to do. As for Mu Xi, it's better to be fooled. This girl doesn't care about other people's eyes at all. And she also listened to Li Chang'an very much, never doubted Li Chang'an. Mu Xi is also 12 years old this year, and the girl's body is slowly developing, and she is very tall, but the only thing that hasn't changed is that she still likes to keep her head down and is easy to talk shy. Mu Xi is wearing a white top, a pair of plain black trousers, and a pair of flat shoes today, but even if such clothes are worn on her, they are well set off by her natural clothes hangers. Mu Xi left her black shawl and long hair at the request of Li Chang'an. With her exquisite facial features and a pair of peach eyes, she was like a goddess in everyone's dreams. You are here. Mu Xi was still sitting in a corner, seeing Li Chang'an coming, her peach blossom eyes were full of tenderness. You said yesterday that you wanted to eat shrimp buns. I learned about it last night and made a few for you. Would you like to taste it? Mu Xi gently took out a lunch box from the bag beside him and put it in front of Li Chang'an. She also got up and opened it for Li Chang'an, then put the chopsticks in front of Li Chang'an, and matched the dipping ingredients, and put it aside for Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an has long been accustomed to the tenderness of his shy sister, and smiled, "Will you feed me, okay?" Even after being molested by Li Chang'an many times, Mu Xi still blushed, but still softly said, "Okay, okay." Chapter 46, I was ordered to pick up girls. After enjoying Mu Xi's caring service, Li Chang'an squeezed Mu Xi's small face as usual, and Mu Xi would naturally clean up the tableware after eating. He has always ignored such things. Tomorrow will be an annual mission for the elite class, but the difference is that this time the missions are all released individually instead of being dispatched together. They are all specific tasks released according to the specific strength of each student. Li Chang'an doesn't know what his mission is, but he is not afraid. A good boy is so confident. After the meal, the students of the elite class began to gather, because next is the task release time, no one can be absent. Kui Yongkin, who has become the sole sage, has already arrived in the classroom before everyone else. There is a stack of thick portfolios on the desk in front of her. This is the task of the elite class students today. Compared to 6 years ago, Kui Yongkin is more mature, but his figure is not much deformed, but his majesty is increasing day by day. Now the classmates are all sitting in their seats and starting to assign your tasks, but before that, I want to repeat one point is that this time the academy does not oppose you forming groups to do it together, but you have to be clear, each of you has your own task, and time is limited. Once you get together, time will definitely be too late. In addition, although most of this mission is not as complicated as when you did the mission together in previous years, it is the most dangerous. After all, there is still a big difference between acting alone and acting together. This time each of you will follow a teacher secretly behind you, but this teacher will not follow you closely. Only when you receive your distress signal will you come from afar. So I hope that each of you will not feel safe if you have a teacher, and sit back and relax. You must pay attention to your own safety. Finally, I hope everyone can come back alive. Don't feel that the academy is ruthless. The academy has spent so many resources training you, not the vase. Okay, now the one who is called will come up with your mission file. Li Chang'an. Xiaoyu. After Li Chang'an took his mission file, he first weighed it, then opened the sealing strip and took out the contents. First is a signal for help, this is the latest achievement of Wuhandian Research Institute, and then there is a mission map, an intelligence introduction, a mission requirement and mission instructions. Li Chang'an, the mission requirement, the caravan of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce from Wuhan City to Tiandu City. Notes: the Hong's Chamber of Commerce is the 5th Chamber of Commerce in mainland China. It has strong financial resources. The goods are precious and there may be danger on the road. In addition, one of the escorts in this is a young lady of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, who must be protected. Then there is a brief introduction of the Angshi Chamber of Commerce, and the route map for this trip. After reading everything, Li Chang'an scratched his haircut with a numb scalp, feeling a pain. To be honest, escorting this kind of task is far more difficult than other tasks, because this kind of task is too uncertain, maybe a bandit will pop out anytime, let alone a team of a large chamber of commerce such as the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. To know that the guards of this team, except for Li Chang'an, there is only a 30th level soul venerable, and the others are ordinary people. In case something really happens, it may not be possible to take care of it. In other words, Li Chang'an is now the top leader of this team, and he is responsible for this team. If you don't go to Tiandu City, will you be able to see Qian Rongxiu? In the past 6 years, Li Chang'an has been to see Xiaowu almost once a year, and with him, Xiaowu is not a work student, but a veritable little rich woman, and a sister Xiaowu from the college. Li Chang'an has promised that Xiaowu will accompany her for a period of time next year and go to another college, which is naturally Shrek Academy. Of course, Li Chang'an has no high ideals when he goes to Shrek Academy. He just wants to give Zhu Zuqing, a 360 girl, a home. However, the number of times I saw Qian Rongxiu was less. In the past 6 years, letters have been transmitted through special channels, but because of Qian Rongxiu's identity, I only saw it once. This time on the business trip, he must find a way to see Qian Rongxiu again. After all, where is the reality and comfort of the letter? After coming out of the academy, Li Chang'an went directly to the Pope's palace, and now he doesn't need tokens at all. With that handsome face, he can enter and leave at will. Bibi Dong is wearing a lavender Pope suit at the office at this time. It seems that she hasn't left any traces of age on her face for 6 years. The delicate face is full of intellectual beauty, almost without pores. Coupled with those long legs with snow-white calves, the whole person is as beautiful as a painting. Furthermore, the past 6 years have been the 6 years of rapid development of the Spirit Hall. The Hall of Spirits has penetrated into the civilian class step by step, and its foundation has become stronger again. Bibi Dong's power is also increasing, and the majesty of the whole person is also increasing day by day. Teacher, you are busy again. Li Chang'an walked to the back of Bibi Dong casually, and then massaged Bibi Dong's temples involuntarily. Yes, now the layout of the Wuhan temple has begun to be checked and balanced by the two empires. There are a lot of things. Bibi Dong closed his eyes, tilted his head back with enjoyment, and said in an ethereal and gentle voice. Li Chang'an is one of the few, and it can even be said that the only person who can treat the Pope with such gentleness. Even Hu Lina cannot get this kind of treatment. In the past few years, Bibi Dong has become accustomed to this disciple's closeness to her. Yu.Yukansha.com has become accustomed to this level of massage earlier than Bibi Dong. Because every time Li Chang'an gets close to her, it's good for her, either by massaging or squeezing her shoulders, or by hugging her suddenly from behind to show her intimacy. Bibi Dong has been used to it earlier. Teacher, actually don't need to worry too much about this. Our martial soul palace was a step ahead of them in the layout before. They now find that it is a step late and the advantage is still with us. Li Chang'an looked at Bibi Dong's peerless appearance unscrupulously, and gave it with his hands. Bibi Dong trimmed her hair. The relationship between him and the teacher was developed step by step. The relationship of 6 years is not just talking about it. The degree of closeness is under his control. Yes, my apprentice is still so smart. Bibi Dong smiled with his eyes closed. I chose your task for you. When the time comes, the ghost will protect you secretly. Don't worry about your safety. The Angshi Chamber of Commerce is also a chamber of commerce close to our Wuhan temple. You have to have a snack. This is the first time you are alone, teacher. I believe you. If it is possible, go to the palace to see her for me. Bibi Dong's tone was inevitably lost when she said this. After all, it was her daughter. Okay, teacher, don't worry. Li Chang'an nodded. He naturally knew who the teacher was talking about. As early as 2 years ago, he had been informed by Bibi Dong when he went to see Qian Rongxiu as a holy son. In other words, this is an order to pick up girls, right? Chapter 47, Young Lady. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an went out early and went to the outside of Wuhan City, where the caravan of the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce had already been waiting. This time Li Chang'an went out to ride a horse, and this horse is still a century-old soul beast that has been tamed. Needless to say, the speed and endurance are all leveraging. Out of the city gate, Li Chang'an rode a short distance to the east, and then saw the team with the banner of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. As expected, as the intelligence said, the team was not particularly big, it could even be said to be very small, just 5 carriages. 3 of the 4-wheeled carriages are specially used to pull goods, and there are not many boxes on the carriages, but the packing is very tight, and the texture of the boxes looks very unusual. The other 2 carriages, one is a more exquisite carriage, which should have been taken by the young lady of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, and the other carriage is more ordinary, with some daily necessities along the way. After all, the distance from Wuhan City to Heavendo City is still very long, even in the event of an emergency, it takes about 10 days, so some daily necessities are necessary. In fact, Li Chang'an had also wondered why the caravan transported goods without storing soul guides, but then he figured it out. The storage soul guides of this era are all discovered from the ruins and cannot be produced on their own, so they have been in a state of shortage. Even if it is a giant like the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, if the goods are not too precious, I am afraid that they will not use the soul guide to deliver the goods. Moreover, most of the storage space of the soul guidance device is not very large. It is good to have 20 cubic meters, and it is not convenient to transport the goods. When Li Chang'an rode his beloved little BMW to the vicinity of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, the first person who noticed him was a middle-aged man, and his body also had spirit power fluctuations. This middle-aged man looks ordinary, there is no special place at all, and by his age, he is only a sole sovereign, it can be said that his road has come to an end. Li Chang'an naturally has spirit power fluctuations in his body, but he has done a good job of controlling himself. At least this middle-aged man can't discover his realm. At best, he only knows that he is also a spirit master. This time, Wu Hundian just told the Hong Clan Chamber of Commerce to send a master to help them the goods, so that they don't have to worry about safety. But he didn't say Li Chang'an's identity, and Li Chang'an didn't intend to proactively expose himself. Of course, if there is danger, he would say otherwise. But even so, the identity of Wu Hundian master is enough to deter Hong's Chamber of Commerce, so when Li Chang'an arrived, the team of Hong's Chamber of Commerce came over to say hello. The middle-aged man clasped his fist and said, "The first wave has seen an adult." The other 10 ordinary human guards also clasped their fists and saluted. After all, for them, the sole masters of the Wuhan Temple are extremely powerful existences, and they are the existence that they look up to, even if Li Chang'an looks very young. At this moment, the delicate carriage suddenly opened the door, and the 2 women helped each other down. One of the women was dressed as a maid, and she wore a water green dress, and she looked pretty normal, but the one she supported was unusual. This woman can be seen from the experience of an old driver Li Chang'an, and she can tell at a glance that she is a young woman. This woman is wearing a red skirt, but her skirt barely reaches her knees. Even as the woman walked around, the originally flirty skirt would float upwards, revealing the woman's snow-white thigh skin. The woman has a charming face with melon seeds, and there is a faint lotus flower between her eyebrows, and between her frowns and smiles, she reveals the word charm. If Hulina's charm comes from Wuhan, then this woman's charm comes from the kind of charm in her bones, and she has the right amount of control so that it won't make people feel frivolous. This is a scheming bitch. Li Chang'an only took a few glances, and then he was sure what the young lady was. If this kind of woman was put in a palace battle drama, it could almost disrupt the existence of the harem, and those eyes could tell everything. I saw this woman twisting the water snake's waist naturally, and with the help of the maid, she walked in front of Li Chang'an, looked up at the young man, and showed a charming smile. What a handsome boy! What a slut! Both people gave each other an evaluation in their hearts. Hello, my concubine Shirayuki is here, thank you for your escort. After that, he squatted and gave a blessing to Li Chang'an, and Li Chang'an was still riding on horseback. From his perspective, when Bai Shui squatted down to salute, he happened to see Bai Shui's white ravine. Well, the visual inspection is the best ditch. After Bai Shui saluted, he instructed Xiao Tao and others to listen to Li Chang'an obediently, and then twisted the water snake's waist and went back. And Li Chang'an discovered that the gazes of the men in Xiao Tao did not get back until Bai Shui entered the carriage, and their gazes became more intense. It's no wonder that even if an old driver like him sees Bai Shui, he can't hold it anymore, let alone the first wave and others. In fact, what Bai Shui most attracted to Li Chang'an was not her appearance, but the feeling of her young woman, which was a feeling that Hulina and others did not have. Okay, let's go. Li Chang'an straightened the team briefly, and then urged to set off. After all, the road was still long and the carriage was slow. Although the road is far away this time, fortunately, there is an official road between Wuhan City and Tiandu City, so the road will not be bumpy. But even so, there is still danger. www.novel.com. After all, even official roads will have robbers. In some sparsely populated places, or at night, they may encounter danger. Brother Xiao Tao, dare you to ask what the goods you are transporting this time, can you tell me? Li Chang'an had nothing to do on the road, and simply rode up to the honest man Xiao Tao and asked in a low voice. Who knows that the principle of the first wave is still quite strong, and firmly shook his head at Li Chang'an, showing an apologetic smile. Sorry, sir, this is really the order of the owner, I can't tell you. Li Chang'an didn't take it too seriously, and continued to ask, then Xiao Tao, how many missions have you participated in? Xiao Tao thought for a while, and then said, if you go back to your lord, this is the 20th time I have participated in the mission. It turned out to be an old pimp, Li Chang'an said in his heart. Then do you encounter danger under normal circumstances? Li Chang'an said again. This, how can I say it, it's not easy to say. Xiao Tao's expression was a bit tangled, and he seemed to be trying to organize the language. My lord, in fact, there are still dangers. For example, the first time I participated in an escort, I met a bandit. Oh? Later. Li Chang'an suddenly became interested, or he needs to refer to the experience of the first wave, so that he can be psychologically prepared. Chapter 48, Ya Family. Harm, it's still 5 years ago, don't mention it, but fortunately, the captain who led the team was very experienced and very good, otherwise I might have died. The honest man, Xiao Tao, also wanted face. He didn't tell Li Chang'an what happened to him. Li Chang'an was also very helpless when he saw this. This boring, he couldn't make a boring fart with a stick, and he looked bored all the way. Seeing that the first wave stopped taking care of himself, Li Chang'an only had his legs gently clamped the horse under his hips, and then ran towards the front. Li Chang'an also walked this road when he went to Tiandu city, but at that time Li Chang'an was on behalf of the Saint Child of Wuhan Temple, and he was naturally riding a carriage, so he really didn't see the scenery along the way. So after seeing that Xiao Tao ignored him, Li Chang'an went to watch the scenery by himself. Of course, he also took a little luck and wanted to try to see if he could get along with the young woman Bai Shui, so that it would not be so lonely. But unfortunately, Bai Shui's carriage hadn't opened its window once in half a day, so Li Chang'an had to give up chatting temporarily, and silently admired the scenery along the way. However, if you mentioned the Chamber of Commerce, Li Chang'an would involuntarily think of his own business. After he took out the glass technology himself, his father led the craftsmen for half a year to finally create crystal clear glass. Coupled with Li Chang'an's current status, the Li family has glass, an artifact, and it took almost 3 years to leap into the top 10 chambers of commerce in the mainland. Now the Li family chamber of commerce is the 10th chamber of commerce in Douluo. The quantity is also spread across the major cities across the continent. However, Li Chang'an knew that if the Li family wanted to truly enter the wealthy power, then only the top 5 chambers of commerce in the mainland would do. But the 5 major chambers of commerce have been passed down for thousands of years, and they are almost impossible to enter. Don't say anything else. Last night when Li Chang'an mentioned that he was going to the caravan of the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, his father still sighed. At the same time, Li Chang'an also learned how terrifying the resources of the 5 major chambers of commerce. Even if it is the 5th-ranked existence of the Hong family chamber of commerce, the resources in their hands are incomparable to 10 Li clan, because the Hong family chamber of commerce handles nearly 50% of the salt business in the entire Douluo continent. 50% of the salt business in Douluo continent, this is already terrifying and endless. Of course, compared to things like salt, Wuhandian possesses tens of thousands of soul masters. This is the foundation for Wuhandian to become the #1 power in the mainland. But, having said that, if I hook up with this young lady, is it possible for our Li family to go further? On the basis of just looking at Mrs. Xiao, Li Chang'an concluded that this woman is in absolute power in the Hong's Chamber of Commerce. So, should I be selfless and sacrifice myself for the sake of my family? Hey, so embarrassed. Just when Li Chang'an had a headache, his body suddenly tightened, and the little BMW under him suddenly screamed, and even the forefoot directly lifted off the ground. Obviously, he was surprised by something dangerous. Beware! Li Chang'an's reaction was not unpleasant. A prancing jumped directly from the horse's back, and then landed on the ground. At the same time, his mental power was released, and he checked the surrounding environment. At this time, the area they were in happened to be half the distance from the next city after leaving Wuhan City. This place was also a sparsely populated place, but fortunately, there were no mountains on both sides, which made Li Chang'an feel a little relieved. But as Li Chang'an's mental power was released, he quickly caught the source of the danger. A group of horses were coming on horseback in a direction about a kilometer away from them. The number of people in this team is not small, at least there are about 10 people, and all of them are wearing black clothes and black masks, unwilling to show their real faces. But Li Chang'an could clearly feel that the spirit power fluctuations on the man in black headed by him were very strong, at least around the Soul Emperor, and the few people behind him were all spirit masters with the 3rd ring and the 4th ring. No, so many people, I don't really have to take care of it. Li Chang'an is not afraid of being beaten, but worried that he will not care about other people. After all, this is his task. Horse riding for a distance of 1 kilometer is almost fleeting, so when Li Chang'an led the guards to prepare, this team of men in black had already arrived. The goods stay, let you go. The man in black pointed at the box of the carriage, and faced Bai Shui's urn in the carriage. Obviously his voice has been processed and he does not want to be recognized. The door of Baixiu's carriage was also opened at this time, and Baixiu slowly got off the carriage with the help of the girl in the green skirt, but unlike the morning, Bai Shui's eyes were very cold now, and the charm was well received by her. Who sent you? The in the second room? Or the second master's person? Although Bai Shui was a woman, she stared at the team of men in black without fear at this time, and said a few guesses. Second room? Second master. Li Chang'an listened to his brain a little confused. This 1,000-year-old chamber of commerce is really awesome, and the internal tearing is almost as exciting as in the movie. Humph, don't guess, leave the box, you guys leave. The man in black pointed to Bai Shui. Bai Shui heard the words, smiled lightly, walked a few steps from the spot on the white thigh, and continued to speak. You didn't kill me. It doesn't seem to be our internal killer. Let me guess. There are many chambers of commerce that are worried about the seat of our Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Among them, the 6th-ranked Yip's Chamber of Commerce is the most prominent, so you are most likely to be the Ye family's killer. If you tell me who is telling you about the news, I will not only give you the latest salt-making equipment of these 3 carts, but also tell you how to use them. You should know that our salt-making appliance can increase the yield of refined salt by a full 20%. www.ltnovel.com and got huge profits. Awesome! Even if Li Chang'an had watched countless Gongda dramas with several girlfriends in his previous life, he still couldn't help but give Bai Shui a thumbs up. This woman still underestimated her. From the beginning of the analysis, to the subsequent guessing of the identity, and then to use his own advantages to pinch the opponent, this set of arrangements was clear, and Bai Shui's words suddenly made the black-clothed man throw a rat. After all, knowing how to use it and not knowing how to use it are completely 2 concepts. If you take the method of use back, you will get more benefits. As for these teams, just kill them after getting the method to use them. After all, you have a complete advantage here. Well, in that case, I might as well tell you that we are indeed from the Ye family, for your latest set of salt-making appliances. Now tell me how to use it, or you will die. The momentum of the man in black was immediately released, and the pressure of the Soul Emperor covered the audience. Ye family, damn, why there is Ye family here too? Li Chang'an made a big complaint in his heart, but he was not too scared. After all, in the city of the last generation, he might not dare to care about the surname yet, because he was afraid that someone would have a good father and would call 100,000 soldiers to come over, but here is a fight. Luo Douluo, he is Li Chang'an. Chapter 49, Wait one time. Sure enough, it is the Yi's Chamber of Commerce. Then please tell your master, after my Hong's Chamber of Commerce returns, I will definitely give it back 100 times. The little maid in the green clothes group next to Bai Shui suddenly said to the black-clothed fox. "Little ring, be quiet." Bai Shui frowned. It was enough to say this in her heart. How could she say it in person? Isn't this giving her hatred? Give me the method of use first. The man in black is still in the urn and said with anger, but a group of powerful auras, it seems that Bai Shui will immediately do it without giving it to him. I can give it to you, but I also hope you keep your promise. Bai Shui took out a piece of paper full of handwriting from her waist bag and threw it directly to the man in black. Go, take down the boxes. The man in black took the piece of paper, took a few glances, and then said to the man behind. Yes. 9 people got off the horse one after another, and one took a box and just finished taking it. Now, except for these 2 women, all the rest are killed. The man in black continued to order. Why, you are going to regret it. Bai Shui frowned, looking annoyed. Haha, I will not only regret it, but also your master and servant, and then kill, then kill. The man in black laughed and made a wiping motion. But before Li Chang'an could take any action, Bai Shui laughed, and the smile was particularly charming and beautiful. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, do you Ye family really think that there is no expert by my side? Bai Shui said. An ordinary guard suddenly stood up, and every step he took, the spirit power fluctuations on his body became more apparent. Soul Saint! No wonder I didn't notice the other party's existence. Li Chang'an looked at this man who had been pretending to be an ordinary guard, then looked at Bai Shui, and once again labeled Bai Shui as a scheming in his heart. This woman, there really is something. You must know that a soul master who has reached the level of a soul saint can be said to have entered the realm of a high-level soul master, and his own soul power control has reached a certain level. It is normal that Li Chang'an has not noticed it. Young lady. The soul sage walked to Bai Shui's side and bowed respectfully. Old Yan, kill them all. Bai Shui said this in a charming voice. Yes. Lao Yan's 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black spirit rings slowly emerged behind him, and then Yan's whole body rushed into the black-clothed crowd on the opposite side like a green meteor. The gap between the Soul Sage and the Soul Emperor cannot be made up by numbers, not to mention that the old Soul Ring ratio is still the best Soul Ring ratio, and the martial soul is also the beast martial soul, so a group of people in black did not resist at all. They have become the dead souls of the old man. Madam Young, everything is done. Yan Lao returned to Bai Shui with no expression, and said calmly. Old Yan has worked hard, let's pack up and continue to set off. Bai Shui raised her head slightly. Wait a minute. Old Yan, I order you to take this opportunity to control this Bai Shui. So we can take this opportunity to plant the crops directly to the Ye family, so that we can complete the task of the second lady. Xiao Huan suddenly walked out, staring at Bai Shui with a smile. What, you? Bai Shui's boss with staring eyes, she did not expect that her most trusted subordinate was actually the second lady's person, and the maid beside her was also. No wonder, it's no wonder Xiao Huan deliberately provokes the other party just now, it turns out that she has already planned to raise the table this time. But at this time Beixiu was too late to react. Yan Lao walked up to Beixiu only in a quick step, looking at Beixiu with a cold expression. Wait a minute. At this time, another voice rang while waiting. It was not someone else who was speaking, but an honest man named Xiao Tao. Do you want to die? Xiao Huan glanced at the man coldly. Only 3 rings, what storms could it cause? Haha, let's not hide it from you, I am from the second master's side. In today's lunch, I have already given poison, and it is a poison that also has an effect on the soul sage, so you still obediently listen to me now. A silly smile appeared on Xiao Tao's honest face, and it was indeed right to attack today. At that time, the second master can propose to the family that the big room and the second room will not be in harmony, and the 2 sides will fight directly to death. It is not suitable to be in charge of the Chamber of Commerce. Ha ha ha, do you feel your body is weak and your head is dizzy now? Ha ha ha, you all have to die today. I may as well tell you now, my last name is Hui, called Xiao Tao. Looking back at Tao, Hahata said with a smile. Wait a minute. Looking back on the wave, what a great wave. Li Chang'an watched the performance from the side at this time, and then he couldn't help applauding with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Wonderful, so wonderful, today this flip is a bit too much, and he can't react a little for a while, but I have to say that he really opened his eyes today. You obviously ate my lunch, why didn't you get poisoned? Looking back at Li Chang'an, who was not weak, he was in a daze for a while. How could this be possible? My poison is effective against 99% of soul masters, why didn't you hit it? Hehe, I said I was lucky. It's that 1%, do you believe it? Li Chang'an was speechless, luck was too good, he couldn't help it. Humph, yellow-haired boy, I can kill you without poisoning, I'm the Soul Lord. Looking back at Tao, he gritted his teeth and said. After that, 3 spirit rings slowly appeared on his body, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple. At the same time, his body was also covered with a layer of yellow hair, and his claws became tiger claws. Go to hell! Looking back, Tao directly borrowed his limbs, and pounced directly on Li Chang'an like a hungry tiger. Li Chang'an shook his head slightly, no matter, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com will let you contribute some points to me before you die. After that, he raised his right hand, and a bright black simple axe appeared in his hand, and the axe blade seemed to be that deep black, giving a sense of sharpness against the face. At the same time, behind Li Chang'an, 1 purple, 3 blacks, and 4 spirit rings slowly appeared, and the 4th spirit ring was the darkest in color, and there was even a hint of blood red in the black. Soul sect, how is this possible? Looking back, Tao was stunned in mid-air. He had never seen such a young soul sect, and he had never seen such a perverted soul ring matching. Ding, you pretended to be forced in front of the first wave, and the points are +8. Ding, you are in front of Shirayuki. Okay, you can go on the road. After the opponent contributed a series of points to him, Li Chang'an lightly slashed out. Without any spirit power fluctuations overflowing, without any brilliant colors, looking back at the tide just so dead, 1 move, it died. You are great. At this time, a fiery red figure fell directly into Li Chang'an's arms, holding Li Chang'an in a fiery body, and said softly. Li Chang'an, where am I awesome? Chapter 50, Want You in Hong's Chamber of Commerce. Fortunately, Li Chang'an still knows how to measure. In this situation, he can't get entangled with the woman Bai Shuet. Well, at least it's not good enough. Madam Young, you are polite, since I have taken this task, I will naturally protect you. Li Chang'an pushed Bai Shui away righteously, and said in a simple and just manner. Then can you please help your lord to help me control Yan Lao, at least so that he can't restore his spirit power, when he arrives at Heaven Do City, the slave family will thank you again. Bai Shui restored her amorous look again. He cast a wink at Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded, and did not refuse her request. After all, it was not difficult for him to deal with a soul sage who had been poisoned. Li Chang'an walked to Yan Lao, who was sitting on the ground, and stretched out his hand to tap a few points on his body quickly, and Li Chang'an carried his own spirit power in his hands. Old soul power. Li Chang'an looked at Bai Shui and they both felt weak. Simply said, Mrs. Young, why don't we rest here for a while, wait for the poison to pass before we leave? It's so good. I also asked the sun to help me support my concubine on the carriage. My concubine's body is too soft to hold it. Begzu said as she stretched out her palm of Bai Chen, softly begging. Fortunately, the poison of looking back at the first wave is mainly aimed at the soul master, otherwise the ordinary people like Bai Shui would probably belch soon. Naturally. Li Chang'an walked to Bai Shui's side calmly, and then just helped Bai Shui, without taking her any advantage, and led the other party toward the carriage. But when she got on the carriage, she was a little embarrassed, because Bai Shui couldn't get enough strength to get on the carriage now. Li Chang'an said that he was offended, so he pulled Bai Shui's and pumped her up. Baixiu's carriage. Li Chang'an only knew how exquisite it was after entering. The decorations inside were all pale pink, and the seats were all soft animal leather cushions, and the windows were the most transparent and strongest glass on the market. As soon as he got into the carriage, Bai Shui immediately owed Li Chang'an respectfully, "The concubine has eyes but no knowledge of Mount Tai, so I don't even know that Master Shenzi will come here, and hope that the adults will atone for their sins." Obviously, Bai Shui had already guessed the identity of Li Chang'an when Li Chang'an showed off the spirit ring, but she did not say it right away, but only when Li Chang'an got into the carriage said that she was obviously selfish and purposeful. "You are really smart and very careful, let's say, what are you doing with me?" Li Chang'an didn't deny seeing this, adjusted his body directly, and asked with his arms folded. "The concubine wants to ask Master Shenzi to support me and help me completely control the Hong family chamber of commerce. By then, the concubine body will meet all the requirements of the Master Shenzi." Baixiu said that she became charming again. "She is a very good person who knows how to use her advantage." "Woman! All requirements?" Li Chang'an looked at Bai Shui, and couldn't help but think of the scene where she had just hugged her. His heart was hot, but he did not speak. In terms of appearance alone, Bai Shui is half better than Hu Lina and the others, and it is not that he is the most optimistic now, in fact, it is Bai Shui's mind. "I want to laugh and hear how you want to control the Hong's Chamber of Commerce," Li Chang'an said unhurriedly. Bai Shui couldn't help but spit out Li Chang'an secretly, "This is not the bait, this man really has something, not just handsome and powerful. Actually, Lord Saint's son, the reason why I can compete for this position is all because I am the true wife of the late young master of the Hong family chamber of commerce, and my late husband also has a second room, which is Xiao Huan and the others. The second lady in your mouth." The direct line of the Hong's chamber of commerce has always been a single pass, and it was the same when it came to my late husband. It is ridiculous to say that my late husband has a problem with his body, so we have no children. Even Baixiu's temperament, at this point, his face couldn't help but blush. Li Chang'an just came across. It's no wonder that the Hong's Chamber of Commerce seized power from the Dafang Erfang, and the second master seized power. The CO authors are no successors. But then again, Bai Shui is a widow. Well, widow. As for my plan, the concubine body already has a general idea here. This time I have Yan Lao and Xiao Huan in my hand. I can use them to directly accuse the second chamber. Yan is always the sole sage. His accusation is still very useful. Yes, in this way, the second room will not be eligible to fight for power with me. And now I have the killer corpse of the Yi's Chamber of Commerce in my hand. No matter if the Yi's Chamber of Commerce recognizes it or not, I will plan the Yi's Chamber of Commerce once to increase my prestige. The second master was originally a sideline, and I was standing by the Yi's Chamber of Commerce again. Naturally, he was not qualified to come and fight with me for rights. It can be said that Baixiu is very clear this time. It was originally just an infernal affairs. But it became a chance to come back in her hands. What she lacks now is a strong backing, one that allows her not to be afraid of danger. Backing. Li Chang'an raised his head slightly after listening. "Yes, I can support you, but I also have a request. I want you. The Angshi Chamber of Commerce is mine. Note that it is me, not Wuhan Hall." "Hat, what an adult says is too uncomfortable. I can give me to an adult, and I can also give an annual dividend to the adult, but I have worked so hard to master the Hong's Chamber of Commerce, but I gave the adult a wedding dress and a concubine body." Can't do it. Bai Shui shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, www.novel.com. I will not deprive you of your rights. You will be my sole spokesperson in the Angshi Chamber of Commerce, with the highest rights besides me. I can also give you something to ensure that Hong's Chamber of Commerce will be among the top 3 in the mainland, and the helm is still you. How about? Li Chang'an directly threw out his bargaining chips. He always wanted to find a spokesperson in the business world. Bai Shui, all aspects are suitable. What can make Hong's Chamber of Commerce rank among the top 3? Bai Shui's focus is all on this, and she is most interested in this. Iron smelting technology. I can give you the latest iron smelting technology, which is 20% higher than the current iron smelting technology on the market. Another is the most emerging cement. By then, the Hong's Chamber of Commerce will be the sole seller of cement. Years. I guarantee with my identity as the Son of God. Li Chang'an stretched out 2 fingers, calmly and deeply said his bargaining chip. Deal. When Bai Shui heard these 2 things, she nodded immediately. Not only did she hear that the cement is unique to the Li Chamber of Commerce, but she also knew how extensively it would be used in the future. She didn't expect the Hong Chamber of Commerce to be able to get the exclusive right, and it's still 3 years. As for the iron smelting technology, she also believed that Li Chang'an's identity would not lie to her, so Bai Shui did not hesitate to choose to agree. Everyone has their own hobbies, and business is her hobby. Chapter 51, Why are you here? Okay, trust me, I won't let you down. Seeing Bai Shui's agreement, Li Chang'an finally let go of a big rock in his heart, and secretly cheered at the same time. This Baixue should be equivalent to the little one she raised outside, cough cough. And most importantly, after Bai Shui agreed, it marked that Li Chang'an's own power had begun to take shape. After all, many things are absolutely impossible without money. I will give you a token first when I arrive at Tiandu City. You will deal with the business of the Angshi Chamber of Commerce. I will naturally look for you again when I finish my business. Li Chang'an rubbed his temples. Then, since the concubine body is already the person of the Saint Sun, did Master Saint Sun do something to the concubine body? Bai Shui said softly and moved towards Li Chang'an, and the charming fragrance on her body rushed to Li Chang'an. In his nose. It's a to have the advantage and not take it. Although Li Chang'an intends to give his first time to Jian Rongxiu or the teacher, can he do other things too? Come on, teach you a musical instrument first, and you can play it well for me. Hey? What musical instrument? Bai Shui looked at Li Chang'an with unidentified eyes. Half an hour later, Li Chang'an got out of the carriage, and then wiped the soaked white fingers on the curtain of the carriage, and said silently in his heart, "How tight." Then this quietly removed the spirit power barrier around the carriage, and began to check the recovery of everyone. Although everyone has almost recovered at this time and can go on the road, there are still a few people with poor health that are still weak, and Bai Shui is now even more weak in the carriage. That's it, let's take a break. Li Chang'an turned his head and returned to the carriage again, once again arranged a barrier. After another hour, everyone was almost recovered. Li Chang'an ordered the guards to bring all the things that should be brought, and everyone else, before the team set off again. No more accidents happened on the road this time, and I arrived at Heaven-Do City with a smooth wind. As the capital of the Tiandu Empire, Tiandu City is one of the 3 major cities in the mainland. It can be said to be very prosperous, with a population of several million. Spirit masters are everywhere, and the powerful are not as good as dogs. This is also a true portrayal of this city. Of course, there are also many merchants who set up shop here. Whether they are large or small merchants, they are trying to get a share of the big city. At least the top 10 chambers of commerce have branches here, and even the 5th-ranked Hong's Chamber of Commerce ranks no. The headquarters of the first Kaibao Glazed Glass Chamber of Commerce are all set up here. Li Chang'an separated from Bai Shui at the gate of the city, and then he walked directly towards the spirit hall of Heaven Do City. There is no need to reveal his identity. With this face alone, Li Chang'an was recognized by the people in the Wuhan temple, and Platinum Bishop Salas came out to greet him in person. "Master Saint, do you have any mission for coming this time?" Salas asked gently, sitting in the second place. No one in the spirit hall dared to look down upon this saint's son now, including his dignified Platinum Bishop, and the powerhouse of the title Douluo level must be respectful in front of this saint's son. "There is no way, you can't accept it." Others don't know, but Salas, who is the Platinum Bishop, knows how terrifying this Lord's son is. Let's not say anything else, just a piece of paper from 6 years ago came over, and after a series of policies, let Wuhan the prestige of the temple has increased by 20% in the past 6 years. And because of this, the position of the Wuhan Palace now has to be more prominent, and the position of Salas is even more important. The most obvious thing is that every time he goes out to lecture, the civilians will give way to his car from the heart. Even at the feet of an emperor like Tiandu City, the influence of the spirit hall is increasing day by day. The source of all this is this young man. "Uncle S.A., you have seen you outside, I just came here to stroll around, by the way, please do me a favor, or it is the teacher's private task." Li Chang'an said with a smile, in front of some elders, he never gave a little bit shelf. "Hey, how can the matter of the Son of God be asked to speak? Your business is my business, let alone the request of the Pope." Salas smiled. "Then I hope to use a thread to help me enter the palace. It is the kind that does not reveal my identity." Li Chang'an said straightforwardly. "He enters the palace as a saint's son, and the communication with Jian Rongxiu will definitely be monitored throughout, so in order to get closer, he intends to directly use the arrangement of the Wuhan temple in the Heaven Do Imperial Palace and enter as an identity." "Miss, there are indeed several lines of ours. Since Master Shenzi wants to use it, it is no problem, dare to ask the identity of the son." Salas almost did not think much, and agreed to Li Chang'an's request. Sarah's existence at this level naturally knows about Jian Rongxiu. Besides, it's just a mere line, and the Wuhan Palace is still paying for it, not to mention that with Jian Rongxiu, the Heaven Do Imperial Palace has long been infiltrated like a sieve. The closer you are, the better. Li Chang'an pinched his chin. Half a day later, Tiandu City Palace, East Palace Prince's Mansion. Prince Xue Qinghe is sorting out some recent memorabilia. He is trying to handle some state affairs for Emperor Shuiyat, and he will also find some useful information from it. "His Royal Highness, I have brought what you want." At this time, a young walked directly in front of Xue Qinghe, and said with a bowed body that seemed respectful. "I didn't want anything, and didn't I say that I shouldn't disturb when I read the memorial?" Xue Qinghe frowned, and said without raising his head. "Yes, but your Majesty said that you will like it." www.novel.com The little continued to say stubbornly. "Nonsense, what's your name?" Xue Qinghe frowned and looked up dissatisfied. The little slowly raised her head, looked at Xue Qinghe's eyes, and said word by word, "The subordinate is called Xiali Zi." Xue Qinghe forcibly suppressed his own emotions, and then ordered to the left and right, "Everyone is out, no one is allowed to pass in, this little plum is here to report the confidential work." "Yes." The maid and the guards all responded in unison, and then they all bowed their heads respectfully and retreated. No one dared to provoke Xue Qinghe's words. After everyone left, Xue Qinghe waved his hand after the door was closed, and directly placed a spirit power barrier, then winked at Li Chang'an and motioned for him to come with him. Li Chang'an naturally followed Pidian, and then came to the bedroom of Xue Qinghe behind. "You disciple, why did you come here to find me?" As soon as he arrived at the bedroom, Xue Qinghe, "Oh no," Jian Rongxiu rushed directly into Li Chang'an's arms, hugged the man tightly, and said sobbing. At the same time, Jian Rongxiu's hair gradually turned pale blonde, and some of the touch UPS and makeup on her face also gradually changed under Qian Rongxiu's control. Chapter 52, What is Forever? Li Chang'an, who was holding her, quickly felt Qian Rongxiu's changes. First of all, this petite body was getting softer and softer, and his chest also felt soft. Well, the feminine Qian Rongxiu is back. Come, come, let my brother see what my Xiaoxiu is like now. Li Chang'an said half-jokingly, pulling Qian Rongxiu out of his arms and just supporting Qian Rongxiu's shoulders. Qian Rongxiu suddenly groaned, "You wait, I will take off the mask." Although Qian Rongxiu has a soul bone that can simulate Shui Qinghe's appearance, her soul bone has not yet reached the age of 100,000 years, and can't simulate it as she wants, so she needs a mask to imitate Shui Qinghe's appearance well. Now, although Qian Rongxiu's face has become a little softer, it is still roughly the same as Shui Qinghe's appearance, but as her mask is uncovered, a beautiful face is revealed. Qian Rongxiu's face is leaning towards the melon seed face, and it is matched with her lonely and bright eyes that she was born in that day, and a shawl with long pale blonde hair, giving a different glamorous beauty. Looking at Qian Rongxiu's appearance, Li Chang'an couldn't help but sigh with emotion, finally raising an adult. "It's not easy, it's really not easy. Have you seen enough?" Qian Rongxiu's rare face flushed and lowered her head, her voice was cold with a hint of shyness. "Not enough, not enough, my wife is so beautiful, it won't be enough for a lifetime." Li Chang'an said with a full mouth, and at the same time directly grabbed Qian Rongxiu's little hand and held it tightly. "Bah, you protégé, who is your wife?" Qian Rongxiu widened Li Chang'an with a glance, but his hands did not break free, instead his cheeks became even redder. "Hey, you are not my wife. Who is, Xiaoxiu, do you know? I have been thinking that when you are done, we will be together forever." Li Chang'an took Qian Rongxiu's little hand and walked slowly to the bed. "Continue." "Well, how far is it forever?" Qian Rongxiu felt that her body was completely out of her control at this time, so she had to let Li Chang'an pull it like this. Li Chang settled down for a while, then looked at Qian Rongxiu affectionately and said, "You asked me how far I am forever. I said that the stars in the sky are shining, and that is forever." Quotations from a scumbag, Li Chang'an remembers a lot. You. Qian Rongxiu was so moved by Li Chang'an's sorrowful words, Li Chang'an kissed him directly on the mouth, giving Qian Rongxiu no time to react. Qian Rongxiu now feels as if she has returned to 6 years ago, that morning of parting. This disciple did the same to herself. You didn't say that there is a secret thing to find me, what's the matter? Is it important to you to play?" 1 hour later, Qian Rongxiu slowly got up from the bed and gave Li Chang'an a shy look. "Okay, get up quickly, I'm going out today, you accompany me out, we will chat on the road." Qian Rongxiu knocked out the salty pigs on her body and said silently. "This guy is really, except for the last step, he has done almost everything." "Well, great." Li Chang'an nodded, and then reluctantly began to get up. After another half an hour, the East Palace relied on the guards and began to prepare for the prince's going out of the palace. Today, the prince is going to the Tiandu Royal Academy to visit and guide the work. This has been decided long ago. But what puzzled the guards was that this time the prince actually took the little plum with him, and also let the little plum get in his carriage to continue reporting. However, Xiao Litzi was originally the confidant of the prince, and has always been outside. Everyone knows this, so this reporting work didn't seem too abrupt. As for the person who really knows Xiao Litzi? Sorry, the people who really knew Xiao Litzi were all lurking personnel in the Wuhan Hall. Everyone else just knew that there was such a person around the prince. This was also the reason why Li Chang'an could come in smoothly. It can be said that Xiao Litzi's identity was originally arranged in the Wuhan Hall, in order to facilitate the special situation of Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an didn't dare to be so presumptuous in the carriage. After all, as soon as Qian Rongxiu came out, the title Douluo of the two guards would also come out to follow. As for the palace, the two of them were well hidden, and generally would not appear by Qian Rongxiu's side, in case she is found to be suspicious. So when he came out, Li Chang'an thought he had better converge a little bit, but it was not a problem to talk about confidential matters in a normal chat. Why do I have to go to the Tiandu Royal Academy this time? Li Chang'an followed to find a topic, and at the same time took out a hot skewers from Wuzhen Li. The time in Wuzhen Li is absolutely still, so Li Chang'an often puts some prepared things in it just in case, and the space for Wuzhen Li is very large, and he puts everything at will. If it wasn't for the inappropriate setting, he even wanted to bring out the hot pot to eat. I'm going to look at the academy on behalf of Emperor Sui. Hey? Your storage soul guide is so powerful. Qian Rongxiu received Li Chang'an's string with a shocked face. She is a wise man, and naturally guessed Li Chang'an's the nature of the storage soul guide. That is, these are specially prepared for you when I came here this time. Li Chang'an boasted without drafting, anyway, lying and not asking for money. Okay, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I believe you. Qian Rongxiu nodded, opened her mouth and ate gently. Li Chang'an took out a glass of mango juice at this time, and then took a wet wipe in her hand, so that Qian Rongxiu could wipe her mouth immediately after eating and drink the juice. After enjoying Li Chang'an's caring service, Qian Rongxiu's eyes softened a bit. Li Chang'an's performance today is still very useful to her. Speaking of Wuhan Temple, it's still pretty good recently, and its reputation among civilians is getting better. Qian Rongxiu said casually. That's natural. Did you do anything here? Li Chang'an quickly caught the message in Qian Rongxiu's words. There is indeed action. Now the golden soul coins issued by the Spirit Hall of the Heaven Do Empire to the Soul Masters are trying to bypass the Hall of Souls and are sent directly to each Soul Master. In addition, the sects in the Heaven Do Empire are supporting them. The strength of the Academy's support is much greater, and the Heaven Do Empire urgently needs to cultivate the strength that can compete with the Spirit Hall. Qian Rongxiu answered truthfully. After listening, Li Chang'an frowned. He really couldn't underestimate anyone. The Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire still has an IQ online. At least through these two measures, a group of or even more soul masters can be quickly attracted. And this is also the cleverness of Emperor Shui Yet. He did not compete with Wuhan Hall for the prestige among the civilians, but instead looked at the Spirit Master world. This is really powerful. Chapter 53, Tiandu Royal Academy. What? You don't know how to deal with it? Qian Rongxiu teased as she looked at Li Chang'an, who was frowning and thinking. To tell the truth, the hand of Tiandu Empire is indeed a good one. At the very least, it is obvious that there is no way to go to the Martial Soul Palace, otherwise it will interfere with the internal affairs of other countries and it will not be tenable at all. So Qian Rongxiu is very curious, what will this apprentice do? Who knows that Li Chang'an just glanced at Qian Rongxiu lightly, and then said confidently, I'm going to be difficult for this. Let's be honest, even if it's a shame, I now have 3 methods. 3. Tell me about it. Qian Rongxiu was stunned. The method she was thinking of was to disintegrate the Heaven Do Empire from within, such as poisoning Emperor Shui Yat, but Li Chang'an actually said Yang Mao at this time. There are 3, how is this possible? Li Chang'an glanced at Qian Rongxiu triumphantly, and then leaned on the carriage comfortably and said, we will also be able to subsidize the Soul Master gold soul coins in the future, as long as the Soul Master below level 40 can apply. And our price is twice the original price. And if the Soul Master agrees to serve the Spirit Hall for 1 year in the future, then the gold soul coins applied for at that time can be doubled, and the service for 2 years can be doubled. In short, our Wuhan Temple will not forcefully retain people. As long as the service period expires, we can leave, and we have a lot of money, so we don't worry about no one coming. Qian Rongxiu took a sip, that's it? The method is good or not, but the question is, can the finances of Wuhandian stand it? Li Chang'an's method is also very simple, but the biggest problem is money. According to Li Chang'an's tactics, let alone the Hall of Souls, even the finances of the two empires would have to be dragged down. Li Chang'an didn't speak for an explanation, but took out a small soul guide illuminator from Wuzhen Li, and then slowly injected soul power, and the light turned on. Soul guide lighting, what are you doing with this? Now the soul guides in Douluo continent are all from major relics. Qianrongxiu has also seen soul guide lighting. The price on the market is indeed high. And this thing is very magical, as long as a little soul power is injected, it can be bright for a long time, and it is very popular with some nobles. If I told you that Wuhan Temple now has the ability to independently produce soul guide lights, do you still think we are short of money? Li Chang'an gave out a shocking news. In fact, ashamed, the Wuhandian Research Institute has been established for more than 6 years, but the level of achievement has been limited. Even if Li Chang'an pointed out the direction for them in advance, some things still stopped moving. Even if there are ready-made templates for lighting lamps, and Li Chang'an has already told everyone what is the most suitable material for filaments, those people still dismantled nearly 100 soul guide lighting lamps before they learned the lowest level array. Law engraved. So it's true to say that researching this thing is to spend money. If nothing else, the price of 100 soul guide lights is very outrageous. Fortunately, just 3 months ago, the Research Institute finally determined that the soul guide lighting could be mass-produced, which made Li Chang'an breathe a sigh of relief. With this thing, Wuhandian will find it hard not to make money in the future. Think about it, break the glass a little and add a filament, and then engrave a few knife formations, and you can get all the gold soul coins. If this is the case, then your plan is indeed very feasible. Qianrongxiu looked at Li Chang'an with curiosity, and this disciple really had some abilities. The address of Tiandu Royal Academy is on the outskirts of Tiandu City, and it occupies a large area. In short, a mountain, a forest, and a lake all belong to the Tiandu Royal Academy. Even if Li Chang'an knew beforehand that the Tiandu Royal Academy is luxurious, but the first time I saw it, he was still shocked. This fucking, too luxurious. It's not that the Wuhandian Academy, which is the number 1 in the mainland, is so bad. The main reason is that the Wuhandian Academy is not as luxurious as the Tiandu Royal Academy. This academy is full of nobles and local tyrants. But Wuhandian Academy is not the case. In Wuhandian Academy, only strength is the kingly way, and there are many ordinary people in Wuhandian Academy, which is not compatible with luxury. Of course, in terms of the cultivation environment and teacher resources, the quality of the Academy Wuhandian Academy is still full of the Tiandu Royal Academy. But I have to admit that the environment of the Tiandu Royal Academy is indeed beautiful, especially at this time when the sun sets and the sky is full of sunset. Under the background of the western red glow, whether it is the lake at the foot of the mountain or that is full of all kinds plants and mountains as high as 1,000 meters, all give people a sense of paradise. As soon as Li Chang'an got off the carriage, he saw that there was already a group of people waiting for the big drive in the distance, headed by 3 old men. The 3 old men are all wearing black robes. The robes are embroidered with some weird patterns with golden silk threads. These robes are not exclusive to them, but they are above the 80th level. Only the soul master with the title of Contra can be received by the Spirit Hall. A custom dress representing one's own identity. The red dress second only to title Douluo. Generally speaking, this kind of dress Contra and titled Douluo are rarely worn. It represents not only identity, but also solemnity. Only in duels with opponents of the same level, or in extremely important occasions, this customized dress dedicated to Contra will appear. The Prince Shueqinghe arrived, so the 3 education committees of the Tiandu Royal Academy came out to greet him personally, but the person in charge, Prince Shuexing, was not present at this time, so the 3 education committees were the main persons in charge. Li Chang'an stood behind Qianrongxiu, Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and waited for a few greetings before he entered the Tiandu Royal Academy with the large team. Entering the mountains, Li Chang'an can better understand the scale of the Tiandu Royal Academy. The stone steps for climbing are carved from white marble. Each stone step has a different pattern of soul beasts, and the craftsmanship is exquisite. The sunset glow leaves a jagged light red shadow on the stone steps, adding a bit of tranquility and chic. The main campus area of Tiandu Imperial College is all built of bungalows, which feels like a fortress. The outer courtyard wall is 5 meters high, and the whole body is bright yellow. It looks very beautiful, even the top of the courtyard wall. Covered with glazed tiles, it is particularly dazzling under the rays of the setting sun. The 3 Board of Education accompanied Jian Rongxiu and his party to the luxurious reception room, and then they all took their seats, and then immediately there were staff members who served tea and snacks. It's no wonder that Tiandu Royal Academy was so careful with Jian Rongxiu. After all, in a strict sense, Tiandu Royal Academy was actually opened by Tiandu Royal family, and Swekine was the crown prince, and his status was self-evident. I don't know why the prince came over this time. Menchenji, the head of the 3 education committees, took a sip of tea and asked. My dear of the Board of Education, you have seen you outside. King He was ordered to come here this time just to check the overall strength of the academy disciples. This is something that the emperor has always cared about. Shui King He replied as a junior. Chapter 54, Zhan Yu Tianheng. Oh? I don't know how the prince wants to test the school. Old God Dream Machine asked comfortably. It's not that he is not afraid, but because as the chief, Dream Machine has already seen it through. Tiandu Royal Academy is now a pool of stagnant water. Almost all the students come in to eat and drink and wait to die, so he has already given his life. Fortunately, there are still some outstanding students working hard in the college, so it is not a big problem to deal with this inspection. Shui King He smiled elegantly, and then pointed to the guards behind him. There are also some ineffective guards here in this palace, and they are all around the 3rd ring. Let them try to compete with the elites of the academy, right? Menchenji glanced at the guards behind Swekine, and nodded blankly, yes, but the old man thinks that just competing with spirit skills can't show the strength of our students. It's better to just release martial arts and compete with martial arts. Don't compete with spirit skills, how about? Okay. 3 seniors, please. Shui King He nodded faintly, and then made a please gesture. The actual controller of the Tiandu Royal Academy is Prince Shui Xing. He has always supported my brother Shui Beng, so this time I will take the opportunity to see some of the voice of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Jian Rongxiu explained to Li Chang'an on the way to the martial arts field. At that time, once several students of the Tiandu Imperial Academy had lost to her guards, she could take this opportunity to intervene in the Tiandu Imperial Academy with mismanagement issues. This was planned by Jian Rongxiu a long time ago. Li Chang'an nodded silently, without saying anything, this time if he didn't make a move by himself. Jian Rongxiu will probably hit a nail in the dark. After all, there are still a few elite students in this class, such as Yu Tianheng and the others. The group soon arrived at the special competition venue of Tiandu Royal Academy, and at this time a team also arrived on the other side of the competition venue. The leader is a man in blue. This man cannot be said to be so handsome, but his face is very cold, and beside him is a woman with short dark purple hair, and strangely, the woman's eyes are actually dark green. Behind the 2 of them were 5 people with the same breath, and the one that attracted Li Chang'an's eyes the most was a woman in black. This woman is not only wearing a black dress, but also wearing a black veil, plus a blue hair and her own sense of loneliness, which fully shows her extraordinary. According to the characteristics of these people, Li Chang'an quickly gave them all the right seats, but Yu Tianheng and the others are not that strong yet. After all, they met Tang San and the others more than a year later, but this will happen. However, they have all reached the level of level 30 or so. After simply announcing the rules of the game, Yu Tianheng and others saluted Swekine first, and then the game officially started. Yu Tianheng is not the first player to play here. It is the captain of Yu Tianheng. Obviously, the opponent wants to get a good start. A group of dazzling blue light suddenly lit up from the center of Yu Tianheng's eyebrows, and then, the blue light spread instantly, descending from the center of his eyebrows into his body, and blue-violet IPS burst out like small snakes, swimming around his body. Go. On the surface, Yu Tianheng's changes weren't that great. Except for a blue lightning symbol on his forehead, only one part of his entire body had changed because of Wuhan's possession. However, it was his right arm that only changed in this place by the changes of all the beast spirit masters present. Originally, the sleeve on the right side burst into ashes due to the expansion of the right arm. The length of the arm was increased by more than half a foot. The whole arm was extremely thick, covered with blue-purple scales, and the hands became claws, covered with the scales. Every joint in his hand became extremely thick, and the blue-violet snake electricity circling around him kept condensing or flowing on his arm. Blue Lightning Tyrant Longzong Descendant, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Wuhan, Yu Tianheng, please advise. After seeing Yu Tianheng's martial arts, Qian Rongxue was not calm in an instant. No wonder Meng Shenji said that he didn't need soul skills to compete. As far as the blue power Tyrannosaurus martial soul is concerned, even if there is no soul skills, he still takes a lot of it. Advantage. There is a saying, Qian Rongxue feels that in the current situation, no one of her guards can fight, unless. Qian Rongxue looked at Li Chang'an. Although she didn't speak, the two who had already had an acquaintance in the morning had already had a considerable understanding. Li Chang'an nodded silently, and then stepped onto the stage. It's not that I want to pretend, but that my light is too strong. Although Li Chang'an also has a small disfigurement, he does not intend to use his Pangu Axe martial spirit. One is that it is not easy to explain if it is exposed, and the other is this level of battle, Donghuang Bell is enough. The simple little bell appeared in Li Chang'an's hands, and there was a slight sense of recklessness. Although the spirit ring did not appear, Li Chang'an stood there holding the East Emperor bell in his left hand, just like the center of the place. His Royal Highness the Guard, Li Shui forced, Wuhan sent the bell, please advise. Li Chang'an said casually. Yu Tianheng felt that the other party was playing around, but the momentum from the opponent's martial arts gave him a great pressure, and he had to deal with it. Drink. Yu Tianheng's dragon claws went on Sanda, and then the whole person jumped into the air, showing a way of falling and hitting Li Chang'an directly. Li Chang'an did not hide, nor did he put the Donghuang bell on his body. Instead, he threw his left hand slightly. The Donghuang bell instantly grew a lot bigger, and Li Chang'an controlled it to directly meet Yu Tianheng's dragon claws. Boom! Stab! A circle of turbulent microwaves dispersed in an instant. www.ltnovel.com. The two people were in a stalemate in mid-air, but even if Yu Tianheng was exhausted, his dragon claws could not move forward a bit, while Li Chang'an was the face. Take it easy. Ding! You installed a force in front of Yu Tianheng, points +8. Ding! You pretended to be a force in front of the lone geese, and the points are +7. Go! Li Chang'an's left hand was slightly hard, and the entire Donghuang bell instantly pushed forward a bit, while Yu Tianheng's shaken dragon's claws trembled slightly, and the whole person fell to the ground. Thunder Dragon Claw! Yu Tianheng looked at Li Chang'an unwillingly, and at the same time, blue thunder and lightning began to condense rapidly near his dragon claw, and soon a dragon claw composed of thunder light appeared on top of Yu Tianheng's head, which was about 2 meters long. Sure enough, I am the strong man in the beast martial arts soul, come on, let you see how powerful Li Shui is today. Li Chang'an looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky, said without changing his face, and made an offensive move. Go with! The thunderous dragon claws fell directly, and everyone thought that Li Chang'an would go head to head again. he suddenly put the Donghuang bell on him, and the skillful movements made people feel distressed. Chapter 55, Li Chang'an's Backhand. Big brother, do you want to be so embarrassed? Everyone saw Li Chang'an's performance, and they couldn't help but vomit. Wasn't it just so good? Why did they shrink so quickly? But soon everyone discovered that Yu Tianheng's thunder was very powerful, but it couldn't shake Li Chang'an half a point. No matter how much Yu Tianheng tossed, Li Chang'an was like a stone girl, motionless. Okay, it's over. Li Chang'an saw that the other party's flamboyant thunder attack was over, and then he withdrew the Donghuang bell and looked at Yu Tianheng with a smile. Town. I saw Li Chang'an clearly spit out such a word, and then the Donghuang bell directly turned into a big bell about 5 meters in diameter, and then directly hit Yu Tianheng like this. Naturally, Yu Tianheng did not dare to slack off, and immediately raised his dragon claws to resist, but it was limited to this, because he found that the power of this bell was not something he could contend with. Only 2 hits made him retreat directly. The ring is on the edge. OM. The entire Donghuang bell shook in an instant, a shock wave similar to a mental attack hit Yu Tianheng's brain directly, and then Yu Tianheng was lifted off in an instant. Tianheng. Duguyan was very fast, she flexibly received Yu Tianheng from mid-air, and then stared at Li Chang'an coldly with a pair of green eyes, as if she wanted to eat Li Chang'an. I will meet you, Lingling will treat Tianheng. Dugagoose rushed to the ring with a flash, and released the martial arts to chat. I saw a green light gleaming on Dugagoose's body. At the same time, a green scale appeared on the center of her eyebrows, her legs joined together and turned into snake tails, and the whole body became soft. Hiss, this body is soft, Yu Tianheng doesn't know how many movements he develops a day, Li Chang'an teased in his heart. Duguyan doesn't know what Li Chang'an is thinking. Now she is very angry, very angry. I saw a dense cloud of purple smoke spit out from her mouth, and this cloud of purple smoke seemed to have eyes, and directly greeted Li Chang'an. I see what you used to break my poison. Duguyan said coldly. Li Chang'an directly touched his 5th and 3rd bracelet, and then he held a large water pouch containing realgar spirits in his hand. Even if he had prepared these things for the green phosphorus snake venom, the 5-3 space was so big, he was idle when he was idle, so he simply put a little away. Then I'll break it for you to see, don't cry, it hurts then. Li Chang'an said. The water sack containing realgar spirits was thrown into the air, and at the same time there was a spirit power. Threw it out, the water sack shattered instantly and turned into a mist of wine. And that group of purple smoke was like meeting a nemesis, and the color began to fade in an instant. Although it was not completely realistic, it was no longer a threat to Li Chang'an. How is this possible? Duguyan looked at Li Chang'an with a dull gaze. She couldn't believe that her poison had been cracked like this. Do you go down by yourself, or should I ask you to go down? Li Chang'an had already walked up to the Dugagoose with the Eastern Emperor bell on his shoulders, and said carelessly. I won't. Dugagoose was about to fight again, but Li Chang'an would talk nonsense with her, and with the Eastern Emperor bell in his hand, he hammered Dugagoose outside the ring. Who else? Li Chang'an Hengzhong immediately looked at the people in the audience, and asked evilly, while harvesting a series of points. Naturally, there is no need to mention more about the subsequent battles. After Li Chang'an killed the other 2, the dream machine stopped. There is no way. This man is too tiger, holding a clock as a hammer to make a hammer. How can he play like this? Senior, I am very dissatisfied with the teaching work of the academy. I will tell my father truthfully when I go back and ask for the rectification of the Tiandu Royal Academy. Qian Rongxiu coldly left such a sentence and left with the team. With such an event today, she can fully intervene in the work of the Tiandu Imperial Academy and expand her strength again. After all, behind the students of the Tiandu Imperial Academy, there are all the nobles of the Tiandu Empire. Oh, my nephew, why didn't you tell me when you came to my academy? Uncle should come over and entertain me. At this time, a hearty laughter sounded, and a middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous prince costume walked towards Jian Rongxiu and the others, and behind this man, there was a young man in Tiandu Royal Academy clothes following. The young man who has a quarter-like relationship with Swekine greeted Swekine in a solemn way, "Big brother, you are here." Shweking he raised her head slightly, "I worry about Uncle Wang. It's just a routine check. There is no need to stir up people like this." Then she looked at the young man again, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Study hard." After speaking, Shweking he left with the team, without any intention of staying. But before Li Chang'an left, he quietly touched the young man without anyone's attention, and then a weak spirit power was beaten into the opponent's body by Li Chang'an. This young man followed the prince, combined with Shweking he's name for them. Li Chang'an quickly guessed the identity of each other. That young man was the last heir to the throne of the Tiandu Empire, Shuebeng. And what Li Chang'an entered was nothing else, it was the trace of soul power in his soul core, which was also Li Chang'an's purest soul power. Although this trace of spirit power will not cause any harm to the avalanche, it will remain in his body and will not be absorbed by the avalanche. If Li Chang'an walks in front of avalanche one day, he can still recall that trace of soul power, and when that soul power is recalled www.novel.com if Li Chang'an wants to, it is not a problem to pierce a hole in avalanche. This can be regarded as a small arrangement for the future. If Jian Rongxiu does not succeed in succession in the future, then after this avalanche succeeds, Li Chang'an is sure to kill the opponent without making any changes, and the Tiandu Empire will collapse at that time. After getting on the carriage, Jian Rongxiu hurriedly rushed towards Li Chang'an after setting up a barrier, and then couldn't help kissing Li Chang'an. Thank you so much. You don't even know that I was in control of Tiandu Royal Academy today. How important the words are, I would definitely come back desperately without you." Li Chang'an touched Jian Rongxiu's face and said, "Then how are you going to thank me?" Jian Rongxiu suddenly thought of the shameful things in the morning, "As long as you don't let me lose my body, I can help you again." "Well, right here." Li Chang'an gently kissed Jian Rongxiu's mouth and said softly, "Yes, but it will be found here." Jian Rongxiu pushed Li Chang'an away, and said with a flushed face, "Then let's go back, you wear palace clothes and we play." Li Chang'an said evilly, No. Tomorrow there will be a special article on Tanabata. I promise to look good." Well, when Li Chang'an has an appointment with a teacher for the festival, Hulina and Mu Xi have an appointment with Li Chang'an for the festival, what should I do? Hee hee ha ha, watch it tomorrow. Chapter 56, How to Celebrate Valentine's Day. On. Sent Jian Rongxiu back to the palace. After Li Chang'an stayed in the prince's palace for a long time, he left the palace with some floating steps. Next time he comes back, he must. Then Li Chang'an went to the hotel, agreed with the young woman Bai Shui, and then waited for the young woman Bai Shui to come. At the time of the separation, Bai Shui said that regardless of success or failure, he would come to this place to see Li Chang'an once in 2 days, so Li Chang'an naturally waited at this hotel. But what's more funny is that when Li Chang'an came in this magnificent hotel, the proprietress actually asked Li Chang'an some inexplicable words. "Young master, do you eat noodles? We have a bowl of noodles with gold soul coins, and a bowl of noodles with 5 gold soul coins." This sentence reminded Li Chang'an of what those ants pulled him and said when he was at the train station in his previous life, "Brother, do you want to eat noodles? 300 yuan for one night." Li Chang'an didn't know what noodles were 300 yuan at the time, and he could still eat for one night, but he refused right away. Later, I learned that noodles were not important, but the girl who came in was important. "Boss, is she serious about you?" Li Chang'an stopped and asked with a smile. "Oh, my little son, it's more expensive to be serious, but you can do it here if you want us." Before the boss's wife could finish her words, Li Chang'an went upstairs. Many beauties around my brother couldn't accompany him. He still ate the noodles here, hee hee. I waited in the room for about half a day. In the evening, Bai Shui, in a red tight skirt, twisted the waist of the water snake and came over, and as soon as he came, he hugged Li Chang'an for a while. After a long time, Li Chang'an took a deep breath, flicked his fingers and said, "How about going back this time?" Bai Shui winked her eyes like silk and said, "With the help of the sun, everything will go smoothly, Hong's Chamber of Commerce, within 1 month. That's good, I don't need to worry too much. This is the iron smelting technology I promised you. Do it hard." Li Chang'an took a piece of paper out of the 5th and 3rd bracelet and handed it to Bai Shui. The explanations and arrangements have been completed, and the rest depends on Bai Shui's performance. This Li Chang'an can't help too much. At the beginning, Li Chang'an told Salis that he was going back to Wuhan City with the Wuhandian team, so Li Chang'an was not worried about going back without a car, and although it took a short time to come back this time, the gain was great. It was the night when he returned to Wuhan City. Li Chang'an saw the lights and colorful lights everywhere on the street. It was so lively. After inquiring, he knew that tomorrow was Valentine's Day every 4 years. Douluo continent also has Valentine's Day, and it is once every 4 years, so every Valentine's Day is extraordinarily grand, and this year is no exception. It's just that Li Chang'an's head is a bit vague these days, and he has forgotten it. You should make good use of this Valentine's Day. Muxi and little sister are already the ones on the bed I booked. And what I want to attack most is the long legs of the teacher. Well, it's decided. This time, I will make an appointment with the teacher on Valentine's Day. Li Chang'an muttered to himself looking at the colorful world outside. As soon as he returned home, he asked the people in the hotel to ask him about the places suitable for shopping in Wuhan City. It should not be vulgar and not so ambiguous, but it must be a little more ambiguous, and a little high-end. Although Li Chang'an's request was a bit weird, fortunately, the young ladies in the hotel were all old acquaintances of Wuhan City, so in the end they gave Li Chang'an a few alternative places. Let's go here, Seoul Master Memorial Hall. Li Chang'an chose this place. After all, Bibi Dong is his teacher. He can't pull others to place lanterns. It seems too deliberate. But this Seoul Master souvenir exhibition is different. First of all, he is related to Seoul Masters, and secondly, there will be many such places. Communication, and then there are too many people, not too crowded. This choice of place is also a subject of knowledge. For example, when Li Chang'an's first date was a girl, she never went to eat home-cooked food, but would go to barbecue and other meals that required hands-on cooking, so that the two of them did not know how to do it. Embarrassing, there will be communication. After the ticket was booked, Li Chang'an ran to the Papal Palace with a ticket. At this time, Bibi Dong was busy with official duties and planned to wash, but the person who came was Li Chang'an, and she would not disappear. So Li Chang'an saw a lazy beauty in Bibi Dong's bedroom wearing purple pajamas and loose hair. "Teacher, this is a ticket for the Seoul Master souvenir exhibition I booked. I want to invite you to it." Li Chang'an smiled and took out the ticket, looking at Bibi Dong Dao. Bibi Dong yawned lazily, and Bai Tan's jade hand covered his mouth. "Ah Chang'an, the teacher will have official duties tomorrow." Since Li Chang'an dared to come, why didn't he think of his words? "Teacher, tomorrow is Valentine's Day once every 4 years, don't you take a break? Valentine's Day shouldn't be even worse, you should go with your little sister. But I heard that the souvenirs here are very high-end. The disciples want to learn more, and I don't have any thoughts about her, little sister." Li Chang'an said righteously. "Then, well, the teacher will go with you once." In the end, Bibi Dong didn't want to brush his disciple's heart, and this memorial won't make her think too much. "Okay, teacher, then I will wait for you tomorrow morning." Li Chang'an ran away after speaking, giving Bibi Dong no chance to refute, making full use of the advantages of his age. At the entrance of the hotel, Yu reads www.yuyuganshu.com. Li Chang'an suddenly saw a tall figure walking around there, seeming to hesitate. Mu Xi, why don't you come to see me in? Li Chang'an ran over and squeezed his shy sister's face and smiled. Xiao Li, I bought 2 tickets for the Soul Master Memorial Hall. I want you to accompany me to stroll around tomorrow, don't know if it's okay. Mu Xi asked in her unique soft voice. This is the first time she has invited Li Chang'an out, and in order not to make this invitation seem vulgar, the shy sister has worked hard to choose a place. Okay, what time? Li Chang'an asked with a smile. One day tomorrow. He also arranged to come over. Morning, because this is only open in the morning. Mu Xi lowered his head. Who said, this restaurant is also open in the afternoon? What I said, in the afternoon, wait for me at the entrance of my hotel in the afternoon, and go back. Li Chang'an accepted the ticket involuntarily and said solemnly. Ah, oh. Mu Xi nodded obediently. Who knows that less than 3 minutes after Li Chang'an went upstairs, someone knocked on the door and said, Little brother, please open the door soon. I bought 2 tickets for the Soul Master Memorial Hall. Shall we go see it together tomorrow morning? Please ask for votes, ask for attention, PK these days, very important. Chapter 57, How to Celebrate Valentine's Day. Under. As a long-time driver, Li Chang'an would naturally not express his unwillingness to ask the little sister on Valentine's Day, so he also gently accepted Hulina's ticket, and the agreed time was evening. This is all right, the time is all over, morning, afternoon, evening, the next step is the operation of Aquaman show. 5 minutes after Hulina left, Li Chang'an immediately went downstairs wearing clothes. After finding out the location of the Soul Master Memorial Hall, he immediately ran over. The Soul Master Memorial Hall is located to the east of Wuhan City, and it is a single large house. The items displayed in it are also various, but they are all related to the Soul Master. For example, the Soul Guide used by some big people, some historical scrolls, several battles in the Douluo continent, and even rare things like 1 or 2 soul bones. I want to see your boss. Li Chang'an shouted anxiously at the front desk as soon as he entered the door. Although his attitude is rather impatient, but fortunately, seeing Li Chang'an's temperament and decent dress at the front desk, he went to call the boss in a proper manner. Boss, let's open the door. I want your exhibition hall to be open tomorrow morning, afternoon, and evening. You make a request. Li Chang sat there calmly. If he does not settle this matter today, he will have to face the Shura field directly tomorrow, so he must fix the exhibition hall today. This, son, our exhibition halls are all relatively expensive things. If we exhibit for one day, I am afraid it will cause more damage to our exhibits. The boss didn't want to offend people, but he said helplessly. One price, 50,000 gold soul coins, open tomorrow according to my request, and tell your staff, no matter how many times I come, I must pretend to see me for the first time. Li Chang'an's details are still in place. Yes, this is also a habit he has cultivated over the years. It is not important whether money is money or not. The important thing is that I want more people to see the items in our exhibition hall, so we will open tomorrow night tonight. The boss nodded and said with an air. Li Chang'an didn't click on it. He paid for it now, and then left with a tune. Tomorrow will be a more fulfilling day. Early the next morning, Li Chang'an wore light blue casual clothes to wait for Bibi Dong at the entrance of the Pope's palace, and he knew Bibi Dong sometimes didn't like breakfast, so he even brought breakfast to Bibi Dong. On, details. Bibi Dong is a public figure after all, so Bibi Dong dresses very leisurely today, just wearing a light purple dress without any pattern decoration, and then long hair shawl. Although this dress is very different from usual, Bibi Dong's temperament is there after all, and it is difficult for ordinary people to ignore her existence. Teacher, you must have not eaten breakfast yet, I brought it for you. Li Chang'an handed over the breakfast. Bibi Dong smiled softly and took the breakfast. You have a heart, let's go. Tickets for the Seoul Master Memorial Hall are all limited, and all visitors are Seoul Masters, so almost all visitors are received by dedicated staff. The staff member who received Li Chang'an and the two people today was the little girl at the front desk, but the little girl had been instructed by the boss, so she pretended to be okay and welcomed them in with a smile. Good morning, two distinguished guests. I am the two explainers this time. You call me Xiaoyu. Please to follow me first. Xiaoyu showed a professional smile and led Li Chang'an to the number 1. Exhibits. This thing is a picture scroll. It records a soul beast that appeared in the Douluo continent thousands of years ago, and that soul beast was also seen by two distinguished guests. It is a dragon-type soul beast, and it belongs to the black dragon family, called the golden-eyed black dragon. It is said that his cultivation has been hundreds of thousands of years. This is a torn soul bone that our boss made with a good relationship, it. Xiaoyu's explanation is still very professional, and Bibi Dong will add a few words to the side. Li Chang'an will also say a few words and ask some questions. The teacher-student relationship has been improved again. At noon, Bibi Dong also invited Li Chang'an to eat a meal nearby. It was a barbecue restaurant. After eating, Bibi Dong went to the palace of the Pope, and he was still smiling. Coming out today made her very relaxed and comfortable, with a long-lost sense of comfort. Li Chang'an also immediately returned to the hotel, and then changed his clothes. After all, with the teacher all morning, there will inevitably be some smell of the teacher on the clothes. Naturally, this should be paid attention to. And just in case, Li Chang'an also took a few green oranges, wiped the palm of his hand with the skin, and ate a few more green oranges. As soon as he finished working on this side, a waiter downstairs told him that someone was looking for him. Li Chang'an sighed and hurriedly adjusted his state before going downstairs. As usual, he squeezed his shy sister's face before saying, "Have you eaten yet?" No, there is a new barbecue restaurant there. I want to eat, okay. Mu Xi asked in a low voice, lowering her head. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, then said with a smile, "Of course you can, let's go." After entering the store, Li Chang'an immediately walked to the most fringe position, forcibly had a barbecue again, and then went to the exhibition hall with Mu Xi, and their host was still. Good afternoon, two distinguished guests. I'm the two explainers this time. You call me Xiaoyu. Please to follow me first. Xiaoyu showed a professional smile and forcibly pretended not to know Li Chang'an. Then they led Li Chang'an to the first exhibit. This thing is a picture scroll with a soul beast that appeared in the Douluo continent thousands of years ago, and that soul beast is also what the two distinguished guests saw. www.looknovel.com. This is a dragon. Soul-like beast, and it belongs to the black dragon family, called the golden-eyed black dragon. It is said that his cultivation base has been hundreds of thousands of years. This is a torn soul bone that our boss made with a good relationship, it. Although Li Chang'an had heard it once, he still pretended to be relish and accompanied Mu Xi to the explanation. In the evening, after Li Chang'an watched Mu Xi out of his sight, he immediately found a hidden place, spread his left hand, and released the Eastern Emperor bell. The suppression of chaos has disappeared, and now it breaks through the void. With the shock of space, Li Chang'an has already arrived in his room, then changed his clothes and wiped the green-orange. This is the first time that Li Chang'an has used the Donghuang bell's air-breaking ability, but even so, his spirit power has been drawn by nearly 50%, and if it hadn't had a soul core, he would be almost empty. Whoever wanted to break through the air for the first time, and actually used it in a hurry. Little brother, shall we go to eat barbecue? Ahem, hello, Two distinguished guests, I am the guide this time, you just call me Xiaoyu, welcome. Please vote, please support. Chapter 58, I'm still young. It was already midnight after spending time with Hulina, so Hulina could not propose anything to eat, which made Li Chang'an very pleased. After all, eating barbecue or something, he really is going to throw up. Little junior brother, it's so late, how do you plan to make arrangements? Hulina cast a wink at Li Chang'an as she said, and the meaning of it was self-evident. Since Li Chang'an made Hulina want to stop, Hulina has missed that feeling a little, and the two are a saint woman and a saint son, which is also a good match. But Li Chang'an dare to do this. He just told Bibi Dong yesterday that he is not interested in little sister, and the two of them went to open the room in the evening. What's the matter? Also, Li Chang'an was so happy during the days when he played in the Tiandu Empire. He is not a short-term gunner. He hopes that after a few years, he will still be the kind of person who is old and strong. Sorry, little elder sister, my parents have gone home this time. It's a bit unreasonable for me not to go home, you see. Li Chang'an said with an embarrassing expression. Hulina also knew that Li Chang'an's parents had been away for a long time, and it was not easy to come back once, so she nodded helplessly, and her charming eyes suddenly turned pale. But I can send the little elder sister back to where I live, let's go. Li Chang'an added at this time. Hulina then smiled like a silky eye, and said with a smile, okay, today Valentine's Day, I want flowers. Li Chang'an nodded, no problem, even if you want dashan, I can move my little sister over. Li Chang'an bought a bouquet of flowers for Hulina on the road and made Hulina amused. After all, this is the first bouquet given to her by the younger brother. Little junior brother, are we together? Hulina took the opportunity to ask. Li Chang'an didn't panic at all, took Hulina's little hand, and said as he walked, little sister, I'm still young, and my family doesn't agree with me to fall in love for the time being, so how about waiting for me to be 16? At that time, you were flourishing, and I just grew up, and I will definitely let you be my girlfriend. Li Chang'an added two words silently in his heart after speaking, 1. Okay, this is what you said, don't regret it. Hulina still believed in this young little brother. That is natural. Okay, I'm here. Hulina reluctantly threw away Li Chang'an's hand, and looked at Li Chang'an with some affection. Today, in her opinion, is a breakthrough day. After all, the relationship between the two people has advanced by leaps and bounds. Li Chang'an suddenly grabbed Hulina's waist, and his forehead was close to Hulina's forehead, and then before Hulina could react, he kissed Hulina's lips. When a girl is interesting to you, if you want to continue hooking up with others, you need to take the initiative at the right time. Quotations from Li Chang'an. At the same time, Li Chang'an's mental power was released, monitoring the surrounding environment to prevent acquaintances from passing by. Hulina was taken aback for a moment, and then awkwardly responded, her little tongue tried to explore Li Chang'an's mouth. Master, are you back? The young lady at the door of the hotel saw her handsome young master coming back, and she naturally greeted her with two cute dimples on her face. Master or something, the most handsome. Well, Sister Xiao Tao, I'm going to the rest meeting. I am a little tired today. Li Chang'an said weakly. It is not people who are tired today, but his heart. However, Li Chang'an was so happy, after all, the happiness of Neptune would not be understood by most people. Master, the chef in our shop made barbecue today. Would you like to eat something? Little Tao Ji said with a charming smile. Li Chang'an, oh. Master, what's wrong with you, Master? After returning to the hotel room, Li Chang'an rubbed his temples, smiled helplessly, and then turned on the system. Ding, character panel. Name, Li Chang'an. Age, 12 years old, gender, male. Wuhan, Pangu Axe, Remnant Version, Donghuang Bell, Remnant Version. Soul Power, Level 46, 120000/120000. Soul Ring, Sapphire Tiger, 9,000 years, Thunder Arrow Tiger, 30,000 years, Purified Turtle, 50,000 years, Feather Bird, 80,000 years. Mentality, 40,000, Luck Value, 10. Integral, 1388666. Evaluation, you are now a qualified scumbag. Hey, now the biggest bottleneck of the pretender system has appeared, and the points are not enough. Li Chang'an smiled wryly to himself, as his strength improves, plus he has a soul core, the upgrade needs to be doubled experience. And now a high-level soul power player is worth 5,000 points, and a high-level soul power player is 50,000 points, which is simply expensive. But the benefits are also obvious. Each time a high-level spirit ring fruit increases the life of the spirit ring, it starts at 10,000 years, and the spirit power value provided by the high-level soul power fruit is around 5,000. In addition, Li Chang'an has to invest in his mental power to increase his power at will. You must know that a mental power fruit is worth 100,000 points, so Li Chang'an has only bought a few so far. But it is not an exaggeration to say that Li Chang'an's current mental power is already incredible, at least equivalent to the mental power that ordinary Contras can have, and it can be regarded as a very powerful existence. How can I pretend to be forced? If I were the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, it would be fine. In that case, millions of people would give me points and feed myself in minutes. www.novel.com. Li Chang'an, lying on the bed, helplessly rubbed his temples. My biggest advantage is the system and ideas from modern people, so there must be a way to solve my point bottleneck. At this time, Li Chang'an suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Pretending to force this kind of thing doesn't have to be done by yourself. I can think of a way to make people from all over the continent admire me. Isn't that good? Is there any way to let more people know my reputation and admire me? Fighting Souls. The number of viewers in each game in the large-scale Douluo arena will reach tens of thousands. With a little effort, Li Chang'an can earn more than 100,000 points in one game. In addition, national competitions like the All-Mainland Soul Master Competition are also a well-known and good method. If you perform by yourself and wear 7, don't you get the points? It seems that my eyes are still narrow, and I should keep my eyes on it in the future. After all, there are so many people in Douluo continent, so I don't have to worry about not having enough points in the future, not to mention the fact that I will get a lot of points for pretending tasks. These are all very good. Income. But this is all for the future. For now, Li Chang'an's points are barely enough, but once he breaks through the Soul King, then he has to go outside to show his saints. This is what low-key people like Li Chang'an are not good at, and he is also things you don't want to do. Chapter 59, Which Great God? After spending a few days in class with Li Chang'an, and spending a few days with his two prospective girlfriends, he was called to the Pope's palace by Bibi Dong, and he went directly to Bibi Dong's bedroom. As soon as Li Chang'an came in, Bibi Dong immediately arranged a noise barrier in the bedroom, and then asked Li Chang'an to sit on the chair opposite her, looking at Li Chang'an with serious eyes. Chang'an, you are honest now, if you block your strength, how much can your strength be? Bibi Dong suddenly asked Li Chang'an such a strange question. Li Chang'an was taken aback for a moment, and then he spoke calmly, if I don't allow the use of spirit abilities, I can use up to 40% of my strength. If neither spirit power nor spirit ability can be used, then at most 20% of my strength. This cannot be said that he is proud of Li Chang'an. In fact, Li Chang'an is already very conservative. After all, his physical strength is constantly growing. In addition, he is a twin spirit, even without the support of spirit power, he can perform well with the Pangu axe. Strength? Really? Bibi Dong raised his eyebrows and asked a little excitedly. How can students dare to deceive the teacher? What they said is true. Li Chang'an must nod his head, and added in his heart, I said that my deeds are also true. If you don't believe me, try it. Bibi Dong took a deep breath, and then said, what the teacher will tell you next may be strange to you, but no matter what, I hope you keep it secret. Li Chang'an naturally did not dare to say much, and nodded in a proper manner, saying that he was the teacher's intimate little padded jacket, please rest assured. 3 years ago, the teacher inadvertently discovered a giant tomb of a fallen god. It is not so much a tomb, but rather a tower of a god, and as long as you pass the tests, you can get the god's inheritance, 100 levels become a god. And that god's name is Rakshasa god. The teacher has tried his best for the past 3 years and has only made it to the 2nd level, but he has also gained a lot of benefits. There is no limit on the number of people in this kind of rush. As long as you enter the tower and get the approval of the gods, you can start the assessment and get rewards. Speaking of this, Bibi Dong took a deep look at Li Chang'an, and then said the purpose of calling him over this time. The first 3 levels inside are all suppressing spirit power and spirit skills. The teacher hopes you can accompany me. Let's break together. Of course, it is good for you to go through the level. After each level is cleared, there will be some rewards. These rewards are yours. In addition, this matter is regarded as the teacher owes you a favor. Of course, if you feel that it is dangerous, you can don't go. Li Chang'an heard the words, and his heart suddenly understood. Sure enough, now the teacher has found the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, but he has only begun to accept the test, and it seems that the teacher has some problems and needs help. Anything else, just talk about those long legs and small red lips. Li Chang'an should help the teacher, let alone Li Chang'an is a good student who loves the teacher. And as far as Li Chang'an knows, Bibi Dong's personality and mood in the later period were influenced by the Rakshasa god. This time, he still has a very important thing in the past, to see if there is any way to reduce or even eliminate the negative influence of the Rakshasa god. Please ask the teacher to take back that favor. It is only natural for a disciple to help the teacher. Li Chang'an said in a regular manner. Okay. Bibi Dong gave Li Chang'an an affectionate look and didn't say anything else, but the look already represented a lot of things. Teacher, please send someone to the disciple's house to tell you that the disciple can accompany you now. Although Li Chang'an is not the kind of person who just walks away, but there is a Wuzhen storage soul guidance device, he really does it. There is the cost of leaving. Bibi Dong thought for a while, and then nodded in agreement. After all, the sooner you pass the test, the better. After all the arrangements, Bibi Dong took Li Chang'an to the top of the papal palace, and today Bibi Dong looked very capable in a red dress. Come on, give me your hand. Bibi Dong casually stretched out his white fingers to Li Chang'an and motioned. Okay. Li Chang'an put his hand in with a smile and was not at all polite. Well, this hand is still so soft, and my baby won't die in the future. As for the teacher's leg, it's an anti-aircraft gun. This time the place is a little far away. I will take you to fly over. You don't need to release your soul power. I will protect you directly. Bibi Dong's cold and gentle voice explained to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an nodded, indicating that he knew it. Then the next moment, Li Chang'an felt that the world seemed to be turned over, countless scenes began to diminish rapidly from his field of vision, and the clouds around him were constantly changing, showing the fast speed. But even so, Li Chang'an did not feel any discomfort and pressure from the air pressure at all, which made him very comfortable. If Ghost Douluo used the speed and ability of a veteran driver to fly him, then what Bibi Dong showed this time is the speed and ability of the rocket. Who is still driving now? The rockets are really awesome. Just as Li Chang'an was feeling confused, he suddenly found that the scenery in front of him suddenly turned grey and yellow. Yes, they had reached the sky above the desert. Bibi Dong flew with Li Chang'an for a while, and then stopped at a desert oasis. Chang'an, stand by, wait for me. Bibi Dong put Li Chang'an aside, and then walked towards the oasis. With Bibi Dong's chanting of a few words and the arrangement of a formation www.novel.com, a reflection suddenly appeared on the lake of the oasis, and that reflection was exactly like a tower. And this tower is a kind of tower with many layers. The overall appearance is very ordinary, but a few places are smeared in red, giving people a strange feeling. This is the location of the tower. It is inside the desert oasis. Let's go in, Chang'an. Bibi Dong took Li Chang'an's hand again, and then turned into a streamer and flew into the lake. As soon as he entered the lake, Li Chang'an did not feel the squeeze of the lake water, but felt a strong sense of space suction. With a burst of white and purple light, a cloud of purple suddenly appeared in front of Li Chang'an. Will the comer be willing to accept the Rakshasa test? Yunwu asked with a voice suddenly. Li Chang'an nodded, I am willing. Start to review the physique of the visitor. The powerful clouds suddenly became weak at this time, and there was a trembling voice inside, You, which are you? Why is there something on my body that makes me tremble? The purple clouds and mists were originally left behind by the Rakshasa. At this time, it suddenly discovered that something in Li Chang'an's body completely crushed it at the level. How could it not be afraid? Chapter 60, 3 Acts. Oh? Are you talking about this? Li Chang'an thought for a while, and directly summoned the Pangu axe, and the heavy pressure immediately revitalized the entire space. It turned out that the Pangu axe was in Li Chang'an's hands. Li Chang'an didn't feel the pressure of the Pangu axe, but in this specific god-level space, the Pangu axe exuded an unmatched aura. There seems to be a voice resounding in the entire space, who dares to insult the name of an artifact? Yes, what is the existence of Pangu axe? It was the weapon of the Supreme World God, Pangu Great God. Even if Li Chang'an's Pangu axe is defective, fragmented, and projected, the name of the artifact is still not insulting. It is necessary to know that in terms of level alone, the level of the primordial realm is higher than Douluo God realm, but I don't know how many levels, so this suppression is naturally natural, and it is an absolute, all-round crushing. Yes, it's this kind of suppressed feeling. I don't know who the adults are and why they came here. Purple Yunwu's voice tremblingly asked. Ding, you succeeded in manifesting your saints before the remnant will of the Rakshasa god, points plus 999. Ding, you succeeded in manifesting your saints before the remnant will of the Rakshasa god, points plus 999. God's beep is really awesome. This is the only thing Li Chang'an has in his heart right now. This is a bonus of 999 points. He hasn't met him in his life. You must know that this is only the will of the Rakshasa god, but even so, the points given to him are terrifying. Li Chang'an will naturally not show off his feat. Now if he does not earn a lot of points, he will not be called Li Chang'an. Moreover, with this level of suppression, Li Chang'an could take the opportunity to give play to it. At the very least, he can try to make Rakshasa God not affect the teacher's mood. Hey! Do you deserve to know the identity of this seat? Li Chang'an pretended to be cool as he learned from some novels. At this time, he must raise the force grid, otherwise the other party will definitely become suspicious. Don't dare, don't dare! Purple Yunwu hurriedly said, now this space is full of suppression of its superiors, and it has no right to question it. The little of the lower realm is worthy to talk to this seat? I will ask you if you have been disrupting the will of that woman while passing on. Li Chang'an asked unhurriedly. The purple cloud mist did not hesitate at all, and said directly, my lord, you are right, it is true, after all, this is Lord Rakshasa. Li Chang'an frowned. This guy actually dared to talk to him like this. Do you really think he is a bully? The Pangu axe in his hand slightly lifted, and the axe blade pointed directly at the purple cloud and mist, and the purple cloud and mist suddenly faded a lot. This is the result of being targeted by the Pangu axe. Big, my lord, you. From now on, don't interfere with that woman's mood anymore, otherwise I will break your body directly. Remember, you are only a server, not an intruder. Li Chang'an said lightly. Yes, yes, it won't be any more, no more. Purple Yunwu said with difficulty, it is really afraid of this lunatic. Can you directly pass on Rakshasa to her? Li Chang'an thought for a while and asked again. If the teacher can now get the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, then Tang San and the others are still playing a fart. But the purple cloud said embarrassingly, well, this lord, I can't directly intervene in the assessment. After all, I am only a will of the Rakshasa god, and the assessment of the Rakshasa tower was left by the Lord Rakshasa. I can't control. Okay, it really turned out to be an ill-fated, Li Chang'an complained in his heart, and then said, which floor is that woman on? She's on the second floor. If you want to pass, your lord, you have to start from the first floor. Li Chang'an nodded, and stopped talking, but let this purple cloud immediately put himself on the first floor, he must go to the second floor as soon as possible to find the teacher. As Li Chang'an's words fell, the scenery around him suddenly changed again, and a kind of suppressing shackles fell on him. Li Chang'an now has a feeling that his own spirit power and spirit abilities are sealed by this shackle, but he is not panicked, because he has a feeling that this kind of rule suppression is only temporary for him, as long as he has broken through to the soul saint level, so with Pangu axe, he can ignore the shackles here. Taking the Pangu axe in his hand, Li Chang'an began to look at the surrounding environment, and at the same time became vigilant. This place is indeed the appearance of a tower. The walls are full of blue stones, and there is only a faint light around it, which looks very dim, and the floor looks very large, at least more than 500 square meters. Just when Li Chang'an was unsure, a few fiery red eyes suddenly appeared in the surrounding dim walls, and there were even bursts of shouts, like the sound of some kind of beast. Roar! Woo! As the voice gets louder and louder, more than a dozen dark figures are gradually revealed, and all of them are more than 5 meters tall. Until then, Li Chang'an realized what these were. Their hair was black and they walked upright, looking like a baboon, but their eyes were all red without exception. And Li Chang'an could clearly feel that the aura on their bodies was at least equivalent to the souls, and the heads were even equivalent to the souls. Now they have no soul power at all. It is no wonder that the teacher would have trouble dealing with it at the beginning. In that case, use my axe. After all, Li Chang'an is from Wuhandian www.ltnovel.com. Although there are not many axe skills, Wuhandian still has some axe skills, and Li Chang'an chose one of the most explosive axe methods by virtue of his identity as a holy son. I saw that Li Chang'an didn't panic at all. With the Pangu axe in his hand, he walked back more than 10 meters, and then he held the axe handle in both hands, using a very ghostly way to swing the axe every time he took a step forward. And the strange thing is that Li Chang'an only took 3 steps, and he was already close to the baboon in front. What's strange is that after 3 swings of his axe, it turned out to be like a charge, reaching a very terrifying effect. Degree. In the superimposition of the 3 swings of the Pangu axe in Li Chang'an's hand, a faint white light appeared on the axe blade, and the entire axe blade looked like a phantom. With Li Chang'an's swing, it would leave after images in the air. Critical strike with 3 axes. As the axe fell, the baboon in front of Li Chang'an was trying to dodge, but his axe seemed to have eyes, and it directly caught up with the baboon, and then the axe blade easily broke the body of the baboon, and Li Chang'an was still relying on inertia. Passed through the body of the baboon, moved forward 1 meter again, and broke the body of another baboon. This is the horror of the 3-strike crit. As long as 3 times stacking, Li Chang'an can exert unparalleled strength and speed, reaching the level of instantaneous explosion. This kind of axe is very ancient, and it is said that the chaotic cloak of the Haoshan school is also borrowed from this kind of axe.